本证明，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
旅客何淑慧，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
China Airlines passenger Michael Chen, your direct flight to Seattle is now ready for boarding.
华航直飞西雅图，7月14正式起航。
Yeah. Come from nothing in the world, but it's all good. Catch you looking at the stars like we all should. I'll be lighting up the sky like a star burns. I've been standing in the shadow, now it's my turn. See me aiming at the mark with my eyes closed. I'll be shaping up the rock with the grindstone. Now I'm stepping up my game, got my mindset. I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. What's good? I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. When you hear them go wild, it's a home crowd. But you never slow down when it's sold out. I'll be ready for it, I can take it home. When you see me in the frame, I'm a Van Gogh. Watch the heads turn, see the sky burn. Catch you looking at my style, but you'll never learn. When it's all done, when it's all said, I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. What's good? I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. I'm no immortal, but my fire will never die. They take me for a fool, I'm taken for a ride. The more my feet are battered, the more I'm taken down. The more they think I'm innocent, I'm fighting from the ground. 'Cause I can take this pain, it's changing me.
这是我打职业6年以来遇到最大的挑战，觉得我自己有点跟不上队友的脚步，并且我也很难打得过对手，然后陷入很大的自我怀疑。
那个时候我在 J Team 嘛，那我们最后季后赛被 PSG 3-0之后，就是我可能跟人家起了一些争执，因为我算是一个打了很久的人吧，就可能那个时候的表现还是不太成熟。
面对这么多的关注，其实一开始我还是会感到蛮大的压力。
另外一边摸眼过来，球友摔到另外一边转了一个大绝，一键被注3次了。
因为自己的努力都得不到结果，蛮多次都想要放弃的。从国小看到 TPA 拿世界冠军，就觉得职业选手是一个很酷的职业。
关键时候都没有站出来了，然后打线上面跟一些判断都不够自信吧。
就是因为我在瑞士的后面替补2年嘛，然后等瑞士的离开 J Team 的时候。就是我终于是一个正选了，就是不再是替补了。那年的感觉就是，每个人都在骂我，是不是我就只有这种程度？有点来自各方面的压力有点太多了，导致我那年我自己的发挥感觉没有特别好。TPA 当练习生到22年，其实已经很久了，大概有7、8年了。我想要我最后结束的样子不要是这么丢脸吧。我想给自己一个交代。
重回赛场之后，我只想要尽全力的赢下比赛，不想要再想太多了。
那我希望可以跟我的队友一起前进世界赛。
新赛季我想要更专注好自己的操作，不要犯下不该犯的事。
这是我6年来最好的机会，我想证明自己不是在关键的时候会掉链子的选手，我想要证明我是大赛型选手。
DCG 他们的复仇怒火正在燃烧，即将以2-0 FA3正赛，我们回来了。
还不到享受成果的时候，这只是个开始。
抢走别人的机会很残酷，但强者本来就有更大的责任。
只有强者才会被记住。电子竞技实力说话。
他们证明了 PCS 是很强的，也让我更想要打败他们。
Betty， 我会超越你。
你们可以有梦想，但别做梦。
成长必经苦难，而你们的苦难就是我。
No matter what went right for Astral in the face, everything went wrong in the end. PSG clean them up.
未来也许是你们的，但世界赛是我的。
后方被进场，往前推着3人，来自 Maple 的晋级是再度把FAK 杀得溃不成军。
我回来了，
尽力做就对了。
我要让所有人都记得我的名字。我想突破自己以前。
上个赛季单杀过我的，这个赛季我会全部讨回来。
在我离开之前，打倒我吧。忘れられてもらっちゃ困るぜ。
What an epic reintroduction here to the PCS as we head into our summer split of 2024 and how anticipated it has been after the performance from PSG at MSI. Of course, it will all be brought to you once again by Riot Games, Carry International, and China Airlines, who have new flights launched from Seattle to Taipei on Airbus 350-900. So I invite you to join us and find the flights on the China Airlines website. Very cheap, very convenient, and we'll see you there. Now, I will be your host once again, Vestian, and alongside me, it is once again my good friend, Lo.
Yep, new split, same old, Vestian and Lo. Maybe a good time to reflect on MSI, how we felt. We did only send PSG over after they beat out SoftBank narrowly in the finals.
The finals weren't so
narrowly earlier on, but in the finals, actually, was it 3-0?
It was a 3-0 finals, but massive performance in the finals.
Yeah, and they had us a bit worried initially, right? PSG losing to FlyQuest. I wasn't expecting that.
No, neither was I. Most of online did, but I actually didn't.
Yeah. No, we were rooting for PSG, and then they managed to win the rematch and go down to G2, who turned out to be a surprisingly strong team.
Yeah, they also lost to BLG, but they took BLG to 5 games.
Yeah.
Honestly, you could make the argument they should have won, I believe, game number 4. They were very far ahead. Unfortunately, weren't able to do it. BLG coming second in the tournament, I think that shows massive growth for the region of the PCS, and honestly, heading towards Worlds, I think now other regions have to realize that the PCS is a true threat. Now, of course, I mean, standings are on your screen. There are no standings as of yet. But very excited to get back into things. Of course, we did lose BYG over the course of the break, so it is a 7-team schedule now as we head into the summer split. But honestly, the loss of one team, while it is sad to see BYG go, it means that the quality of all the players within the PCS are just going to be higher because there are less teams to fight for those high-value players. We've had some returning players. I mean, Wako is the really phenomenal one for me. It was kind of sad to see him not participate much in the spring. Having him back on Frank, of all teams, is going to be very, very exciting to watch.
Yeah, that might just propel them into our top 2 teams. Right now, PSG and CFO feel like pretty firmly our top 2 teams, and Frank just behind them. It will be the top 3 teams going through playoffs. Today, though, we've got J-Team, Hellpigs, West Point Frank, and DCG CFO.
Yeah.
Bunch of new faces on Hellpigs.
Yeah, honestly.
Same old J-Team.
Honestly, J-Team and CFO have remained the same. CFO did pick up Driver, but otherwise, I believe there has been DCG. I can't remember if DCG have any swaps, but I know that definitely Hellpigs, very different team, entirely different. West Point also, they have now picked up, who is it? 116 from BYG is now their mid laner, instead of Nuli, who is now playing for Hellpigs. So
yeah, that's what you're talking about, right? The region is just stronger because Beyond had some very strong players on that team, and they've all dispersed. Like you said, Driver going over to CFO just as a substitute, but we'll see if he gets much play over Rest.
I believe Hoosher as well is now a sub. I can't remember what team he's a sub for now, but honestly, kind of surprising to see Hoosher end up being a sub considering how good he was for that BYG roster in the spring. But yeah, we do have entirely new teams. It's really hard to get a firm sort of opinion on those rankings. Obviously, we haven't seen a game yet. Here are the rules for the split on your screen. All best of 3s like last split. In the first half, 7 teams play in single round robin. The top 3 teams will go to the contender group, very much the same. Instead of last split it was 4, now it's 3, being that there are 7 teams. It is once again going to be a double round robin. The bottom 4 teams will have to fight in the breakout group for the qualification through to the playoffs. And 3 teams will get there. So only 1 team is going to miss out on the playoffs coming through. And obviously we will be joined by the LCO as well as the LJL when we get to that stage of the split once again. And we are going to have 1v1s to decide our side selection once again in the split, which honestly maybe is up there for one of the things I'm most excited for, because we are still, alongside, I believe, the VCS, the only 2 regions that actually incorporate this 1v1 for side selection, which is awesome.
and with Driver and some of the other players from Beyond in substitute positions, we might see some subs get play time, even if just in the 1v1s. Driver was very good
we
in
did
the
see
1v1s.
One team use a sub at one stage last split, but it was only one single time, right? And so, yeah, there is a good opportunity we do see that be an occurrence. I mean, Jiang, will he continue to play as Frank's single and only 1v1 player? Because I believe he finished last split with something like a record of like 7-1 in the 1v1. Some ridiculous standings when it comes to that. The update, of course, is the first turret gold has gone up. So a little bit more gold injection early on and more focus on these towers, maybe taking a little bit of priority
to
away
deter
from the
lane
dragons.
swap. To deter lane swap.
Yeah, well, that too. Yeah, true. And I think it takes away a little bit of prominence for the dragons. The Void Grubs as well did get a buff in terms of it was at MSI as well, I believe, but 4 Void Grubs now spawns a Void Mite. Before it was 5 and 6, now 4 and 5 spawn 1, 6 spawns 2, as was last split. So yeah, the Void Grubs are slightly more important. Corki, of course, massive changes. He is no longer AP. He doesn't just sit there spamming his R from long range doing infinite damage. He does have to get a little bit more closer. No package as well, so that game-changing sort of 5.5 minute cooldown has gone, and he is more damage in his kit, less damage, obviously, when it comes, and less control over objectives every 5.5 minutes.
Yeah, definitely missing the package, it feels like, especially in competitive play. We'll see how Corki does as an AD threat. Skarner, on the other hand, seems amazing.
Very aptly worded here. Lane bully super tank, cold-blooded CC machine.
Yeah, and if you think you figured him out in lane and you can shut him down lane, last night I saw Mordekaiser as a counterpick into Skarner, went quite well, but then once the Skarner gets out of the lane, the range he can engage from and the amount of AoE crowd control he brings to a comp just looks completely unreasonable.
Obviously a bunch of new items did come through. AD items are busted. I'm liking these graphics.
Yeah, it's true.
The new boots, do you think we'll see anyone picking up those new boots?
I mean, they're good on Quinn. If anyone plays some Quinn top, because you recall and you get instant Valor sprint back out on the map.
Yeah. I always wondered, like, what about champs like Xayah or Khan? What if Khan bought them and then you just always have an empowered recall for Xayah?
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I don't know, just a little bit of cooking. Zephyr, of course, now is back. It's an upgrade, I believe, from the Berserker Greaves, which takes away sort of the late game where you sell your boots to pick up the Phantom Dancer. You now have the option to upgrade those
it's
boots.
less of a decision now, just a no-brainer 6 slot.
For sure.
And this Blackfire Torch item, it is an AP jungle meta at the moment. Pretty much solely because of this item brand, Lilia, Karthus, anyone who can use this item well is just running through the jungle, clearing so much faster than AD junglers.
Somewhat in a different way, but somewhat reminiscent of when Demonic Embrace was truly powerful.
Yeah, Diana, Maokai, whatever could build it, you just chuck it in the jungle.
And runes, lots of changes around there. A lot more gold injection, although they lost Futures Market.
Yeah.
I can't even remember the name of it.
Cashback?
Cashback, that's it, yeah. Just a bunch of gold injection coming through from that spell, as well as, First Strike being changed. So you actually get more gold early.
Lot more money early, less impactful later on in the game. Probably just a straight-up stronger rune for competitive now.
For sure.
If you can hit the item breakpoints earlier.
Cleanse and Ghost nerf. Ghost, I can kind of see the Ghost nerf. It was a bit unreasonable how strong that would be, especially when it came to those early game skirmishes. 180-second cooldown, you just pop it immediately. Didn't really matter if you used it. Cleanse, I mean, I understand why it's happened. There's a lot of tenacity being removed from the game. Legend tenacity, a good example of that. And so removing the tenacity means that sort of CC champions are going to be stronger. There is still, of course, QSS, which means you kind of have the option to go if you need the cleanse. But maybe it's like there's not much CC, but you have to respect some of it. So QSS might become a bit higher priority in that regard. Bunch of buff champions. Cassante, probably being the most notable for my money, already was prominent in the meta, of course, but we can solo queue, but nonetheless, he has been buffed, which means you can expect to see him in many, many games once again this split.
Yeah, unless Vayne hangs around. Vayne seems very strong and is growing more and more popular as a top laner.
Yep.
And could just be an answer for Cassante. Nami, Lulu, I think we're going to see them about the same amount as we saw them before. Nami with Lucian, Lulu if you want to run a Zeri or an Aphelios.
Yeah.
Sedge being buffed is a bit crazy, but she does do quite poorly into the AP junglers that are being picked right now.
Yeah.
It feels pretty miserable being a Sejuani into like a brand.
Yeah, for sure.
So we might not see much of her yet, but if Blackfire Torches hit, we could be seeing Sejuani very prominent again. She was getting to first pick status.
Yeah. I mean, she was just pretty strong in her own role. I think, like, going back to last split, it was very much Sejuani, Maokai, Vi, Zinzel, Lee Sin even coming in was quite strong. Nerf champs, this is obviously not really from last split. This is more of a recent one between the two splits, but these AP junglers getting nerfed as well as Hui receiving a bit of a nerf. Once again, was a really good user of the Blackfire Torch there in the middle lane. So it is kind of just these champions. Talia as well could be played technically in the jungle or the mid lane. Very good with the Blackfire Torch. These long-range champions that offer a lot of damage tend to work well with it. Getting extra AP always feels good. The burn feels amazing. Yeah. And so they got a bit of a hit. But honestly, doesn't feel like it should be that
we're gonna see all 3 of these champions. Honestly, I'm willing to bet on that. Even the Karthus, which we didn't see at all last split. Talia and Hui we saw, you know, every game pretty much.
Yeah.
But the Karthus will probably show up too, because you might run out of the brands. Expect some brand bans, or well, we didn't really play it. It was a bit popular.
Gemini played heaps of brand.
Yeah, Gemini played it, but no one else really went towards it. Maybe one other player played the brand. It wasn't anything like EU or LPL.
Yeah.
Where it was just perma pick banned. And I think it would be a mistake to underestimate the brand this time around.
I think that's a bonus for Frank, right? As Gemini last split. I mean, I honestly thought the brand was pretty decent last split. I can't remember the sort of context, but there was something happened in patches or whatever that was just like, wow, Brand is now clearing his jungle to double speed of any other champ in the game. It's like, well, this is pretty broken. He did see some play from Gemini. I think it was 1 win, 1 loss, but honestly, it's like, he was the only one trying it out. And
Gemini was creative in general. He was the only guy playing Jax. Definitely the first to play Jax.
Yeah, and then it started seeing a lot of play internationally, right? Like a lot of NA junglers started picking up the Jax. I believe we saw it a couple of times over in MSI, but this is going to be our first 1v1 of the summer split. It's going to be Chi-Chi from J-Team and Guang coming in for Hellpigs. Let's see what these guys have. We've seen Chi-Chi last split. He played 1 Kalista, 1 Vayne off the top of my dome.
Undefeated, I believe.
Yeah.
And he played 1 Draven. He actually had 3.
Oh, he did play that Draven game.
Games.
Yeah, we were trying to get him to play that Draven game, you know, will it into existence for him to bring it out on the Rift, but it ended up happening. Skarner Corki. So 2 of the most prominent champions in the patch immediately in our 1v1. We'll see what of the 2 is more broken. I'm going to put my money on Skarner.
Yeah, I don't know if he's... I don't think Corki's all that strong of a laner. Is better now as an AD after some of his reworks.
Oh, the tier Warden's Mail. Alrighty.
Yeah, I don't know if he's getting through the Skarner, though.
Yeah, I don't think so either. He has a little bit of armor shred on his E.
Can the Skarner take him down, though, or his turret down?
Yeah, I mean, that's what we used to see, right? Last split, a lot of AD carries into tanks. It was more like, well, I'm not going to try kill you. I'll just keep pushing the wave and then hit your tower every now and then. Skarner's engage range, though, is completely bonkers. And in fact...
Yeah, not trading
he lost the trade, but he does have a... Oh, no, he actually... That's right, he sold the Guardian's Horn, so... Was Chi-Chi coming out better off? Although... Wow, that was quick. Now, I can't see Corki's health bar. Guang is dead. Obviously, it is first to 2 deaths, so it is not over.
And Guang looks absolutely confused why he's been 1 hit by this Corki. Yeah, Halo Blades will do that.
Oh yeah, I didn't even notice that.
Yeah, always Halo Blades on Corki. I mean, there's also, I've seen like a Fleet Footwork Triforce Corki build, but it doesn't seem as good to me as the Halo Blades crit lethality Corki.
Right, yeah. Okay. Oh.
Small celebration.
Yeah.
First of 2 kills.
Yeah, don't get ahead of yourself, mate. We've seen this before. We've seen comebacks from this position. Oh, he is comfortably ahead, though, so...
Yeah, nice, impressive little snowball combo on the Skarner there. Wasn't expecting to see that.
Yeah, I mean, it was impressive until he died.
Yeah, it didn't do much. It looked cool. It looked very cool.
It did. I was like, I didn't even realize that you could just straight do it. I thought there was like a little bit of a wind-up time. Not personally played the Skarner myself, just been hit into multiple walls by it. Now, I mean, it should be slower. I don't think Guang's going to try anything like that again. Probably wants to get a little bit tankier before he does.
Yeah, this is rough now. Dirk now on the Corki boots. No boots at all on the Skarner. Level 6 for Chi-Chi.
Okay. Snowball lands, but Valkyrie is going to be used to get himself out of there.
Yeah, and Corki's mana costs are just a lot more manageable these days. You don't even need the tier anymore.
Yeah, we'll flash forward. Nice, and that's it. That's the 1v1 done and dusted. picked up the win.
Chi-Chi continues his undefeated streak.
Yeah, he is undefeated. I don't even remember. I can't remember he lost. I just remember he played 3 AD carry games.
Yeah.
But unstoppable force. Look, that pretty much confirms it. It's written on his shirt, so that confirms it. He is undefeated.
Yeah.
J-Team now will have side selection here in game number 1. Now, do you know what side is more broken now? Because MSI, it was absolutely not even close. Blue side. Blue side was just decimating the entire tournament.
I think that may still be the case, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think much has changed. The terrain still feels pretty favored towards blue side, especially towards the bot lane.
Yeah.
And just having your choice of first pick is always going to feel nice.
3 little pigs joining PCS. All right.
J-Team, it's hard to really put my thoughts together on J-Team from last split as you try to piece together what this infographic
can you piece it together?
Trying to tell
I'm
us.
sorry, I know you had a point, but I am perplexed.
3 little pigs joining the PCS. J-Team regular season rankings over the years. So they do a bit better in summer is what I'm getting.
They do, yeah.
Yeah, okay, so we'll see.
Yeah, maybe. I'm not sure, but we'll see how they fare. It is they're one of the few teams that have maintained the exact same roster.
From the final week. Yeah, from the end.
Yeah.
Because all of last split, J-Team were just, it felt like every week they had a new roster swap, new drama going on with J-Team. So we're hoping for a more stable J-Team because at their highs, especially Minji and Lakai, seemed ridiculous, like the best we've got in any given game. But it was just consistency that was the problem on J-Team.
It really was, right? And you see them there on your screen. They did make a reasonable run at the playoffs as well. Unfortunately, did end up going down. I believe it was to DCG, if I'm not mistaken. It might have been BYG. I don't remember. It was one of the two anyway. They did go down and unfortunately didn't make it further on. But as you said, I think this split, they've got a little bit of time together from the end of last split. If they can maintain a solid amount of time this split together, it's going to look a lot better for them.
Yeah, it's a good sign that they haven't changed their roster. Helpigs, on the other hand,
have
I'm
absolutely
counting
everywhere.
Four roster changes for
5.
the Helpigs.
All 5. Guang, Abyss, Nuli,
was
Ching
on
9.
West Point.
That's right, yeah.
Oh.
Ching 9 and I didn't see the last one, Kiri, I think. But what I was going to say is I do believe that Godtone is their starting jungler, but he got a suspension, and so he can't play for 3 games.
Right.
That's what I'm not entirely sure, but that is what I believe is true.
Yeah, I haven't seen that comp ruling. A little misbehavior on the Rift, maybe.
That's right, yeah. Nuli and Ching 9 did play together last split, of course. Both were on West Point, now on Helpigs. And Guang, Abyss, and Kiri new to the PCS from the PCL. See if they can find some success here in the big leagues and bring Helpigs to what would be their first appearance at the playoffs. They only have to beat 1 team to do it.
Yeah.
They have fallen short, unfortunately, the last 3 splits. This would be the 4th. See if they can make it happen.
Yeah, change the tide a little bit, get themselves into playoffs, maybe see an LCO team or 2.
Yeah.
That is going to be very fun. As if you watch the intro video, little Evie at the end.
Yeah, that was awesome.
That was amazing.
That took me by surprise.
Yeah, me too.
I intentionally didn't watch the little teaser because I knew it would play on the stream, and so I didn't want to watch it just to sort of get a raw reaction. And I was like, oh, it's over. Maple's fading out, and then Evie just appears.
Yeah,
just does some Evie shenanigans, I suppose.
Yeah, there's a message in there. Don't be surprised by how good the LJL teams are, because it turns out they are very good.
Yeah, coming second. Definitely not what we had on our bingo card.
Yeah.
But they definitely earned it. Evie really stepping up. But we're back at the PCS now. The PCS is our focus. See if our first game of the day kicks us off in the correct fashion. An absolute banger is what I'm hoping for.
Yeah, I'm excited for this draft.
I don't really know what to expect. One thing I will say, looking back to last split, is that Ching 9 had a really good knack of getting ahead early.
Yeah.
The only problem was he'd get ahead early and then oftentimes do nothing with that lead. I'm hoping to see a change there where he can get himself ahead early or get ahead early with Kiri and then push that advantage to find some wins, because it's not going to be easy. They are, of course, going up against Minji and Lakai, who are 2 people that absolutely can carry. Chi-Chi as well found a lot of success in the early game. much the same as Ching9 and wasn't really able to capitalize on it often. LeBlanc banned. I think that is by virtue of sudden impact. Sudden impact now is completely broken. If you have LeBlanc and you take Electrocute and Sudden Impact, by the end of the game, your Sudden Impact would have done about 1,000 damage more than your Electrocute. It is completely broken. But it is banned. Skana, Rumble banned. Corky will be taken away. We have some what looks like pork cutlet, if I had to guess. Maybe it's chicken cutlet. It looks pretty good.
Yeah, very crispy.
All right.
Yum, okay.
Trying to make me hungry on the cast or what? Now, last ban coming through for Hell Pigs. What are we going to go for? Nautilus obviously taken away. Cassante remains open, very high presence globally. It's definitely something we know Lakai can play. We haven't really worked out what Guang prefers.
And Tristana. Oh, Ashe. Ashe is maybe the strongest ADC right now, at least statistically in solo queue. You go for some strange Kraken Slayer Triforce build on the Ashe, and she's a very strong ADC at the moment.
That used to be a thing, like a split and a half ago, I think. Yeah. Making a returner, and then Kalista now the hover.
Yeah, Cheng, speaking of Cheng9 getting ahead, he was doing it on Kalista a lot of the time.
He was.
So we'll see if he can keep that up. Ashe, pretty good matchup into Kalista.
Possibly the most difficult Kalista lane.
Yeah.
Now there's things like Draven that just run at her and she can't do much, but Ashe, obviously with the slow and how Kalista passive works, if you auto-attack the Kalista, she actually loses attack speed. So
yeah, she can't move, and then it's a miserable experience for the Kalista, and you also have the option to go for the Varus as well and just put the Ashe support. Graves locked in pretty early is surprising. You usually want to see the enemy team commit to a bit more AD, physical damage, before you lock in the Graves, because I think the Graves does fine into the Nidalee anyway, but I mean, Draven might be the only ADC that is a worse matchup for Kalista.
That's locked in. No? Yes, it is. Okay, fantastic. So it's a split late. It's a split late, but we got the Chi-Chi here playing himself the Draven. Hui, the current hover here for Minji. Wouldn't be awfully surprised to see him lock that one in. He did prefer it a lot of the time last split, and honestly looked pretty good at it. Will, in fact, be their final lock-in here of the first phase. Going over to Hellpigs. Blitzcrank, immediate, not even a thought, just lock it in.
Yeah, 3 champions, squishy, no dash. You lock the Blitzcrank. I like that a lot from the Hellpigs.
Yeah, you almost kind of at this point wish your jungle was Jarvan. That would be such a broken champ into all 3 of what we see. Although Ashe, I mean, it'd just be good into all of them.
Nidalee banned away, so not wanting Graves into the Nidalee. But I don't think you can ban enough AP junglers here. Though J-Team have locked in an AP mid laner. I remember Lava preferring things like the Jarvan and the tankier junglers, so he may not even be interested in playing something like the Brand.
Yeah, we'll see. Lava, I mean, in 2023, he was playing some carry champs, but certainly even then did prefer the Maokai and Sejuani, which once again were the staples of that meta as well. Nidalee going to be banned. Lava did hover it temporarily, so Hellpigs are just going to choose to get rid of it. Orianna, decent matchup into the Hui, although not all that impactful. Is going to just be taken out. Twisted Fate.
Yeah, Twisted Fate, I didn't even think about him. Is probably doing quite well for himself with the ADC item update. Same with Tristana, really, who kind of just quietly was a big winner. Was already meta, and then all her items got buffed.
Yeah, that's true. The quick little... Now you get IE and Navori. It feels pretty ridiculous on the Tristana. Nico going to be banned. So targeting out the mid laners, trying to take away things. And honestly, now that I think about it, Nuli was almost reliant on the Orianna and Nico to sort of get him through the lane a lot of the time. So
yeah, I remember him being a very self-sufficient mid laner. Yeah. Would just keep himself up and farm on control mages and show up in fights.
And I was wondering, I didn't mention it, but the Twisted Fate I felt like might be a ban to try and open up the opportunity for the Cassante.
Right.
Because, I mean, you could pick the Vayne into it technically, but do you really want to have 3 AD carries?
With the Sejuani, probably not.
Yeah, as well as you're against the Graves, right? And Camille feels really, really good here.
Yeah.
Fantastic. It gives extra follow-up to the Sejuani. It even can initiate, help split up the team. makes the Zeref pick a little bit scary. Not necessarily for the lane, but as the game progresses, definitely will become harder and harder. Victor is a champ I actually love to watch. Not many people hold that same opinion, but it is just...
Yeah, I love Victor.
It is quite a fun champ to observe, I think. I don't know what it is about it, but just something I enjoy. Will be picked into. Should do fairly well into the wave. It feels like much of a 50-50 to me in many ways. Similar in range, similar in wave clear.
I think Victor's always going to be okay in lane. I'm worried about out of lane if he's just outranged in this game, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, it honestly doesn't necessarily feel like it should hold decent range against the Draven. Ashe will be annoying, but I imagine Ashe is probably going to have to deal with constant threat from Blitzcrank Asante, so I think there's an angle where the Victor should work. I do worry about it against the Camille specifically, but maybe you just have to commit for someone to be there. The Blitzcrank can help out with that, or someone can try and help out the Victor in that regard. It is going to be harder, I think, for Helpigs to make this composition work than it will be for...
I think it comes down to how good are we on the Blitzcrank.
Yeah, wow.
If they land these hooks, the game is theirs. If they don't...
Yeah. That is often how Blitzcranks come down.
Yeah, it's a lot of... And Kerry's a rookie, right?
Yeah, first time in PCS.
A lot of pressure on your shoulders. We'll see how he performs. We've seen one Blitzcrank. There was one avid Blitzcrank player. I think it was Beyond who was playing it.
Oh, yes, that makes sense. Oh, who was it? Oh, that's so long ago.
Yeah. Fang and... Who was bot lane for Beyond? Fang and... Oh, we don't remember. They played Blitzcrank. We're not new to the Blitzcrank in the PCS anyway.
You really missed out on 2023 Summer with Shao C, man. That guy was 1v9ing on Blitzcrank, just permanently 1v9ing. He even picked it up in Worlds and got it done there too. He was an absolute beast at the champ. Hopefully Kerry can show us much the same. I believe he's using Otter's Eye Blitzcrank. It just looks weird in the bush. Runes, Victor going full bank account.
Yep.
Much the same as what you'd expect, really. Nothing strikes me as awfully odd. The double Halo Blades bot lane. Kalista with Halo Blades means that almost certainly Ching9 will be going for the lethality build, which makes sense, of course. You don't really want to be auto-attacking up against this composition.
Yeah, only the Sejuani you're going to feel good with. Lethal Tempo, and Lethal Tempo doesn't even exist anymore, so I like the lethality Kalista more in general. When you can get away with it. Yep.
And get away with it. We'll see if he does. Honestly, I'm not sold that he will. Does have that cleanse, of course, was nerfed, but shouldn't be too bad. I like Chi-Chi's barrier. Barrier actually got a buff. So it is much stronger in the early game here, especially for AD carries that like to brawl. Draven Ashe are going to be pretty focused on that. 4v4 here for level 1. Sweeper's coming out. Hook does go wide, and with that, Helpig should feel a little bit scared of committing to this, as Enso is on Ashe. We've seen this story time and time again. Carries 1 HP, does flash that wall. Chi-Chi's not going to be able to get the execute just yet. And Helpigs won't have any casualties, but do lose flash on both their jungler and Abyss, and Kerry on the Blitzcrank.
Yeah, invading with the weaker level 1 4v4. Once you miss the hook there, the game is up. They've got to run for it, and against the Ashe, they get chased down and lose 2 summoners.
Yeah, I guess it's technically stronger based on one ability.
Yeah.
Which is never a guaranteed ability, whereas Enso can just auto-attack. It's a lot easier to play.
Yeah.
Hook goes wide. It's over for them. Now, this lane is going to be absolutely miserable.
Yeah, you never had any plans of really winning this lane in the 2v2?
You know the problem is, if you think back to last split, and you're like, okay, well, maybe you hook the Ashe and then you'll win the 1v. We've seen Nautilus's hook Ashe level 1 and die. Just absolutely 100-0 die because they hook the Ashe and just get autoed to death.
Yeah, especially when you've had a start like this where Blitz is coming back to lane, no potions.
Yeah, no heals.
Half HP.
There's no heal as well on Ching9, so yeah. No flash. If he does hook and gets slowed, he's probably going to die.
Yeah, jungler's pathing away, so they're going to be alone on an island bot lane for quite a while.
And this top lane is very easy for Lakai to play early on. Once one item comes through for Guang, as long as it's slightly earlier because it's cheaper in the Frozen Melon, the first blood comes through. As I'm saying that, it's going to be picked up there by Enso on the Ashe. Chi-Chi flashes away, Ignite gets put down on him, but he is completely fine and actually even keeps the barrier. It is just going to be Kerry losing his life, Ching9 staying here, and Abyss actually losing a lot of tempo for looking for that.
Yeah, pretty tragic for Hellpigs. They do get both the flashes, but they lose the flash on the Blitzcrank, and he goes down, still level 1. Is carry on the Blitzcrank, so he can't even really look to go mid or to this red buff that Lava's stealing away. I don't think he'll get these Raptors, but...
Yeah, being down double CS as Graves into Sejuani is not
not how I envisioned this matchup.
Getting destroyed in the 1v1. Yeah, that's...
Wow, okay. Yeah. That is 60% of your HP to a level 4 Sejuani. And yeah, Lava now with priority in the top lane does not have to just go back to his own jungle. He can run up on Abyss here. And
yeah, Abyss no flash. Permafrost coming out is almost certainly going to kill him. Permafrost does come out. The auto attack should confirm the kill. Will do so. Lakai tries to get there to claim that one for himself, but won't be able to do so. But it's Lava picking up absolutely everything and more here in Abyss's jungle, giving J-Team the 2-0 early lead and up almost 2k gold off the bat.
Yeah, I think he just full cleared his opponent's top side jungle. Lava has. And picked up a kill on the Graves for good measure.
I think Graves did smite the big raptor. The big chicken did go to Graves, but other than that, it's yeah, it was a pretty bleak top clear.
Yeah, he's not going to be feeling good about even getting the top raptor, I don't think.
No, this is not how you want to start as a Graves into Sejuani. The good thing about champs like Graves, Nidalee, etc. Is generally they clear their first path very, very quickly, and they can get back on the map and sort of start accumulating gold and pressure just by virtue of having more downtime on their camps. But when this is happening, you're never really going to have that much pressure.
Yeah, and it's not very easy to get back into the game on this type of champion. On the Graves and Nidalee especially, their strength is that early wave clear and skirmishing, so starting out behind against a champion that outscales you.
Yeah, you're also just almost never going to win the skirmish as Graves Victor against, I mean, especially the Sejuani Camille, but even the Hui is a lot stronger early game as we look for a dive bottom. Ching9, he's trying to kite around. He's going to have that execute in the rend, but it's not going to be enough as Chi-Chi claims himself the kill. He gets the cash in. Enso, Lava, and Chi-Chi are looking again. Kiri might find his second death here. Welcome to the PCS, but you're going back to the fountain.
Wow, really clean turret aggro juggling there from J-Team. Everyone maximized their HP bars and damage, and a very clean dive. Chang9 has both sums, no chance to use them.
God. That is absurd. I wonder if Chi-Chi gets an item. I think he might just be slightly off.
A full item, yeah.
Well, it depends what he goes for, right? If he gets Collector, I think... Oh, Collector's more expensive now, but Opportunity, he can absolutely. So bot lane is now 2 long swords to an Opportunity.
That is a full item at 6.5 minutes.
Boots of Swiftness as well for Enso.
Just watch how clean this dive is, really.
Oh, he dodges the vision.
Yeah, walks right past the Callista Sentinel and then tanks this turret while he's got Aftershock and his passive on. Actually drops it a little bit early, and Chi-Chi has to blow barrier here. But he's still going to be happy with this result overall. Gets the cash out on the Draven.
Yeah, Enso being full health, tanks it up first, holds an extra one, walks out, and no one else is going to have to tank up another shot. Yeah, perfectly played.
Grubs in the meantime for Abyss. Small consolation prize. You can call that a cross map. But when your Kalista and Blitzcrank are falling this far behind, and you don't have a team that can deal with Draven, there is no easy access to this Draven. You're just praying that a Blitzcrank hook lands.
You can, though. That can happen.
Yeah.
And, I mean, we've seen Chi-Chi in positions like this falter, so it's definitely not out of the question.
Yeah.
But it's going to be really a true showing of just how good these rookies are. Because when you fall this far behind early on, you have to be able to remain ridiculously composed or just realize it's time to absolutely send it.
Yeah.
And just, like, this far behind, honestly, yes, it is only 8 minutes into the game, but 3k gold at 8 minutes is a very substantial number, especially when almost all of it is piled onto a Sejuani to be tanky and a Draven to one-shot your team. It's very hard to find an angle around that. You also just sort of start losing more and more as the game progresses. This Camille is going to become almost impossible to deal with.
Yeah, and Lava now level 6, looking to use his ulti either mid or bot lane. And he might get a chance right now.
Rocket grab does land, and through comes the stun, but it's going to be Chi-Chi taken out. Fate's Call also used. Lava going to get knocked up, but Kerry might just be going down. He's able to run away. Slow's coming through here from that volley that Enso's putting out. Means that no one else will falter, but Chi-Chi, as I said, it has been seen before.
Did we jinx it? I feel like we may have jinxed Chi-Chi there. The only thing that can kill him is a Blitzcrank hook, and he immediately gets Blitzcrank hook.
Just gobbles one up.
Yeah, and that is going to be a lot of momentum lost. Luckily for Chi-Chi, he's already cashed out, and that gold he's received isn't going anywhere as Enso just...
Yeah, Enso staying a bit too long. Ren comes through, and once again, Ching9 going to pick up his second kill of the game, so they are fighting back. They are just trying to find these kills where they can, but Chi-Chi's coming back. He does have Flash. Whirling Death was used and unfortunately did not connect.
Yeah, Enso cannot 1v2, even with the Draven ult to help him. And 2 kills go over to Cheng. I don't think that's going to be his opportunity. Though there was a shutdown on the Draven. It is his opportunity. Yeah. Okay. So
we're back.
Bot lane is damn near even somehow. And so just a little bit ahead XP. Wise up against Carry, and another hook lands. And this is the confidence you don't want to be giving to the enemy Blitzcrank who you destroyed already in this game.
That's a little bit greedy, isn't it, fellas?
Yeah. Yeah, very playing with a bit of ego there was Enso.
It's all right.
Yeah, and
make the game more exciting.
Yeah, it's still kind of hard to get a read on this game. It feels like J-Team should outscale because they have the Camille.
Yeah, they definitely do.
But
I
at the
think
end
the
of the
comp's
day,
just much more well-rounded.
There are so many good targets for the Blitzcrank that I guess that is your scaling on the side of Hellpigs. Lakai, though.
Yeah, this is going to be very difficult for him to find a way out of this. Through will come that all out, but he might not be able to find his way back onto Lakai. He does miss there with the Natofu strikes, and it seems like the sweeping strike does mean that Lakai's going to live. You see mid lane, no, Enchanted Crystal Arrow does connect, and through will come that Hail Mary from Minji, connects, flash forward, as well as the Ren from Ching9 gets him one in return. It's a 1-for-1 in the mid lane, and everyone will run away, although Enso now, he's coming for Retribution, does get the slow onto Kerry, and once again, Minji from afar will be taking down Ching9. Reminiscent of 116 from last split, being able to land every single one of those QEs, or QW?
Yeah, Minji managed to hold on to his flash during that play as well. Lava loses his, and it was 2v4 this play. Global ults coming from the Ashe and Draven, but it starts out with Newly getting the better of Minji initially.
I didn't see that.
Yeah. So it looked like Minji was just going to go down here, but they decide to try Peel. Newly on the Victor, who incredible Ashe Arrow takes him out. And then nice Fear to save Minji, who might have gone down as well if he hadn't landed that Fear onto Cheng. Nice snipe there. Always surprised how much damage that item does, especially when he was probably just had like a tier on a lost chapter.
Now has the full upgrade.
Uh-oh, Chi-Chi.
Chi-Chi's in trouble, but that rocket grab was
a little
no way
bit
near,
wide,
to be honest.
A little bit wide on the rocket grab, but you miss every shot you don't take.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, to be fair, probably was... I possibly was predicting the walk back to dodge the hook.
Yeah.
That would have probably hit if that were to be the case, but Chi-Chi with the speed given to him
Enso
was able to just run away. Hook lands, but that's not who you want to hit. That's the only person you don't want to hook. And Fate's Call going to be used for a quick escape.
Yeah, commit very early on the Fate's Call. Could have maybe tried to bait out a Sejuani ultimate that's not even up yet.
Yeah, hard pressed to bait that. There would have been a lot of tanking required, but... Back to top lane, it is, of course, going to be J-Team's bot lane up here. They did take bot lane tower first, so that 300 gold cash injection. It's going to mean that Chi-Chi is even closer to picking up his second item of the game.
So, are they going to try dive here? Because they might not realize that the Hellpigs are actually here to stop this.
Glacial Prison comes out, it's going to land. Whirling Death comes through, and Lava's going to be able to pick up that kill with the Permafrost passive. And so tanking up as Chi-Chi claims himself yet another kill. Heal coming through. And everyone is going to get away from J-Team, but the same cannot be said for Hellpigs as Ching9 and Kerry do get taken out once again.
Yeah, Abyss is here on the Graves, but unfortunately he is just Graves. Yeah, there's nothing he can do to save his bot lane, and without the Fate's Call for the Blitzcrank, he just gets one shot in an Ashe ultimate, or maybe a Sejuani ultimate.
Oh, the hubris. Oh my.
I like it. I like it with the way this game's going.
Who did we see? Was it Who was it that bought the hubris like really confidently? It was in the finals, I think. It was Pays. I think it was Pays on Draven.
Oh, was it?
I think
in MSI
so.
final.
Yeah, I think it was at the MSI finals, and yeah, I think so. I can't remember. Anyway, Kerry, he finds a rogue in, so he's going to take an Enchanted Crystal Arrow, and is going to remain constantly slowed. The Blood Song coming through, doing quite a nice chunk of damage. It's going to force out the flash yet again from this Blitzcrank, as entire control of this map really afforded to J-Team.
Man, playing against this J-Team comp, you've got Camille, you've got Sejuani and Ashe. There is so much engage from distance that once you're this far behind, it's just, they can kind of pick up kills off cooldown, really. They didn't get a kill off of that Ashe arrow there, but a couple more members there.
Yeah, but they do get, importantly, the flash.
Yeah.
Kerry is still level 6. We are 14.5 minutes into this game.
Yeah. Yeah. It's not looking good for the Blitzcrank.
I mean, at least he unlocks his Q at level 1, so he's sort of like 5 levels past.
He's already scaled.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you do have the damage in fairness. Like, if you do land a hook onto Chi-Chi or Enso, even Minji, the Collector now coming through from this Graves, as well as obviously Ching9 with the lethality, you should be able to burst down one of them pretty much immediately. I don't think the same can be said against Lakai, and Lava is pretty unkillable as things stands. I think you need Nuli to really scale up on the Victor to be able to ever deal with the Sejuani reliably.
Yeah, luckily it is just a solo tank, Sejuani, and you have a good mix of damage on the team, so shouldn't be a completely unkillable Sedge, but you do, yeah, you need a lot more gold before we're saying that.
We're going again.
Lava's putting it to the test.
All right, it won't be able to do so, but this little combo coming through there from Halpigs as they're able to find one back. It's 1-for-1. Nuli picks up his first kill of the game there onto Enso. It is answered back, though, of course, as Kerry's taken out, but what a fantastic play out of Halpigs. If you want to find your way back into the game, that's one way to do it. Is Enso on your screen giggling at what just occurred to him.
Yeah, I forgot you could do that combination with Kalista and Blitzcrank. You can hook and then pull them further in, as they did to Enso, who also lost his flash and still went down there. Dragon still goes the way of J-Team. So Rift Herald charge from Lava, and we're not really worried about this until he goes for the second charge.
You're not worried about him, to be fair.
Yeah.
He's a bit tanky.
So he goes for the second charge here, and I think this was just a blind hook.
Oh, I think he was going for the knock-up. He wasn't even going for the charge.
Goes for the hook, gets pulled in. Yeah, and that's an easy kill.
That Enso almost escapes. It actually took Kerry suiciding to be able to pick up that kill on the back.
Very close to killing Lava, too. So they do have damage. Coming from somewhere on this Hellpigs team. I guess the Victor. I haven't actually seen a single Victor. It makes sense that he'd be good with the new items.
Yeah.
But yeah, I haven't seen anyone play it yet.
Yeah, it looks like he will be picking up Leandri's second, so just going to be stacking a lot of burns. That Enchanted Crystal Arrow will not connect, but Nuli, he has flash. Is he really going to be able to get out of this? Glacial Prison actually is not available. Permafrost coming through, though, should mean he does go down. He's not going to get out of this one anymore, and Minji picks himself up, I believe, his first of the game. Though cross-map was achieved from Halpigs, as Guangwang's going to be able to take that shutdown away from Lakai, who was 0-0-0.
Yeah, and who needed to be slowed down by the look of things. He was up 20 CS, working his way to his second item. Once he gets the Ravenous Hydra, I don't think Cassante can really move him in the side lane at all.
Yeah, absolutely not.
As you see already, Gongon has to just sit off the wave and let the Camille push, but Lakai does face check on the weak side of the map here.
Nice cancel.
Yeah. Lakai maybe just overestimating how easily you can usually escape on the Camille.
Yeah, it's really hard to ever escape. Even if you have flash and so much gap to be closed with your E, Ghost just catches up anyway.
TP out, nice from Guangguan.
Yeah, keeps himself alive. He is also probably not going to really need that TP in the near future. I don't think maybe you have to commit to this Mountain Dragon, but even then, if you do have to, you probably just want to have your Cassante there already, and you're probably going to have to lose a side lane tower to try and force that you get this dragon, but...
Yeah, Victor has TP up for any wave management that needs to be done.
Yeah.
So he'll be okay, and Lakai's missing his TP too.
I do worry that Camille gets to a point that he just jumps and one-shots Nuli under a tower, though.
Yeah.
He is...
Yeah, he's not built to deal with this Camille at all. He's building to kill the Sejuani.
I mean, he'll kill everyone with these items, but Camille probably hard. Just, it is so much hard to difficult, but hard to deal with. Nuli, once again, he's going to get caught in the exact same position as last time. This time, even easier, being that the Sejuani ult is up and available. He's returning quite a lot of damage there with that Chaos Storm. He might even be able to pick up the solo kill! Minji on 1 HP does burn down! And despite the numbers advantage, it's Nuli who's able to return out one for Hellpigs.
Yeah, that is a monster play from Nuli now, who held on to his flash, got Minji's flash, and killed him in a 1v4, I think it was. That is going to take the momentum completely out of J-Team's sails. As it's actually Hellpigs looking...
Oh,
nice.
Carry, nice. That is definitely a trade you'll take every single day of the week.
Yeah, Draven very reliant on the flash to keep himself safe. Has to be always watching for the Blitzcrank hooks now and the Cassante flanks. This is a 3-item Draven now. Would be a massive shutdown to get. He doesn't actually have a shutdown, which is interesting.
Yeah, Camille did. She was 0-0-0.
Yeah, no shutdowns across the board.
Which is criminal,
yeah,
considering a 6K advantage, yeah. Even objectives aren't it. Oh, no, objectives are a shutdown. There's little gold rings around those towers.
Is that how you can tell? Yeah, okay.
Although, where are you ever getting a tower? The Victorverse way? Probably not.
No, that would be your best bet, because the Cassante isn't.
Definitely not.
The Kalista is never leaving her tower. Pretty much since the level 1 this game.
Yeah, I wonder how much different this game would look if that level 1, the hook connected. It was close, but didn't unfortunately land, and it kind of costed so much tempo in the early stage of the game.
Yeah, it was kind of hard to imagine, even with a hook landing, Hellpigs winning.
Well, I mean, they have a lot of
4v4.
burst, right? Like, Graves, I don't know what ability he started, but either E or Q was going to do quite a lot of burst.
Yeah.
Victor, not that useful, but Kalista, of course, is...
Yeah, very good level 1.
I mean, the only 2 champs that are maybe better than Kalista level 1 might just be Draven and Ashe. Hook does connect, though, and Chi-Chi no flash. And there's what you're seeing, the fruits of the labor, as Kiri's able to Hex Flash over. Chi-Chi no response. It is now going to be a 4v5 at best, although maybe it's going to be a 4v4 as Lakai jumps onto Nuli. He is using that gravitational field to not allow Lakai any follow-up on those auto attacks. Hook lands here onto Lalva. It's a 4v3 in the mid lane. Teleport available here for both of these top laners. Nuli, though, he is going to not have it available as one does go down. It's going to be Abyss picking up that one. Minji does manage to return 2 as the burn finds Abyss on the back end. Fate's Call's going to get Carry out. And they aren't going to connect on the back end there, will Minji. So all things said and done, it is a 2 for 2 in the mid lane. But ultimately 3 kills picked up for Hellpigs on the play. So they do come slightly better off.
Yeah, I think you're okay with that overall as the Hellpigs. You were delighted at the Draven kill, as I think J-Team are just hitting this Baron. They are on vision.
Yeah, Lakai teleports in, so it is going to be 3 of them available here for this one. As Chi-Chi does arrive to the play. It doesn't look like there should be any realistic answer. Teleport available for Guangwang, but that's in 5 more seconds. Will he be even able to spawn in time? Absolutely not. Wavy Rend! Oh, it was 500 HP, but wasn't able to get it.
Okay, and yeah, J-Team somehow come out of this whole sequence with a Baron. This is the re-engage. They've already killed the Draven, so Hellpigs feel emboldened to fight, and a lot of cooldowns actually used on this Blitzcrank initially. But it's really only Cassante who's doing anything in this fight. Everyone else is just standing around to get killed by Minji.
Yeah, and, Minji...
Oh, they walk into the... Oh. Yeah, Abyss there walks into the ulti. The Hui ulti.
I want to see Minji's damage in that fight. I hope we get the graphic. Oh, there we go. 6,300. He did more than the entire other team combined.
Yeah.
That is ridiculous. Lakai once again looking for Nuli. No gravitational field. He flashes forward. Not going to be able to find that kill with that Q. Lakai actually misses the E. But it will be 1 kill found. Teleport was committed. Guangwang picks himself up. That hook shot, unfortunately, not quite hitting the wall. Maybe going to be able to look for Nuli if it did.
Yeah, with their wave clear in the top lane, though, Hellpigs have had to give up mid-tier 2 and a lot of damage on this tier 3, though Chi-Chi's too low to keep going.
Whirling Death, only 1 part lands. Kiri flashes forward, does eat a fear, eats Whirling.
Oh, wow.
Oh my god. 1 HP.
Yeah, very close to going down there. There is no Sejuani ult, but I don't think J-Team are gonna be contested on this Dragon. Not with TP down on this Cassante.
This is Spiraling Despair? Is that Hui ult? I've forgotten.
No idea.
I think it's Spiraling Despair. Anyway, Dragon now. This will be number 3. Mountain Soul on the table in 5 more minutes here for J-Team. Don't really think they should need it, but it will just almost secure that game 1 is going to be won by them. Of course, make sure you don't forget it is a best of 3, so even if game 1 is won by J-Team, there is still an opportunity for Halpigs to pick up the series. Although last split we did see the win-loss actually become very, very important for the standings.
Yeah, every game mattered.
Yeah,
by
it did
the end of
really
last
come down. The last day of the broadcast, and the second to last day of the broadcast was when we finally found out who was actually going to make it to playoffs.
Yeah, it felt like places 2 through to 6 or 7 were undetermined.
Yeah, so
Lava is a Sejuani.
While you can win 2-1, you certainly want it to be 2-0, as it just makes that final grind to get those better placings in the playoffs, get into the contender group instead of the challenger group, and just makes it all that much easier. Now, J-Team are sieging up. This Baron does not have much legs left in it. 9 seconds remaining. This inner tower looks like it's pretty hard for them to take, although Guang and Kerry very, very low. This next minion wave, though it won't be buffed, might just be enough, and in fact, don't even need it.
Yeah, so that is all the outers cleaned up now for J-Team. They have the choice how they want to play this. Their Baron is gone, so they can either just play all their lanes, clear enemy jungle as Lakai is doing, and if they play this game slowly, it's hard to imagine them losing with the objective lead they have, and the gold lead they have.
This is, as someone that plays Camille and those kinds of champions, the most optimal game for a Camille. You are 0-2-0 and just giga winning.
Yeah, 50 CS up, just farming ahead of the clock, and yeah, your team is winning.
Walk into enemy jungle and take it whenever you want.
Yeah.
Just do whatever you want. Maybe you die, but that just means they've committed 2 to you and your team is taking a major objective on the other side of the map.
Yeah, Lakai also got a solo tier 2 turret in the bot lane. So he would be very close to his 3rd item now, I think. He's picking up jungle camps whenever he can.
Yeah, I wonder what he'd go for. Maybe Sterex. Sterex wouldn't be the worst. It's a very good item up against champs like Kalista, like Graves.
Yeah, good item with mountain dragons stacked up as well. Extra resists, so you get extra HP. Effective HP when your shield procs.
Yeah, for sure.
Now, yeah, game should slow down a bit. I don't think J-Team should really be trying to crack the base with the Draven. They can set up a 1-3-1 if they really want to, but I feel like you have a question for me.
I do. I think we're going into lull period, so very important question. Top 3 things you're most excited for this split?
Top 3 things.
Yeah.
Wako.
Wako, yeah. That's on my list too.
Yeah, you've told me a lot about Wako, and I'm excited to see him.
Yeah, hopefully
on Frank.
Yeah, hopefully we don't have the same unfortunate situation that he faced on J-Team on Frank, but Frank seems to be fairly stable.
Yeah, Driver on CFO is going to be very interesting to me.
I wonder how much game time he'll get.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm curious about, because that seems like a difficult choice for a coach to make.
Yeah, it might even end up being similar to the Jimmy and Pretender situation.
Yeah, where it's hard to pick a difference between the 2 players, really. They both seem great.
It feels like Rest is maybe more solid, but Driver is more likely to just demolish an entire game solo.
Yeah. Yeah, it kind of depends what you feel like you need. If you're CFO.
For sure.
It feels like Gory kind of has that identity too of not being solid, but he can demolish a game or solo lose you a game, and maybe you don't want Driver in.
Feast or famine.
Yeah, feast or famine.
Yeah, it does feel like that, right? Gory, we've seen him just obliterate entire teams by himself.
Yeah.
And then we've seen him obliterate his team by himself. Yin and yang.
Arrow goes wide.
Yeah, it does go wide. It looked like both Halpigs and the J-Team were pretty excited to get back into the action. But unfortunately, was not to be.
Yeah, so it feels like Hellpigs are going to have one more chance to fight this game.
Yeah, this Baron likely it. Root comes through. Lalva actually getting very low, but the Whirling Death is going to be enough to take down at least one member. It's Kiri going down first. Through will come in, so these slows are going to be annoying. Hook shot misses, but the Abyss will go down as G9 flashes away and is executed once again by Minji. Only one remains. It's a Kasante versus 5, and there is no way that Guang can defend this, as all 5 members of J-Team, all they have to do is march down these objectives and finish this one off.
Yeah, one more fight, but I wasn't expecting it. Literally just one more fight and the game is over. J-Team picked apart Hellpigs in that fight. Never really felt like anyone was in trouble on the
Kiri's
side.
respawn. Guangwan's trying to do what he can, but his health's getting awfully low. Does get taken out. Lakai, he's got an even KDA. He's done it. He's back in this game. As the game should likely end, Abyss will be spawning very soon, and there is no minion wave. So it looks like J-Team actually going to have to run away. Very low health bars.
Yeah, lest you get triple killed by a Graves ult, you just have to back.
Yep. Okay, so game does continue, but this recall's coming through. Long death time on Guangwan means that there really isn't a realistic Baron call to be made here.
Yeah.
It is also lethality Callista.
Hellpigs should try snap up this dragon if they can. So the fight starts with the Blitz Hook on the Sejuani, and no Callista ult used is very curious from Cheng to save his support. And then Nully actually just gets split completely from his team. Lakai is able to finish off the Graves and just waddle on out.
Well, back to live. Lakai is just taking half of Abyss's health off of him. That's a Cho'Gath ult on his Q. Ching9 now trying to kite around lethality though, and it's going to be Chi-Chi picking up a double kill. Guang is trying to find Summon. All out comes through. Triple kill now for Chi-Chi. He's looking potentially for the Quadra. Game number 1 of the PCS being back, and Chi-Chi picks up the pentakill on Draven.
Yeah, we were worried about how he would do with his lead. There's the answer to our question. Pentakill. That is an incredible start for J-Team. You got to be happy to hit the enemy nexus now and close it up. Good on Hellpigs. They tried to get the dragon. I think that was the best case scenario for them after they forced J-Team back to try pick up a dragon and delay the enemy soul, but I'm not sure you were even delaying into a game you outscaled.
Yeah. I don't think you are either, but they did have to, of course, put their best foot forward to try and find some way back in that game. Unfortunately, they tried a little too hard. Chi-Chi picks up himself a pentakill in his first game, in the first game of PCS Summer.
Put the camera on the man already. Let's see him.
Yeah, we're coming. There he is.
Cool, calm, and collected.
There he is. Back to backstage, trying to talk about it. Trying to break down.
Not even a smile on his face. He's too cool.
Has Hellpigs. Where do you focus for next game? Because it felt like level 1 absolutely ruined the game.
Yeah, that's true.
They did find a couple hooks to try and fight their way back in. Honestly, Draven was up like 2k gold. They got a little bit of that back, and the entire team, I believe, of J-Team was up something like 3k gold. And then after the 2 hooks, they're up like 2k gold. So I was like, yes, you got back a little bit. Callista now has an opportunity, similar to Draven. But they were still very far behind. I mean, Sejuani, after how level 1 went so bad, just invades the Graves, who was bot lane trying to save his bot lane from a dive. Wasn't able to do so.
Yeah.
Goes to his top lane. Red's already taken. Smites away the Raptor. Then dies to the Sejuani up at his Grump. And the game at that stage is like, how do you ever come back? It just feels completely over. And we are 3 minutes in.
Isn't that just the problem with Graves? Once you're just that tiny bit behind, you are just down a jungler for the entire game. Yeah, you have to be ahead, and probably significantly ahead if you're going to make the Graves work. We've seen it a few times and not been fans of it, no matter who's playing it.
No, so Junja had a really good Graves game.
I don't even remember.
It was at the starters, but he was a beast. But he's the exception.
Yeah, leave it to Junjia.
Not the rule.
Leave the Graves to the Junjia, maybe. And yeah, just not the Graves. Maybe a better assessment of the level 1, because there has to be a lot you can look at. If the enemy AD carry recalled at 6.5 minutes and bought a full item.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And it does, once again, really stem off that level 1. Because I think if that Blitzcrank hook lands, yes, maybe you get a kill and it might be beneficial for you.
Yeah, or maybe you just get a flash.
You might hook Lalva and you might get the kill, but then you're all going to be slowed by Enso on the Ashe and you might all just die anyway. It's really hard to say. I think if you see Ashe Draven in particular, you probably shouldn't go for an invade.
And even just the Ashe in general, you have to be absolutely certain that you will win this fight, because if you're losing the fight, you're at the very best losing your flash.
Yeah, I think it as well. It's like you have to have a team comp that can win level 1 and execute exactly how you need to, because she is by far the most punishing level 1 champ in the game. It doesn't come close to absolutely anyone else.
Yeah, and I loved the Ashe first pick from J Team. It's a flex pick, now truly a flex pick. ADC Ashe is a very strong pick, and if they take risks like they did this game, where they're locking in Kalista into an Ashe already locked in, double ADC is a no-brainer at that point, and you get the 2 best AD carry champs into Kalista. Completely shuts down Cheng, who is someone we've seen get leads in lane, be a very strong laner, and he just didn't get to play it all this game.
Yeah, I mean, he briefly in Champion Select hovered the Varus, and I wonder how much better of a pick Varus might have been, because it operates in the lane somewhat similarly. You're not really going to be able to beat the Ashe Draven. You're going to be oftentimes farming with your Q and maybe following up on a Blitzcrank hook landing. Yeah. But as the game progresses, you just do more damage from afar. You're able to stand around. Chain of Corruption is a lot more utility than the Fate's Call. Yes, it can save your support every now and then, which may be good when you are the Blitzcrank. And we saw that one combo they had with their hook.
Yeah.
But ultimately, I mean, it just feels like maybe the Kalista's not going to work when they have this perfect option. But take us through this.
This is the second dive, I believe. And yeah, it starts with Lava tanking here. Aggro switches to Chi-Chi. Everyone is just tanking 1 or 2 turret shots at a time, focusing down the same target, making sure everyone's in position to do damage when the dive starts, so they minimize the damage they take back from the turret. And Minji with a monster performance on the
we didn't even talk about that guy.
Yeah, the game just wasn't really revolving around him all that much, but anytime he was on screen, it just felt like he was landing every spell.
Yeah.
And yeah, as we expected, Hui nerfs not really felt.
No.
Not yet, anyway.
I mean, what was this nerfs? It was like Q, W, I think. And like, those seem like, was it Q, W?
I have no idea.
QW's the lava. I don't remember which two it was.
That's his way clear, yeah.
Yeah, but like, every single kill he got was just QE pretty much. Almost all of them. There was that one QW where Abyss sort of walked into it on the graves and got popped with some of the burn damage and ended up dying, but yeah, I mean, Minji, standout performance there. It was, again, as you said, all the action was kind of around this Draven and Kalista, which you kind of expect, but it was Minji, actually, who was offering the most amount of damage for his team. Lava, once again, I think this is going to be a trend once again in the split, where most damage taken per death is almost always going to be the jungler.
We'll see. Maybe we'll have an AP jungle meta.
Yeah.
We'll see, but they might still end up just taking the most damage somehow. Junglers just do. Honestly, Nully, pretty good game.
Nah, those 2 deaths in a row top lane were egregious.
Well, he got one of them. He got 1-for-1, didn't he?
Yeah, that's right. The one that seemed more egregious, he ended up getting a kill. He killed Minji. Yeah, that was actually impressive.
Yeah,
that's right. I completely forgot. And that was the one death that Minji had, was a 2/4v1 in which he went down. But did pick up player of the game. Definitely deserved. He was the most consistent member of his team, and I think that's by a pretty far margin.
Yeah, it didn't feel like bot lane. I guess bot lane really did 2v2 dive them for their first kill, though.
Yeah, but then giving over
2v3
giving over multiple deaths as the Draven when you're that far ahead, it never feels that good.
Yeah. Minji just had a game that we cannot complain about.
Yeah.
What can we fault him for this game? Nothing really.
What can we compliment him for? A lot. So.
Yeah, quite a few things.
Just landing
including
constant,
that snipe there.
Constant snipes, even saving himself with a really well-placed fear. G9 having to run away, and he ends up picking up this kill too off the back end, so that's not even with the slow. Enso's volley did not connect, so it was just perfect positioning.
Yeah. Very impressive skill shot placement and very impressive damage on that ability. I'm always amazed when it does over 300 damage.
Yeah, it has an execute and also does more damage when someone's CC'd or something. Otherwise, it does, if you just randomly hit it, it kind of just does nothing. It does like 70 damage, but if they're low health, it has an execute on it. Not a very high execute, but an execute. And then if they're CC'd, it also does bonus damage. So you kind of can combo it with your
what did
EW. Your EW, because it comes with the root, and then you can sort of combo with that. Does a lot more damage than just landing one.
What did he build after the Seraphs? I don't remember. Did he go for the Blackfire Torch? I doubt it. I don't think you need that much mana.
He might have been Leandri's, I think. I think he might have gone Leandri's.
Makes sense.
Similar to what we saw last split, honestly. We saw a lot of Ludens from bot lane Hui. And in particular, I believe it's... Who was it? Tide? No. Not Orca. Orca was playing a lot of the Hui bot, and I think he often went for the Ludens, and I think in mid lane we often saw Seraphs, and then Horizon Focus was last split. We didn't really see the Leandries till like 3rd, 4th, but it was Horizon Focus, so not going for that one. But game number 1 of the PCS Summer has done and dusted. We're going to go to a break. Once we're back, game number 2, see if Halpix can fight back.
即将准备登机。
旅客何淑慧，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
China Airlines passenger Michael Chen, your third flight to Seattle is now ready for boarding.
华航直飞西雅图，7月14正式起航。
You got me off the ground, and I was earthbound. When my mirror was invisible, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. Hey, you got me off the ground when I was earthbound. Hey, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. You're like a fire. I feel safe in your white fire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. You're like a fire. I feel safe in your white fire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. You got me off the ground, and I was earthbound. When my mirror was invisible, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. You got me lost for words, and it might sound absurd. You're like dope and adrenaline. It's like both well and genuine. Hey, you got me off the ground when I was earthbound. Hey, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. You're like a fire. I feel safe in your white fire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. You're like a fire. I feel safe in your white fire, in your flames, in your barbed wire.
Electric.
Welcome back, everybody. Game number one, absolute banger to start off the split. Pentakill already.
Yeah.
Already. Has any other region had a pentakill yet? That's my question.
I would be very surprised if someone beat our record, which is definitely the fastest.
World's first.
30 minutes.
30 minutes into the split penta. It was impressive, and it was Chi-Chi who was able to pick it up on the Draven. Now heading into game number 2, it is going to be HPS picking up this blue side. Now, what's that going to change about the draft? Does that mean we're going to see Ashe ban? Because, I mean, I talked about Ashe bans the entirety of last split.
Yeah.
I'm kind of sick of talking about Ashe bans.
And these teams were the culprits.
Yeah.
Last split as well, just leaving the Ashe
They
open.
did. That's right. They were criminal. DCG as well. Always left open Ashe just for fun. But hasn't been left open yet. Was picked up and was pretty successful. There was one little bit of a happy moment that... who was it? Enso had on the Ashe, got a bit too
hooked,
ahead of himself.
Chi-Chi got himself hooked a couple times as well. Not a bad game from Kerry on the Blitzcrank, considering the situation he found himself in. Behind as Blitzcrank, you're usually hooking some tank and getting your team killed, as we saw a little bit later in the game. But he was still finding a couple of hooks onto key members, mostly enemy bot lane.
Yeah, found quite a few picks onto Chi-Chi, and if not, was able to get flash a couple times, so...
Yeah, he just didn't have much following him up, really, once they fell behind. Victor has some good damage. Graves wasn't really going to be able to do anything.
I think I just saw Lalva does not have a mouse pad.
Oh.
There's no way, right? The last time I played with no mouse pad was like when I was 16 and I had the most budget set. I was like playing on my bed, you know, like just absolute.
Maybe that's just his element, his environment. Draven banned away.
Yeah, I'm gonna take that one away. I don't hate it.
Yeah, so I think
he got a penta, got very far ahead.
Yeah, I think HPS will be happy to first pick the Kalista, I guess, even if Ashe is open.
I kind of hope not, but I kind of like the idea of getting aggressive level 1, but the problem was you were just against
Ashe,
2 of the strongest level 1 champions in the game, so it makes it pretty hard. LeBlanc, once again, will be banned, this time from J-Team on the red side. They banned it on blue side last time.
Yeah, and they pretty much have their pick of bans. I don't remember what they banned last time.
No, Rumble. Was HPS banned Rumble? No,
they banned the
HPS
Kalista.
did. Yeah, Kalista banned. Nautilus was the ban from HPS, but they did pick up the Draven ban, so...
Yeah, Tristana might be left open this time around. Corki and Tristana and Skarner were all banned.
Yeah.
Last game, so something's getting through.
Yeah, and HPS is going to get to gobble up whatever it is if they choose to. So, okay, 2 of them are getting through. At this stage, it will become a trade, most likely.
Yeah.
Skarner, I would have to expect to be the ban. I think that seems like the most broken to me, at least.
Yeah. Yeah, and then you can take what's left of Corki Tristana.
Yeah. Might just end up being your mid lane matchup. Skarner is taken away, so yeah. Tristana remains open.
Yeah, the problem with first picking the Trist is Hui is a very good matchup into it. So, okay, they do go for the Corki. I've actually mostly seen this mid. Competitively anyway. And if it does go mid, Tristana is a great matchup into it. You can now flex the Corki to ADC and take the Hui into the Tristana.
Trish can do the same, so...
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think you can immediately see this and just pick up the Hui. I think you have to see a little bit more from the J-Team pick bans to actually be able to decipher exactly where it's going, although most likely would be mid.
Yeah, this is a good spot, I think, to just take your AP jungler. If you've got an AP jungler you play now...
It could just be, once again, the Sedge. Nautilus,
Nautilus,
true. Yeah, Nautilus open. Okay.
How could we forget?
Now, I think this means that Triss can absolutely be bottom still. Be aggressive. Triss does like to be aggressive. Also, Triss pretty good. One of the AD carries that is most reliable as a sort of leaver alone in the bot lane and
Insta-lock Karthus. Insta-lock Rel.
Okay.
So HPS already knew what they were picking by the look of things.
I like it. Decisiveness.
Yeah, Karthus means it probably will be just the Corki mid.
Yeah, and likely to see anything like we saw from this last game where he goes level 3 to try and defend his bot lane from a dive. I think that was a massive detriment, as we touched on at the end of the game. Champs like Graves and the Karthus, if you do fall behind in tempo, it becomes increasingly difficult to actually find yourself in a position where you are strong enough to contest. Varus locked in means it is going to be this Tristana mid, and that's absolute confirmation, but it also means we head into the bans and J-Team can choose to ban out the Hui if that's what they want to do, although last time they did ban Nico and Orianna, but
I think they're fine leaving the Hui up because Hui Karthus just sounds
that's
like
a lot of AP.
Abysmal mid jungle duo. Hellpigs do get to ban matchups, get their preferred matchup with the Karthus. If he can just power farm into the game, already Tristana and Varus don't do anything against Karthus ult, they just lose half their HP.
Yeah, and that's a good point you raised about the Karthus being there. It does mean that almost certainly you want to have this Corki mid now because you can't really afford to have double AP in the top side. It just makes your skirmishing so much weaker. Sort of, you build Merc Treads even, or just the Shroud and can't really kill anyone anymore.
Yeah, J-Team ban away the Jace, so that's another good AD top. You want an AD top laner. You want to be full AD other than the Karthus.
You could theoretically look for something like the Cassante. Cassante does do damage, true and physical. And obviously, Karthus doesn't mind having a tank there in his team. Ivern, possibly the lock-in. I do believe Ivern was one of the few non-traditional tanks we saw Lauva actually play last split. So
okay, yeah. It seems like a good pick into the Karthus.
Yeah, and it pairs very well with double AD carry on your team, so has a lot of targets to try and find.
I like the
safety.
Ivern. I like the Ivern a lot here, and now Hellpigs have to respond with their ADC and top laner.
Okay, probably a
Sivir.
first strike Sivir in the bot lane. Ends up, if all things remain even, does just tend to find herself very far ahead in gold, as first strike will constantly proc and constantly give her much more damage than in the past. Cassante locked in, Twisted Fate open. It looks like Lakai might be headed towards it, although we've seen him very, very successful on the Gwen in this particular matchup.
Yeah,
the AP
they need
would
AP.
be very good.
Yeah, they need AP somewhere in this comp. Otherwise, this Cassante is just going to be unkillable.
And there it is. Once again, I'm looking at the comps. I
like J-Team.
Don't necessarily favor J-Team, but I think their comp's a lot easier to execute on.
Yeah.
You're quite reliant on this Karthus finding himself ahead. If he does end up behind, armor makes this game very difficult.
Yeah, and Corki has been a very high priority pick still after his rework, but I haven't seen it at least be as impactful as the old AP Corki. I felt like he had a niche for himself playing around the package for objectives and getting some poke.
Yeah, and you'd only pick him in matchups that it would work, right? Whereas now it's just kind of picked.
Yeah, you're just picking him blind.
It probably is objectively stronger, but it's not getting good matchups. Whereas last year even, every time we've seen Corki in the mid lane, it's traditionally picked when it's getting a good matchup for itself. Whereas now it's just being picked and you can pick against it. It might struggle a little bit early on, or it might struggle against you later on, but ultimately, you are just going to end up having worse matchups than you did in the past.
Yeah, and missing the package feels like it really hurts Corki, but we'll see how they go this game. It should just be Halo Blades Corki into the Tristana, into like either a Collector or an Opportunity first. Seem to be the more popular items.
Okay. I mean, looking to this game, definitely shouldn't be a level 1. I don't think.
Yeah, I don't think either team. Maybe the team with Ivern on it. He's pretty good in the level 1.
Yeah, decent. You can get a melee champion directly on top of someone, which obviously will help. But, I mean, ultimately, it's definitely Hellpigs that don't want the level 1. And it's also not first strike Sivir. It's going to be the fleet footwork.
Yeah, just right-click, crit Sivir.
Yeah, even the first strike also goes crit Sivir, but
I didn't know that.
It's going to be the root landing, flash for Abyss, and flash forward here from Lauva. First blood already. J-Team picking that one up nice and early. Stun won't connect quite for Kiri, but once again, flying start.
Yeah, can't deny away Karthus' camps, I don't think. Too long until the camp spawn, so just going to back off.
Did lose flash, which is really scary.
Yeah, you hate to see it. if you're the Karthus. Probably had to just flash the initial Ivern route. Lava looked like he flashed to land that. Is just going to suck for his mid laner more than anything. It's not going to affect him as long as he's not punished for not having this flash.
And Lakai going to walk in.
Yeah.
Obviously knows, because of this wall, that Abyss is up here. Wasn't ever truly threatening.
Yeah, not...
it's not
Karthus actually... Yeah, and Karthus is not very weak at level 1.
No, yeah. Especially in an isolated area like that. Hook lands. Pretty even trade here on the bot side. Obviously, bot lane not really impacted at all by what just occurred.
Yeah, so scaling... Probably the Hell Picks, but J-Team very good scaling too, as Minji's going to take a very good trade here.
I think the scaling favors Hell Picks dependent almost on Larva's items, because Larva can, being the Ivern, build quite a lot of items that completely shut down Requiem almost.
Yeah.
You can get Locket if you want, you can go for Redemption to heal up afterwards.
Yeah.
You have quite a lot of versatility in anti-Karthus items when you are playing a champion like the Ivern. Abyss now, he's low on health, he has no flash, and he's going to run into a Larva. Rooted up, Trigger Seed does also proc for that slow as Larva's trying to battle down Abyss's health bar. But it is going to be these Skittles landing time and time again. Larva, though, he's trying to get himself away. There's nowhere really from to queue out. The hook from Enso, but it is going to be one kill found, and Cheng9's going to be the benefactor of that one. Now Abyss, he does get a lot of mana back. He has the blue buff, but he is going to be taken out as Minji flashes forward. That's a second of the game. Blue buff now on to this Tristana as Kiri tries to land that stun. It won't be able to do so. Chi-Chi turning around, though. This might be dangerous as Cheng9 has the red buff. Clean's going to be used to try to get rid of that slow, but it might not be enough. The auto attack reset, but not quite the damage found, as it is going to be a 1-for-1, but once again, Minji 2-0 on this Tristana middle.
Yeah, Cheng9 actually has Spell Shield on the Sivir at level 2 instead of the Boomerang. Might have changed this play. And yeah, this was very risky from Lava. Ivern, not a whole lot of damage at this point in the game, or any really. Abyss actually picks up the entire camp while he's killing Lava here. And then very theatrical escape almost from Lava. Lands the Q onto the Rel as she gets hooked away. Nice save from Enso, but he's ultimately just running into the Sivir. And Minji, destroying mid lane, is able to just roam down, commits his flash to slowing down the Karthus. If both junglers are low economy and we're fighting a lot like this, Ivern, you'd rather have the Ivern.
Yeah.
10 times out of 10.
Yeah, his items are much cheaper.
Yeah, so I like that Lava is invading with the priority he has in his lanes and just slowing down the Karthus. Because you're not going to clear nearly as fast. Even look at the camps now.
Yeah, and one thing we didn't mention is before that skirmish even occurred, Lava did take away the red buff. So
oh, okay, I didn't even notice that.
Yeah, he walked in, prepped it up, smited it. He was level 2 to a level 3 Karthus, but did manage to take away one of the camps, came back to pick up what he'd already cooked up in his own jungle. Wall of Pain coming through as Abyss tries to look for something on a Minji, no flash available, and he's landing constant
yeah, +1 Dark Harvest for Abyss, but minus a flash for Nuli. Must have had his Valkyrie on cooldown. So well played by Lava to time that gank. And everyone is in mid.
Yeah, we ate ramen. Nautilus Rel.
Oh, top lane is going dreadfully for...
Oh yeah, I don't really know what Cassandre is supposed to do in this matchup. You can kind of have a little bit of play once you get one item, but the problem is, for that you kind of, and it was in the past as well, it was the Kainic Recurn, and sort of the shield allowed you to trade and actually win the trades against Gwen at one item. Problem is that item's been nerfed a lot, and in this game, do you really want to go Kainic first, considering you are up against double AD carry?
Yeah, I think he will still build an MR item first and then go full armor, and that's going to mean that as we get to 2, 3, 4 items, Gwen is going to be a monster.
I almost think he should just go first item Sunfire Cape and just wave clear, but Spectre's Cowl picked up, so that will not be the case.
Could do something similar with Hollow Radiance.
Yeah, Hollow Radiance just kind of sucks, I think. Unless you're playing Senna Nautilus.
Yeah, or Senna Ornn. Raptors denied away by Lava. He's doing a good job of staying on top of these camp respawns, and he's got a level lead on the Karthus.
Yep, definitely not the position you want to be in. But
yeah.
Such is it when you die level 1 as a Karthus. It's kind of hard to find your way back in, and Ivan doesn't need to be ahead. If he was a regular jungle, probably would have just found himself up 10, 20 CS, but instead just trying to slow down the Karthus. Nice stun lands, but not really much to follow up on.
Yeah, just a bit out of range. Chi-Chi playing far back enough. Yeah, Nully pretty ungankable. Ivern gank is never gonna really kill the Corki. Managed to get his flash last time.
Yeah, both mid laners don't feel like they should really die. Maybe you could argue that Corki's a little bit more vulnerable if Enso's there to follow up, but he's not even level 6. It's going to be the dismount from Kiri. He gets himself out. Pierce arrow connects, but it just takes away the shield. Nothing really too drastic.
Yeah, a lot of Ivern ganks are going to look like that. He just walks up, and the enemies walk away.
Must say, Abyss is very good at landing these
Karthus
late
juice.
wastes.
Yeah.
Oh, rocket jump forward. Nully taking quite a lot of damage from the satchel charge, and half HP. Definitely losing out in this lane, but kind of not to the fault of his own in many ways.
Yeah, Minji just has 2 kills. Pretty much for free. The first kill he just got off of that level 1 play, and Helpig's fighting hard to get this wave in. It looks like they have managed it though.
Lava's here, and he's extremely fast.
Oh,
I didn't see his runes, but he must have... Does he have the... What is it? Water Walker? Is that what it's called?
Oh, yeah, water walking.
Yeah. I believe he has that.
Honestly, all of these lanes for Helpigs might just be ungankable. Abyss might be the only person Lava can really focus on this game. Because Sivir isn't going to go down to Nautilus and Ivern engages ever. I think Cheng9 would have to really mess up.
Yeah, I think both junglers are kind of just throwing things at walls to try and get a gank here. I mean,
yeah, and I think that favors Karthus. That game state, as you can see, is already up a bit of CS now, recovered fully, and just full clear after full clear. Has his ulti now.
Yeah, I think I'd really like to see J-Team and Lalva head towards this dragon.
Yeah.
Varus is strong. Tristana is definitely stronger than this Corki, and I think putting Karthus on a timer is probably the optimal thing to do. Although I don't think you're necessarily out of the game if Karthus does end up getting some items, because once again, Lalva will just get 1 or 2 items and somewhat negate the Karthus more than most champs.
Redemptions, lockets.
I think Nautilus might go for locket, but...
Yeah, it makes sense against Karthus. And Karthus needs a lot of items before he can, blast through those items. Hook
it's
onto
like 3
Rel.
items, yeah. Okay, Daisy comes out, but won't be anything really to do here. You are just going to want to have Daisy out for this dragon anyway, so not really that much of a loss. Chain of Corruption though, Cheng9, is that Abyss, sorry, was just caught lacking a little bit there. Through will come this Requiem, but there is absolutely no damage going to be landing from that. And Dragon was stopped, but it did come at the price of 2 members there, both Kiri and Abyss taken out.
Yeah, and this Tristana's becoming a problem, already a problem. Kraken Slayer at 9 minutes now for Minji. Yeah, they're not making Nully's life very easy this game. He has gone for the Fleet Footwork Triforce build, which hasn't looked as strong to me as the Halo Blades version, but we'll see what he can do this game. And Helpigs were trying to bait this, I guess. But I think it's actually a Q from Lava. No, it's the Verisol from Chi-Chi.
Yeah, Chain of Corruption will land
nice
here
ulti here. And yeah, followed up with a hook and very easy kill. Scary to go for the Karthus first, but it's a 4v3. And they get the Karthus ult for good measure. Big
no
shutdown.
flash. He's getting it. Oh, the shutdown, and it's Abyss who picks it up.
Yeah, big shutdown onto the Karthus.
What even occurred for that to happen? Ghost popped in top side. Both top laners using that. No needlework available, so...
Yeah, Ivern is there, but I don't think he brings enough damage for them to be able to dive.
Not with 4 members of Helpigs headed up, and a dead mid laner.
Yeah, so Void Grubs now, and I'm kind of surprised Helpigs didn't just cross-map these Void Grubs and trade the Dragon for them, but it works out for them somehow, where they get the Void Grubs, no Dragon taken by J-Team. And Sivir's losing some CS to this tower.
Okay,
but
the replay is minimized. I'm trying to...
Yeah. Oh,
He
yeah.
rocket jumped forward onto Nully.
Yeah, as he has been doing.
And unfortunately, there were 3 people nearby.
Yeah, good move from Carey. I think against just the Karthus Corki, Minji's fine to do that. He's been doing it all game, and I think he gets away with it, if not for Rel. Speaking of Carey, he is not going to run down Chi-Chi. Helpig's bot lane find themselves in a pretty good spot now where they can just shove their upper base on their opponents.
Side Dragon attempt number 2 now. It is warded, so...
Yeah, and they might just have to slowly let the Ivern do this. Minji's coming down to help now.
Yeah, Minji, Chi-Chi, and Enzo. It's 4 people strong, and Abyss is recalling. Hasn't recalled since getting that kill, so never is going to be a realistic contest here.
Yeah.
12 minutes for the first Dragon. A decidedly slow first Dragon.
Yeah, if Helpig's goal was to delay the Dragon, they've successfully done that. Gold, only a 1k between the 2 teams. And yeah, J-Team's bot lane's going to be stuck down here for a while.
I think one thing you have to worry about, though, is while Karthus is going to scale very well, Gwen is. And Karthus cannot really impact the side lane against Gwen.
Yeah, no interaction between those champs. Except maybe a well-timed Karthus ult while the...
W has to be down, Twilight Shroud, but that's...
Uh-oh. Enso.
Yeah, Enso...
This might just be a quick kill.
Maybe with the biggest 5-hit play of his life.
Yeah.
I don't know if he knew that was happening. There's no vision.
Yeah, he just hex flashes over the wall and finds himself a Karthus.
And Abyss will go down now for his 4th death of this game. And
yeah, the Karthus experience.
Yeah, not exactly how you'd want to start it off, but you did get a 550 gold shutdown, so you're not entirely out of it just yet.
Yeah.
But Lalva's going to make it a little bit harder for you, as your blue is definitely gone. This is worrying.
Yeah, I mean, it is just a Karthus, so it's hard to stress out about him being 1 and 4. He is just way behind in farm where you would like to be as a Karthus at this point in the game.
I think another point of concern perhaps is, I don't actually know, but at least in my head it makes sense that later on Tristana in the side lane is going to be a lot more scary than the Corki, as I do see Lalva get absolutely eliminated, and that's another kill onto Abyss and his Karthus, so reclaims his blue buff as Lalva hanging around for much too long for that Scuttle Crab.
Yeah, the good thing about the side lane Corki versus Tristana is if the fight is even remotely close, you have a Karthus ult.
Yeah, you're right.
Whereas I don't think the Karthus ult makes a difference for the Gwen-Cassante matchup. I don't think those fights will ever be close enough.
No, and Gwen also just has no reason to ever use the Shroud against Cassante.
Yeah,
so.
It gives her like some resists, but
yeah, I think it's like 20 magic resist in MR, but Cassante's going to be doing true damage anyway, so...
But another kill and an objective picked up for Abyss. Pretty impressive mental fortitude from a rookie.
Yeah, for sure.
Considering going down, early in the second game and not having a great first game. Yeah, he's doing perfectly fine. 100% KP.
Minji waiting to see if he could catch out Nuli being a little over-aggressive, but wisely Nuli does head into his jungle. He might not be aware of what is waiting for him, though, and flash forward. Nice flash stun. Carey going to get the knock up on the end, so are they going to be able to take out this Nautilus? It's a nice depth charge, and the Chain of Corruption comes through. Carey might just be taken out. Piercing Arrow takes a big chunk of health away as the Valkyrie flash from Nuli, and he does now have Guangguang on this Cassante back to try and keep him alive. Another Piercing Arrow connects that time onto Cheng9 and takes away about half of his HP. Ultimately, will just be that one death, but it was the aggression from Halpigs that cost them.
Yeah, engage onto the Nautilus.
And first tower as well.
Isn't even really close to working out, looking at Enso's HP bar. He has an Ivern behind him too, and the Locket. Locket redemption already complete.
Yeah, that's just made Karthus' life even harder. Gwen picking up first tower. There's an extra 600 gold in his back pocket for Lakai. And so Cassante's life is getting harder and harder. No teleport available for this Cassante now either. So Guangguang's going to have some phenomenal side laning here to be able to keep up with this Gwen and potentially join a fight if Lakai chooses to.
Yeah, he looked very good in team fights last game on the Cassante. So he should be okay if he can find his way into fights if Lakai does give him a chance. Yeah, Karthus kills these camps so quickly. with his first item finish now.
Lalva will too when he's level 14.
Oh yeah, is that like a passive spike for...
No, just every level you start clearing it quicker and quicker, but it's very fast when you're at like 13, 14. Obviously at 18 it's pretty much instant, but...
Add that to the very short list of things I know about Ivern.
His W gives vision in bushes if you put them in it.
Oh,
Chain of Corruption lands. That time onto Abyss. Piercing Arrow does a nice chunk of damage there onto this Karthus. Is Mountain Dragon spawning, 8 seconds. It's going to be some nice extra resistances for the side of J-Team if they're able to pick it up, especially against a champion like the Karthus.
Yeah, I like the usage. I like the usage of that corrupting arrow. It's already about 30% back up.
Okay, Guangwang going to charge this Herald into that mid lane tower. Definitely not going to take it out. Does go unstoppable with that Pathmaker. And it's going to be Minji walking forward, trying to find more autos on this essential charge. And Nuli's getting very, very low. Massive team fight breaking out in the middle. Knockup lands onto Inso, but the redemption comes through. Everything here, all the shields and all the healing coming through means that one person goes down, but it's certainly not Inso. It's someone on the side of Halpigs as Kiri once again will find himself out of this fight. Lava still full HP and Lakai not even there. It's a 4v5 the entire time.
Yeah, I think Kiri misjudging the pace of that fight. It was a very slow fight. And he kind of just used everything very early on. It's going to give J-Team this Baron. Luckily, they can get back to save their tier 2 top lane. And Minji, on a tear these last 2 games, just takes Nuli out of the fight by himself, essentially. Yeah, look, Nuli TP's in, and immediately Minji just locks onto him. Nice, unstoppable, not actually needed, but yeah, here Minji just kind of kites Nuli, dodges everything on the other side. Pretty bizarre engage from Kiri. Maybe thinks he can get multiple rather than just the Nautilus there.
Yeah, it was Chi9 using Thrill of the Hunt at the same time, but ultimately it was to the demise of his support. And yeah. It's problematic. I mean, I think the Herald charge is also a really bad start to that fight because it did cost the W out of Cassante, the Pathmaker. And
it doesn't reset anymore off ulti either.
Yeah, and so the problem you obviously have there is it's one of the best peeling tools that your team has for, you know, the likes of Enso jumping in or even Minji, who did end up just jumping in onto Nuli. So losing out on that ability is actually more costly than a lot of basic abilities.
No.
Makai also 2 games of the PCS so far in summer and 0 champion interaction.
Yeah. Has just been side laning happily. Should be fine
here's a
here
man
on the
with a lot of champion interaction. No, Kiri gets hooked out. Will be able to get out. Bit dangerous for Minji to fully commit as he was the only damage really in that area.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how this Sivir is going to scale. This is a lot of pressure on Cheng this game. Karthus is not going to be enough scaling by himself this game as Abyss and Lakai play a little game in this bush. And yeah, the tower just goes down without all that much resistance from the Helpigs.
Yeah, tower number 3 picked up there. 3-0 it is in terms of the towers, and 2-0 it is in dragons. Helpigs did pick up some Void Grubs for themselves, but they never got to the 4 Void Grub threshold, which is really where it becomes more meaningful.
Yeah, Void Grub's already gone at this point. Baron up. Both teams with very, very quick Barons, so it'll be interesting.
Oh, Abyss hooked, and Abyss is absolutely dead. There is not much he can do about that. Will he choose to use Requiem? Yes, he will. There's going to be a Locket, though, so a little bit meaningless.
Yeah, chunks out Minji. I think that is mostly to deter a Baron attempt. We'll see if J-Team still just decide to go for it.
There is a redemption. I think they just can, right?
Yeah, Daisy, redemption, shielding.
There's a bit of poke. Ching9 very low on mana, though, is one concern. Let's see. These bushes as well make it so scary to face check into. Hook does go wide. There's Kiri, though. He flashes forward. He finds the engage. It's going to be a shutdown. Minji does go down first in this fight. Need to work. Trying to thwart off the attack here from Ching9. But it's a double kill. Nuli picking up for himself here. The side of Helpigs fighting back despite the 4v5.
Yeah, well played. I thought Helpigs might just run for it once J-Team had gotten off the Baron, but they find a very nice pick onto the strongest member of J-Team, Minji, and then the fight falls apart once this Tristana goes down.
Yeah, they're not going to try any funny business around the Baron themselves. They're going to be content with picking up that mid lane tower. And I think that's justifiably so.
Yeah, I'm surprised Nully doesn't commit. I think he's scared of a TP behind him from Lakai or Minji or both. So he leaves the top lane turret for now. And Karthus is level 11 now.
What's he building? Collector, I imagine, for Nully? Could be IE, but...
Probably should be IE. I think the Collector ship has sailed. I hope it's just IE into Rapid Fire.
I think that Cheng9 should build next item. What is it called?
Infinity Edge?
No. You'd think Infinity Edge, but I think he needs Serpent's Fang. I think someone should get Serpent's Fang.
Yeah, I don't know who's building that. It's not Cassante.
Well, it's either Corki or Sivir, but Sivir's going to apply it a lot more.
Yeah, that is very true. You always just think of Sivir as just pure damage. Though she does provide a lot of utility. She's very farmed up on the Sivir. Cheng9. Hook lands.
Yeah, once again. It's a Q for Q trade. Also Aftershock for Aftershock trade. Constant aggression though, Enso. Gonna blast code himself out there.
Yeah. Nice to still see a little bit of Rel.
I do enjoy Rel.
Yeah, now that she's out of the jungle, still being picked in support.
Oh. Gwangwang getting aggressive, and he does have a health advantage, but there is a lot of healing that can come through from Gwen. Requiem coming through, but he's in the Shroud. It does time it perfectly!
Wow.
What timing on that Karthus ult from Abyss, and down will go Lakai. He's not had the best 2 games by any means, but boy oh boy.
Yeah, I thought that was a suicidal fight for Gwangwang to take, but no, he just wins against the Gwen apparently. Just 1 magic resist item, 1 armor item. And the Karthus ulti.
Yeah, the timing on that was impeccable, though.
Yeah, that was incredible. Abyss looks very good on the Karthus mechanically. Even some of his Qs.
Yeah, it was
after
early game.
He had gone down. Even in this game, where he got picked by the Baron, it's hard to hit the isolated Qs sometimes.
Or if you're me, all the time. Things impossible to land. And tower goes down again, so Halpig certainly finding their way back here in game number 2, but it's going to be J-Team teleporting Lakai and Minji both.
No Karthus ult.
Yeah, and there is no teleport on Gwangwang for a couple of seconds. He's recalling, he might be able to get here, but we're going to turn, and Keri is absolutely annihilated. As well as now Lakai looking and finding Abyss in the back line. Both teleports coming through here for the top and mid laner in terms of Halping's teams, and Sivir doing a lot of damage. Cheng9 with the ricochet. Nice spell shield, and they turn 1 around. Can they find more? It looks like maybe. Chi-Chi should be going down. He might find one himself, but not quite. Minji, 1 HP, and Gwangwang. He is so healthy. All of a sudden, he's lost his health as Lakai's taking it down. Minji! Minji! Oh my god! I thought he would live. He does go down, but he manages to find 2 before that happens. And a back and forth team fight. It's J-Team who take the win.
Yeah, and honestly, it's off the back of this Gwen W. Even after they picked up 2 kills on the side of Halpigs, it looked like they were just going to run through this fight. As Karthus and Rel just go down here, getting nothing. They get the Gwen ult out of them, and that's about it. And then this Halpigs re-engage just looked suicidal, but we said Cheng9 would have to step up on the Sivir, and yeah, he did in this fight. Look at him, 1 man running into 4 people. He knows that he can fight this Varus and spell shield the hook. Minji making a miracle happen along with Lakai at the end here. Watch, once this Gwen pushes W, how unplayable this 3v3 is now. For Cheng and Nully, is just left isolated.
And Lakai, a bit of a savior.
Yeah.
Of constant trigger routes, just time and time again, keeping these 1 HP AD carries alive by a slither of HP, and was enough to get Minji in there, kill both AD carries, and
yeah, that fight looks very different with Karthus ult. Yeah, look at the damage from this Sivir. Already looking very strong. We'll see what he builds next. I kind of do just hope it's the IE. And they might just have too much damage on the side of Halpigs to be able to teamfight them later.
It's going to be Armor Pen.
Okay.
Most likely the Lord Dominic's, but I guess in theory it could be a Mortal Reminder.
Yeah, I don't hate the armor pen. Already some armor on the Gwen. Gonna be some picked up by the Nautilus.
Round 3?
Yeah,
Hell yeah, brother!
J-Team are insisting on this Baron.
Round 3. No teleports available. Guan and Nuli both using him in the last engagement. And Enso just menacingly standing out here
dead.
once again. This Ivan makes it so difficult to walk in. Hook lands, and Enso just backs off as it's free Baron for them, and it's going to be Abyss going down. He flashes into the middle of them, almost suicidal, trying to get into an optimal place for his death passive. Does find a Requiem. It's not going to do all that much damage. It pops a shield and it gets a Zhonya's, but Lakai, he's found the perfect angle, and he lives it all. 5 men down and 5 men up as J-Team take the Baron and the clean ace afterwards to try and march on for their first series win here in summer.
Yeah, slivers of HP on some of these J-Team members, but it ends up being a 5-for-0 ace somehow. Baron dead before the fight even starts. Hellpig's looking a little bit lost, even in the team fight itself. I don't know how Cheng9 found himself in the middle of the entirety of J-Team. It's just going to be an inhib for now. No end for J-Team, but 3 dragons, Baron.
Oh,
Carry not...
This is a little scary.
Yeah, not able to interrupt the recall. IE Rapid Fire coming through for Corki.
Okay, Lord Dom's now finished here for Cheng9, so Sivir's damage has just increased a lot.
Yeah, he needs an IE on the Sivir, though. I don't think he's even building one. He's got a longsword.
Also, I think if you're going Armor Pen 3rd, you probably should go Mortal Reminder so Karthus doesn't have to build an Oblivion Orb.
Yeah.
You're solo AP and you're forcing them to be the heal reduction. It feels
it doesn't
really
feel great.
bad.
Yeah.
Also, we've got a Warmock's first item for Kerry.
That's interesting. Considering that guy has been going one direction strictly.
Yeah, you're not getting a whole lot of use of the passive. I assume he has the health for the passive.
Yeah, I hope so.
Because he only usually Warmock's first isn't enough.
Yeah,
health,
usually it doesn't work. Yeah.
Maybe he has Overgrowth and that's giving him enough.
Yeah, he's got a Ruby Crystal as well, so any other HP will get him across the line. J-Team cleaning up these outer turrets again. Massive top wave crashing into the Hellpigs, so Nuli has to go deal with that. Minji just feels like
and Abyss just lost half his HP for walking too close to a tower. Guang as well loses a lot. Chain of Corruption does go wide. Lakai though pops the ghost and just runs on in there. Minji trying to go forward, trying to find autos onto Cheng9. Won't be able to do so. Lakai just jumps forward and eliminates Nuli. Nice needle work onto Cheng9. He flashes away. He's trying to get away, but it's going to be the dredge line. And that ultimate coming through that does end up finishing him off. Guang delivers another bout of damage onto his back line as he does take that, satchel away with him. Requiem comes down, but it's all too little too late, and so won't connect there onto that dredge line. Doesn't have the depth charge, of course, and Guang, carrying Abyss, they have it all to do, but will they be able to do it? It's a Pathmaker, it's a nice knock-up, it's a nice all-out, but it's going to be Guang who loses his life as Lakai stands strong, stands up, and he's able to get through this fight yet again. Game number 2 to J-Team, and Series 1 of the Summer Split likely to J-Team 2.
Yeah, you couldn't really ask for a better start to the split if you're J-Team. They go against Hellpigs, who might be one of our weaker teams, admittedly.
Well, we don't really know.
We don't know yet. But they are a brand new roster on the Pigs.
Yep.
But yeah, that's exactly how you want to look on J-Team. Same roster, and the players we're expecting to step up are stepping up. Minji especially.
Yeah.
Hard
I think
to fault
Lava
him.
very quiet. He had a couple of really good team fights, don't get me wrong, but both games kind of invisible for
Sejuani
25
Ivern.
minutes. Lakai.
Oh, Lakai?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I thought you said Lava.
No, I mean, Lava did fine. Lava did good, honestly.
Yeah, especially
couple
second game.
Deaths, but
especially second game.
Yeah,
even the first game, he was just bullying the Graves on Sejuani.
Yeah, the first game was absurd. The second game, he, I think, played how you'd want to, except there were a couple of times where he probably went a little too far. The time in the top side, gets the blue buff, stays around too long for the scuttle, and ends up giving over a kill to Karthus, who you'd already set behind never feels all that good.
Yeah.
A bit of over-aggression from Minji as well, giving over that extra shutdown when he had no vision on where either Kerry or Abyss were. Again, something you don't want to do, and while they got away with it this game, they're not going to get away with it against teams like PSG and CFO, who you want to be comparing yourself against, right? Because you want to go to Worlds, you have to compare against what people think and what I think is justified to think is the two best teams in our region. You have to be playing a little bit cleaner. First game of the season, though, you can't be too upset about it.
Yeah, shake the rust off, and what better way to do it with a Penta game 1 and...
Shaking the rust off of a win is always optimal. Let's be honest. Like you can be like, oh, it's first game, we lost, it's fine. Just shake it off, it's fine. Winning it while you're rusty is even better because then you don't have to be like, oh, we've got to make up those points. You just got the points to begin with.
Yeah, the rookies on the side of Hellpigs, what do we think of them? I think both had great moments, both had pretty abysmal moments.
Yeah, I think it's kind of what you'd expect, right? It's like there were some highlight moments. I think that one fight where Kerry finds the flash engage on Raul that picks off Minji immediately to do 53 damage when he's like 5-1 on the Tristana. Highlight. Game on number 1, likewise on the Blitzcrank, finding multiple hooks onto Chi-Chi, another highlight. But again, there are times where he's going far too far forward without enough information.
Yeah, for every great engage, it seemed like he had one where his team's just not there, he's not coordinated, bad timing.
Yeah, I agree. And I think that's something that comes from when you're a rookie, right? You kind of haven't learned the difference between when you're going up against someone in the PCL, they're probably less experienced, less able to capitalize on your mistake, whether it be team cohesion or just their individual decision-making. Where you get to sort of this league, you're against Enzo, who's played the game played competitive, should I say, for like 5 years.
Yeah.
If he sees someone out of position, he is just going to pull the trigger. There's not going to be hesitation. He's going to be like, yo, let's go stack the rail, and that is what happens. Can be to the detriment for himself as well.
Yeah,
but I think that's what we find.
There were a lot of times that game specifically where Enzo is just on the edge of being out of position, in danger, and that baited, I think, Kerry in a lot onto a Nautilus who, just survived very easily with an Ivern behind him. Yeah,
but I think that's sort of the difference, right? It's like when Enzo is probably aware that like he can't go too much far forward, but he's just enough where if he gets into trouble, either they have to commit too much to him, or he's going to survive through the Ivern, through his very own Locket, and as well the Redemption. So, well played. Guang, I think, was pretty good. I'm pretty happy with Guang. It's like, I mean, it's pretty rough. You're a
Cassante. Both games.
Yeah, did completely fine. Solo killed essentially Lakai once. There was help from the ridiculously timed Requiem.
Yeah.
But ultimately, I think pretty well played from Guang. I couldn't really expect much more out of him. As we take, what was this?
What is happening? Is Minji about to die?
Someone's gonna die.
I do not. Oh, this was the Baron, right? So this was the Baron, and then
was this the one that worked? Yes.
Yeah, this was the one that worked. So Baron's dead before this fight even starts. And I want to know. So yeah, Abyss dies in a horrible spot here. He even tries to flash at J-Team, who are just gone by the time he gets anywhere near them, and Cheng9 is in such an awkward spot to take this fight.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to be him.
Yeah, he has to walk up to hit the Gwen and then just gets hooked.
Yeah, it's hard to... I mean, Cheng9, I guess, had to go the very long way around to be behind the rest of his team, but
by
at
then
that stage, you've run out of your
Sivir
ult, and it's like, well, what can I do?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to be Cheng9 in that scenario. Newly a very, very quiet game. 9.5k damage on the Corki.
What choice... Did his team shut him up?
Yeah, it's not really his fault. I was getting to it. He just had a 2-0 Tristana at 4
already
minutes.
Counterpicked. Probably the strongest counter into the Corki that we see in competitive. Starts with a kill.
Gets a second.
Wanders down to bot lane, gets another one.
Yeah.
And it's just, it's rough to play from there. He does fine. He keeps up in lane.
Yeah, and there's not even really a good opportunity for him to find damage, right? Every time he was in a fight, Minji just jumped on him. It was as simple as that. If he turned up, Minji just jumped on him, forced him to Valkyrie away, and all he can do then is throw the rocket barrages, which do way less damage now that he's AD.
Yeah, he's not a poke, He's an AD champ. He needs to be right-clicking in these fights, and when he doesn't, you see pretty abysmal damage numbers.
His rocket barrage is kind of just a Sheen proc.
Yeah.
That's kind of what it is. Yes, it does damage when you're level 16, and especially the big one, but it's nothing like it used to be.
Yeah, you've only got 4 of them now as well, so you just can't rely on that spell.
Lakai taking the most damage per death this game, but Minji, pretty clean sweep elsewhere.
Yeah, 10 kills. Got up to 10 kills by the end there. Very good. MVP Minji?
Yeah, for sure.
Maybe Lava.
I think it's Minji. Lalva got caught out in that jungle, which I thought was a bit egregious. And then also Minji just got his lead and dominated with it. He made that one mistake, jumping too far forward in lane whilst not having vision. Other than that, did he really make a mistake? Hard to tell. There was a good capitalization from Kiri. And it seemed like it was off the back of a team decision to start the Baron from J-Team, so hard to blame Minji for that, but it is going to be him. 2 MVPs already under his belt now.
He did 20,000 more damage than his opponent, so that's always a good look.
For sure.
One, maybe a little concern, not to rain on the J-Team parade so early. I'm a little concerned with how they closed out that second game. Felt like we just ran to Baron. Felt like they almost got frustrated
4 times
and just ran to Baron over and over and over again. And eventually, Helpix just got dizzy and funneled in strangely to the pit.
I do agree. I think there's definitely smarter ways for them to have played it, but I understand their reasoning. Is like, how do you ever check the Baron against Ivern? You have to commit a blue trinket, and you have to walk into a Nautilus.
Yeah.
Both of those should be winning for J-Team. Unfortunately, they weren't. Oftentimes, they did eventually win this fight, although...
Yeah, this fight looked very suspicious. Especially at this point here, it looked like Helpix were just going to run away with it.
Chi-Chi did a really good job of returning a lot of damage on the Cheng 9.
He also got 2 carries to commit their flashes on him to finish him there. Made Minji and Lakai's lives a lot easier cleaning up here. And Cheng 9 does trade this kill back onto Minji.
Yeah, Minji tried to flash the auto attack. It's a classic.
Yeah, I always do that.
No, I think Siva's Q looks awfully similar to an auto attack in his defense. It looks
the same.
Yeah,
she's throwing the same boomerang.
Yeah, and so it's like, I mean, if it's the boomerang, he looks like an absolute genius. In the moment, he looks like a genius because it's too fast for me to see what's going on. I just see him flash after getting a double kill. I'm like, damn, what a beast.
Yeah.
But that was really, I don't want to say turning point because they were already ahead, but that was the point in which it sort of sealed the deal. J-Team now picking up the first win of Summer, looking pretty good, honestly. I mean, it's the first game. It's hard to critique them too much. There's always going to be mistakes when you're just coming back off what was like a 2-month break.
Hard to judge how strong this Helpix roster is as well.
Yeah, for sure. Well, that's all done and dusted. We're now going to go to this screen, an interview with both Patty and Minji. So please do enjoy, and we'll see you soon.
欢迎来到今天的赛后采访。今天我们邀请到的是 JT 的中路选手敏智。请敏智先跟观众打声招呼吧。
大家好，我是敏智。
You guys won the first game for PCS Summer. You guys won it really quickly with a 2-0. So how do you feel about the game you just played? 其实你们今天担任了 PCS 夏季开场的第一个队伍的对局的这个比赛，然后你们也非常顺利2-0赢了下来。想问一下你现在心情如何？
赢的比赛当然是很开心，但是因为我们在第2把上面决策做错了很多事情，所以打得没有很好，所以其实也没有到很满意。
So I'm obviously very happy about winning the game today. But in the second game, you guys made a lot of different mistakes and decisions that we're not really proud of. So I'm not really completely happy about today's game, even though we won. So you guys continue with the same roster from spring. What kind of other changes do you guys make in the off season that you guys make adjustments on? 所以你们其实延续了你们在春季赛的一个阵容没有改变，但是想问一下你们在这个休赛期的时候，你们有没有做什么样其他方面的改动？
就是我们虽然选手名单上面没有跟动，但是后勤方面基本上全部都做了更换，所以在赛训上面其实跟以往来说差很多。
So even though our rosters did not change, our staff changed a lot and our coaches also changed. So I think the way we scrim and the way we practice changed a lot. So even though you guys don't see it, we still made a lot of adjustments in off-spring. So you guys played very aggressive today, and it's very different from the way you guys played in spring. So do you guys make changes on the play style that you guys do in the summer? Are we going to see a more aggressive play style from JT? 其实我们今天看你们的比赛，跟你们在春季赛打的方式非常的不一样。像假如你在春季赛的时候，可能打的比较缓慢一点，今天打的非常激进。想问一下，你们在打法上面有做什么样的改变？
因为我们的教练的执教方式就是会比较进攻一点，会要我们尽量能去做一些激进一点的操作就去做，然后所以我们现在才看起来跟以往不太一样。
So our coach now actually wants us to play very aggressive. So that's why we look very aggressive today and very different from the spring J team that you guys saw. Do you guys have any expectation for J team in the summer? 所以你们对夏季赛的 J team 有没有什么样的期待，或是你自己有什么样的目标吗？
希望让大家看到跟以前不一样的 J Team， 就是看起来很有血性，让比赛看起来很精彩这样。
So I hope everyone will see a new J Team. We're going to play very bloody and it's going to be very special and very cool games that we can show you guys. Thank you so much for the interview and congratulations for your win. 再次恭喜你们获得今天与 HPS 的比赛。我们把镜头转回主播台。
谢谢。
Well, thank you for the interview once again, and
going to be a bloody split for J Team. I'm excited.
I love that. You know why? Cast your mind back for me. Just relive this moment.
J Team versus
DCG. 3 games. That was almost, maybe, possibly the best 3 games of League of Legends I ever had the pleasure of watching. That was incredible. It was just absolutely chaos. There was no like, wow, that was awesome.
No, you'd think our favorite series happened in playoffs, maybe the finals, maybe some clutch elimination game. No, just a random game, middle of this.
It's like week 2, day 2, week 2.
Yeah,
just
2 middle of the pack teams, and they just absolutely fought to the death.
Yeah.
Anyway, hopefully more of that.
Hopefully more of that. Break time, fellas. We're going to have a second series up for you very shortly, but we will go for a break while we get everything all set up. See you soon.
旅客何淑慧，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
China Airlines passenger Michael Chen, your third flight to Seattle is now ready for boarding.
华航直飞西雅图，7月14正式起航。
Welcome back, everybody. And we're here for game number 2 of not only the split, but the day as well, here of the PCS Summer. And it's once again brought to you by Riot Games and Carry International. And I have to say, this intro is fantastic.
Yeah.
This, I think, so far in my tenure at the PCS, is my favorite intro. It is sick.
They crash in off of a comet at the beginning of the intro, I think. Because there's some explosions. Yeah.
Damn.
Asteroids hurtling from outer space here to battle in the PCS.
It is a sick intro. What the guys do at Carry International is fantastic. So big thank you to them for making this even more hype. Now, of course, on to the next game coming up. It is going to be between West Point and Frank. There will not be a 1v1 for this game. It's unable to side a 1v1 competitor for Frank, and so we unfortunately will miss out on that. But we are going to, and I have been awaiting this moment for nearly half a year now.
Yeah, Wako. Yeah.
Wako on a team that I can be like, yes, this team could win. I love watching Wako play. He is a phenomenal AD carry player. He obviously won Spring and Summer last year with PSG. He played on J-Team for a couple of weeks last split. Of course, kind of an implosion, and it kind of marks or stains his career in a little bit in that regard. But now he's back. He's on Frank.
Speaking of implosions, though, you had the problems on J-Team, internal issues. You also had a bit of that on Frank last split as well. I don't know if you remember, but about halfway through the split, they started subbing out Eminem. Things were getting strange.
Yeah, that's
with
right.
Frank.
Pretended
so we'll see
to
how
start
Wako
randomly
fits
playing
in.
AD carry.
Yeah, we'll see how Wako fits in, going from one type of internal struggle to another.
Well, it was Eminem that was not playing, and now he is where Eminem would have been. I believe Eminem is now their assistant coach, I believe, or positional coach or something, but it's hard to say Wako is necessarily an upgrade from Eminem, but Wako is so good. I'm just really, I know I keep saying his name and talking about him, but I'm very excited to see him once again. But West Point there on your screen, it will be once again Rallier in the top lane, 116 from BYG coming over.
Yeah, in the mid lane.
I'm excited to see him again.
Yeah.
116, phenomenal on the way, so maybe in his sort of patch. Was also very good at Tristana, actually.
Yeah, so it might just be a very 1-1-1-6
and LeBlanc
patch, yeah.
Although that's probably going to be banned. Ryu, Lil V, and Char, of course, rounding out the rest of the team. Char and Rallier, the only two to remain. The rest were obviously new players coming through. Well, not new, but new for West Point. Anyway.
Yeah, roster changes. We're comparing stats now between 1-1-1-6 and Little V, I guess.
No, that's their games played together.
Oh,
no, their games in total. And the rest of the team have 109.
Wow, okay. So you got veterans in the mid and ADC role.
Yeah, and I have to imagine that Char is the majority of the rest of the team.
Yeah.
Being that he played quite a lot recently. Spring split record, we avert our eyes from that.
Oh, man.
Weren't able to pick up a win in their last.
Oh, man, the rest of the team's win-lose is not looking great. These two boys are going to have to put in some work if these stats are to be believed.
I got to have some faith in 116. His last split was phenomenal.
He seems like the kind of player who can just win you a game every once in a while.
His way certainly was.
Yeah.
His way was ridiculous. And they're going to do better. They're going to do better than they did in Spring. I don't think there's anyone that would argue else, otherwise.
And they don't have to do amazingly to get a chance at playoffs. You just have to be in the top 6. You just have to be not the worst team in the league.
Everyone gets to that contenders, Challengers contenders, I believe it is.
Yeah, so no one's out after this first round robin.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah.
And so it is always going to be at least, no one was out last round robin, but anyway, on your screen, two people I'm most excited to see, Jiang and Wako, but of course there's Gemini, Jimian, and Kaiwing as well. Everyone on this team has at least once, if not at least 10 times, Giga 1v9'd.
Yeah, and if Wako can integrate into this team and play at his peak, then this might just be our best team in the PCS.
That's a big call. That is a big call. But they will certainly, with this change, Eminem was already very good, but Wako is just phenomenal. 2023 MVP was really, really good. Truly was the carry of that PSG lineup. Of course, he played with Yubao instead of Maple in that lineup, but still.
Yeah, and it's been a rough.
Really good.
It's been a rough 2024 for Wako so far. Looking at his stats, highest DPM 2021, 2022, 2023.
Highest PCS in career kills, and he didn't play almost all of last split.
Yeah. pretty impressive stats, but we'll see if he can bounce back from a rough split.
He's also a gun chewer. He's always yabbing on some gun, this guy.
Oh.
It's like his trademark. At least that's what I always notice. He's always... The Betty's the same, actually. Maybe it's an AD carry thing. The better you are at AD carry, the more likely you are to just be chewing gum in the middle of your game.
Yeah, I've got chewing gum just in my backpack.
Fair enough.
Right now.
And Jiang, I mean, maybe even more excited to see this guy. He was a rookie last split and was by far the most exciting top laner to watch. It seems, based on last game, that there are carry top laners certainly in the meta. We saw Camille already. He tried to pick that up when Camille sucked. Now,
Camille looking a little better.
Yeah, and he's going to be against Rallia. That's also a player that loves picking carry champs.
Yeah, until the end of last split, Rallia started playing Udyr, and we'll see what kind of Rallia we get.
Yeah, but he did play damage Udyr.
He did play damage Udyr, so even when he's picking a tank, we're still oriented towards the damage. Rallia is missing from his seat. I think he's...
There's Calvin, by the way. LCO giving some representation.
Calvin Battalion Trong.
Yeah.
The man himself. He was one of my first coaches.
Was he?
Yeah, way back.
Damn.
Way back in the day, yeah.
Damn, and now you're both on the PCS. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Small world. Rallia, half of Rallia there on your screen.
Yeah, playing from home.
Yeah, back in, I guess he's in the Philippines.
Yeah.
He often struggles with visa, which is why you see him in the Philippines, and then midway through the season, he'll be back over in Taiwan with the rest of his team. I got to imagine, being a top lane player that likes carry champs, it must be really difficult to be on just higher ping than absolutely everybody else you verse.
Yeah, but somehow thematic to just not be in the same room as the rest of your team, just on an island, physically and in-game.
As we head into the pick ban, it's going to be Leona. Are we going to see still Kaiwing focused bans? Because it's something
Leona,
that we
Nautilus.
always see.
Yeah, we saw him get forced onto a Braum in playoffs, I think it was, and did very well for himself, actually, on the Braum.
Maybe Calvin bringing over a bit of the LCO game plan, as the LCO teams often like coming and just banning Kaiwing's champions inexplicably, as if he can't pick an Enchanter or something like the Braum, as Ral is their second ban, and now Corki going to be the first ban for Frank, a more traditional on the patch ban for sure.
Yeah, it seems like targeted bans from West Point and just meta bans from Frank.
Right, is it going to be Alistair or Nautilus? It has to be Nautilus, right? Everyone bans Nautilus against Kaiwing.
Yeah, unless they're just first picking Nautilus.
Yeah, true. Maybe it's Aaron Alistair then.
And there he is.
But is there not just Rakan?
Bracing himself.
If you really care that much, do you not just... Like, there's Rakan, Alistair, Nautilus. You cannot ban all three of them.
Yeah, and whether West Point win this game or not, this is going to be a game where other teams, our top teams, are going to be watching how Kaiwing performs.
Okay, so it's going to be Kalista ban against Wako. Not something he has played a lot in the last couple of years, but I'm sure he's proficient at.
Yeah, can't get away from the Kalista, so he would have plenty of time dedicated to that champion. And I guess West Point just want to first pick Nautilus.
I guess so. I mean, see what this last ban. Wait, okay, taking that away from 116, of course, that
makes sense to me.
Kind of forgot about that.
LV
Definitely.
is open.
Yeah, okay, that could be troubling. I am certain Jimmian can play LB.
Yeah, Tristana also open.
Tristana's okay into LeBlanc. Actually, probably pretty good into LeBlanc, but... Well, I mean, we'll see how this draft progresses.
Yeah, it just depends what these teams prioritize, really. We'll see what Frank likes.
Has always been one of the better LeBlancs as well, so it is scary for Frank to not pick LeBlanc. Looks like maybe we're going for some kind of center lane. We'll see what they choose to pair it up with.
Orin looks like the best once the Nautilus is taken away.
Yeah, Tom as well, of course.
Yeah.
It might just be the Maokai.
Oh, Frank are just pretending there has been no patch.
Yeah. We've gone back 5 patch cycles.
Yeah, just sending Maokai locked in.
I mean, could be jungle.
I mean, you're begging... It probably is Maokai jungle. I don't love the Maokai bot lane. It has worked for DCG. But if it is Maokai jungle, you are begging for a brand or AP. Yeah, there's an AP jungler locked in. Yeah, all the new guys getting lippy with their jungle picks.
They
Karthus, Graves, Nidalee. It's a Tristana. LB, not going to go for it. Can't really go LB Nidalee. You can probably get away with it with how much lockdown you'd have. with Nautilus and LB for the Nidalee, but they decide to just go for the mix of damage with the Tristana mid.
It does make sense. And Taliyah going to be fairly decent here up against the Tristana. We'll be able to outrange her for the majority of the game, as well as obviously having denial on that rocket jump feels pretty good.
Yeah, you can actually, it goes both ways though, because you can never actually shove the Tristana. If 116 can buffer the rocket jump, you're pretty much impervious to the Taliyah. All in.
I mean, Taliyah won't all in, right? She'll just throw her Qs and then keep her E off cooldown, and Tristana can't really jump forward. Varus going to be banned away here to give a little bit nicer of a lane for Wako and Kaiwing down the bot side. Jack's going to be banned away from Jiang. It's a champ that he often reverts to immediately. One sad thing, I guess, is Aatrox isn't really that prominent, and Jiang was really good at that champ.
Yeah, Aatrox pretty much gone. Still a very good Cassante and has plenty of other picks.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to see him back on the likes of the Aurelia, the Camille, honestly. Zig's going to be taken away.
Udyr, by the way, still Udyr being played constantly internationally still. Plenty of Udyr top lane.
Yeah. Not something we associate really with anyone except Arjo.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, plenty tried.
Yeah. No, everyone gave it a go.
Yeah.
Props to them for trying, but unfortunately.
And just Aatrox ban anyway.
Okay.
Though it's a bit out of meta.
To be fair, Frank are picking like it's the end of last split.
Yeah. Yeah, they just are. I mean, Jimmy could have locked Azir, I guess. Azir just not making an appearance yet.
Yeah, because
Still quite strong.
It was disabled at the end of last split, so how can he pick it? Lee Sin?
Gemini, very good on the Lee Sin.
He is.
Good matchup into the Nidalee too. A lot of kill pressure on the Nidalee, especially 6.
Yeah, one of the few champs
on.
that can reliably invade a Nidalee and be favorited to come out on top.
Yeah. Now, will West Point try to crush the Senna lane, or will they match scaling? I don't hate the Jhin either. Jhin has been very popular on this patch.
Oh. Oh. It's locked in. We've got a Smolder. Damn, we are actually at the end of last split.
Yeah.
This is insane. So what a Smolder build now? I believe it is the Triforce, and I assume it's Spirit Shojin. I can't see Navori feeling that good.
Yeah, can you really get away without Essence Reaver?
Oh, you can't do Essence Reaver. It's not a Sheen anymore.
Oh, man. Okay, we'll see how it goes. Anyway, Gragas blind. Pretty stable.
Yeah.
Staple blind
We
pick,
have
really.
seen Jiang solo kill these before.
Yeah. Puzzling to ban the Jax if you are going to just go for the Gragas.
That too, yeah. That's actually a really good point. It's one of the easier matchups for Gragas.
Yeah.
Never really feels like it's going to die. Even if Jax jumps on you, you just body slam him and walk the opposite direction.
Yeah, Rumble, not going to feel that good with how much AP you've already got topside. Might just be, Cassante locked in.
Yeah, Cassante doesn't feel that great in the 1v1 against the Gragas, but it feels fairly decent into Smolder and Tristana.
Yeah.
You can just be a brick wall for your teammates, and I mean, with the likes of the Taliyah and the Senna, you're going to be able to outrange for the majority of this game.
It probably doesn't feel great into the Gragas, but I don't imagine he's getting bullied out of lane.
Yeah, I do have some concerns, because one thing that Cassante used to really kind of like is how much sustain you got early, and there's a bit of that has been removed. With the tonics being gone, you get a little bit less gold, a little bit less strength as well.
Yeah.
And pretty much every game, you went the triple tonic on Cassante as soon as it was released. It
and he's lost that now.
Yeah, that's just completely removed from the game, so...
Gragas still gets his biscuits, which is all he needs to
but
permanently
also,
sustain.
If I'm not mistaken, biscuits and boots are now on the same tier in the runes, so you also just lose out on one of them. You kind of have to go biscuits, I feel, which means second you take approach velocity, which means you are a little bit more nimble when it comes to these team fights, but it means you are going to have to cough up more gold for boots. So take that for a win or a loss, I'm not sure.
Yeah, you're not going to feel the impact of approach velocity all that much until your Iceborne Gauntlet is finished too, right?
Yeah, your Q does slow, so there's a little bit of...
But not once you all out, right? Or did they
not
change
once
that
you all
back?
out.
Yeah. He'll be fine anyway. Cassante doesn't have trouble keeping up with people in the first place.
Yeah,
once he's on you, it's usually good for a kill. And yeah, we'll see how Relia looks on a different style of champ than we expect him to pick.
Well, we head on to a rift for our second series of the night and the split between Frank and West Point. Frank upgrading, if you will.
Oh yeah, first strike Gragas, I like it. This is what I was expecting from Relia. Full AP on the Gragas. West Point doing a bit of scouting in the enemy jungle.
And 116 is going to opt for the fleet footwork, which obviously against a champ like Taliyah makes a lot of sense. The mobility to dodge out of more of these scattered earths means that you do end up just taking a lot less damage.
Cut down across the board, even cut down on Lee Sin. Waka's gone for barrier, interestingly.
Yeah, I think barrier is just the strongest.
Better than heal these days, yeah.
It's just really good.
Yeah, barrier on both ADCs.
This takes me back to like, what season was it? Like 4 or 5?
I'm not sure.
It was like when barrier only just was released to be able to be used.
Yeah.
And it was just like, wow, this rune's broken. I mean, Summer's broken, and everyone just took that. It was a long
I remember
time
Surge being like that. I don't know if anyone remembers the Surge summoner spell.
I do.
But that was
the red
ubiquitous.
One, right?
Yeah, it just made you angry.
Yeah. You remember old masteries, old keystones, or whatever they were called?
Thunderlord's Decree.
Thunderlords, when it was released, and literally it was just 10 Thunderlords.
10 Thunderlords every game. Are you good at proccing Thunderlords? You probably shouldn't pick it if you're not.
Oh. How far we've come. Now, let's see the Smolder. I'm interested to see how this champion is doing now, because you have lost the Essence Reaver, essentially.
Yeah.
I mean, you can go it. You don't have the Sheen. It still gives the mana. It costs more. But not having the Sheen on a champ like Smolder feels pretty bad, considering almost all of your damage is just through Q.
Yeah.
You auto-attack. Yeah, you do auto-attack like once in between Qs later on. But all your damage comes through Q.
Yeah, it might just be a matter of his spike is a little bit later, items-wise now. You have to go for a Sheen item and the Essence Reaver. Because Essence Reaver was just a godsend for the champion.
Oh yeah, you kind of sucked. You got Essence Reaver and you're like, sweet, now I can somewhat lane.
Yeah, you have endless mana. Trade's going 1-on-6's way. While Relia's having a hard time up top, but I think he'll be fine just because he's Gragas.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see exactly where that wave is. If it's frozen slightly outside his tower, then it's kind of perfect. But if it's at his tower, then that's not so good.
No,
I think it's slightly
crashed.
outside.
I think it's crashed because Jung's just gone for a walk.
Yeah, but I think he might be forced to. Because if it's slightly outside his tower, he can only get CS with Q, which leaves him open for a lot of bad trades. And yeah, it is going to be coming back. So I think you were right. I think it did crash.
Yeah, Relia should be fine in this lane now. Doing very well in CS.
Yeah, Ryu looking for something down the bot side.
Yeah, he hasn't pulled the trigger fast enough, though, and Gemini is going to be here to fight him. So there's the hook.
It lands on Kaiwing. Both junglers are here in the river. You do have to be a little bit scared.
Yeah.
Honestly, for both junglers.
Yeah, I think Nidalee can just always hop out through the Dragon Pit, so the collapse is pretty rough.
Yeah, and Gemini can just jump over that wall.
Oh, Ryu might just get both crabs here. It's looking like he will.
Yeah, he's jumping over the top side, and Jung's not going to be able to help him out there at all.
Yeah, can walk through mid if he likes.
Jimin also lost teleport already, whereas 116 is pretty much full on HP and already got back in. Relia, though, he's looking very low. Grasp the Undying. He is going to be chugging up his chug jug, but he's trying to run away. Will still have flash available, is going to commit it, and now with Ryu in the area is going to be able to get away, but that is not how you want these trades to be going as the Gragas in this matchup.
Yeah, and he's going to need his jungler to bail him out here unless he commits the TP.
Both junglers are here, though. I don't think this is winning for West Point. A lot of damage reduction can come through from this Cassante.
No. I don't think...
Relia, no mana.
I don't think they've seen Gemini.
Pathmaker going to be used. Going to be able to get that safeguard in, and he will. That's first blood going over to Gemini. Now Ryu, is he going to be able to get away? It's a nice resonating strike, but he is not going to be able to... Well, he's not going to choose to, shall I say, reactivate it. Just takes the one kill and leaves with it. And
yeah, wave is still a disaster for Relia, but he does have the TP to get back up there.
Relia kicking off the season where he left off last.
Yeah. Yeah, not a good start at all, especially with how well this early game had just gone for his jungler. For Gemini to be able to walk top and just pick up a kill after losing both crabs.
Oh, and hold up, Jimmy's made his way down bot side. Lilvy's going to have to flash, and he will do so. They're not going to find anything in terms of gold, but definitely nice pressure there afforded to the bot lane here of Frank, as Jimmy's going to pay for it, though. Obviously, Tristana.
Yeah, no TP, completely out of mana. He just has to take a base now.
What has happened here?
Yeah. Yeah, we thought this matchup would be good.
Okay, this might be... Does Ryu finish his back? Jung might just look for a dive. He has all out.
Oh, it's so hard to dive the Gragas. No W now on Gragas.
Yeah, we'll see where Relia stands, because Jung...
level 6 now, he's fine.
Level 6.
Yeah.
Oh, no, he's not. That was about the only way Relia could potentially die, and he's found it, but...
he's still okay. Wow, I thought Jung had done it. Again. Has he? Oh my goodness. I thought that Gragas hits level 6. No way he dies. Jung just sidesteps his ulti, by the way. Didn't buffer it with W or anything. No, sidesteps it.
Just walks forward. I think Relia actually found the only way he could die there.
Yeah.
The only way.
Or to frame it more positively, Jung found the only way to get a kill on the play.
True. I mean, he is actually a magician at finding these absolutely insane angles that just have no right being real.
Yeah, and when you're a player like Relia, who is a carry top laner, he can't, bring himself to back down from these 1v1s. I think this is how this matchup went last time. Yeah. Relia just getting kind of destroyed. Is going full AP on the Gragas. I am a big fan of that. I think if you're behind and tanky, you're nothing, but...
Yeah, I like the full AP as long as that full AP includes, like, a Seraphs or a Rod of Ages.
Yeah.
Because you actually want to be able to survive somewhat.
Yeah, he'll have the Seraphs.
Zhonya's eventually, probably.
Yeah, I don't think he should go Roa. It's going to be such a late Roa if he does go for it.
You go one or the other. You don't go both. You're not Rise.
So how's the Smolder stacking? 40 stacks, 7 minutes. Doing fine. This lane should be nice. Engage onto Jimmy.
Yeah, nice flash. Nice buster shot. Jimmyan has nowhere to go. Is just going to be taken out. And Tristana, 116, going to find himself a kill.
Very decisive.
Bring that gold back to even.
Yeah, very decisive from 1116. Just commits the flash immediately to shove Jimmyan towards his turret.
Okay, that's a flap use, and Ryu's here to give a little reprieve for Lil V in the bot side.
Yeah, but Cha feels like he has to go the whole way around, plays it safe.
Middle is looking rough.
Yeah, 1116 might just run away with this game. Who is dealing with the Tristana on this Frank comp? Yeah.
Somehow.
Yeah, as long as... Well, Relia just needs to convince Jiang that he has to build some magic resist. I don't think Jiang is convinced yet.
He's got the Merc Treads. I think he's probably going to feel fairly okay with that. Oh, okay. Okay, that's Body Slam gone, and Jiang won't be able to find the kill there, so...
Yeah, it's at least the Ghost down now.
Here comes Mum. And here comes Nature's Grasp. I don't think there's really anything to do here.
No. Very low mana on the Smolder. Has a BF sword.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned. There's a... It feels like when you're playing a champ like Nidalee, you don't want to be babysitting a lane.
You don't want to just be sitting here guarding bot lane all game. But he is in the right place at the right time both times now.
Yeah, for sure.
To match Gemini.
I just think maybe it'd rather be a different champ.
Yeah, this gank should never work for Frank. I think Gemini, is just hoping that 1116 jumps in. Like we saw Minji doing last series.
Yeah, Jimmy in a bit of a rough position, and all of that is because of that bot dive they found, but now he's looking for something bot lane. Kai Wang is going to survive. No, he won't. That last tower shot will take him out, but it is 2 kills afforded to the side of Frank.
Yeah, and
1 to each carry.
Stana decides to not stay mid and is actually rotating. No, heads back to mid. Would have liked to see 1116 just stay mid there. He will get plenty of damage on this tower. Actually, Jimmyan very nicely timed. His TP is going to be up as he finishes his recall. Yeah. No plate even for the Tristana, so it's just a free double kill.
Yeah, really well found.
Gemini, who has an Eclipse on the Lee Sin.
All right, we're killing people.
Yeah, no tank in this Lee Sin. He is planning to one-shot this Nidalee. Relia, his wave is in a state.
Yeah, when you talk about states, this is certainly one of them.
Yeah, does he have E? Doesn't need it. And you feel bad for Ryu this game because it feels like he's ping-ponging between top and bottom lane to put out fires. He needs to come back up here to stop the bleeding.
Looks like Essence Reaver will be first item here for Lil V.
Yeah, I think you just need it.
Yeah, I think the mana problems are huge, but...
Yeah, it feels bad, of course.
Yeah, you do no damage at all. I guess Smolder not really known for damage anyway.
Yeah, just stay alive, get your stacks, have mana, importantly, to stack. Feels terrible when you're kind of in a lane state where you're free farming, but you don't have the mana.
Yeah, I think the concern is, though, I mean, you've got double AP, so already your comp's kind of not that good.
Yeah.
And
well,
then
double AP, double AD.
Yeah, well, Smolder does a lot of magic damage.
Yeah. Oh, Wako.
Yeah, Wako can quite...
Gets chunked there, but it always looks like a chunk on Senna until she presses Q.
Yeah.
Heals back 20%.
Senna just has a really low health bar.
Yeah.
But that heal sort of seems more significant on her than most champs. And Jiang very comfortably winning top lane. Not to be expected, but I guess after how the lane started.
Yeah, he did get counterpick, but I think he is just outperforming Relia this game.
It's something we've come to expect of Jiang, really. Is most times he is just going to outperform his opposing top laner.
Yeah.
There's very few top laners that were able to stand up to him, even Driver faltering a lot of the time.
Yeah. Pretty much anyone not named Aja.
Okay, Ghost Pop once again. All out comes through. Body Slam is not going to be used as Flash instead. Relia again, he is suffering up in this top side.
Yeah, and he has failed. Oh,
Oh
Wako.
my.
Nice flash.
Nice attempt from Char, but really nice answer from Wako. Gemini has made a lot of ground and the flash as well. That Buster Shot almost gets him out, but they do manage to pick it up with the Ignite. And back they come. Wako is going to be able to find one kill. Actually, it's going to be Kylene picking it up, and through will come the wall, the Weaver's wall. Ryu flashes forward. 116 finds his third of the game. Is he going to jump on out and flash forward? It's going to be one more kill found. It's another. Wako, though, remains alive, full HP. It's going to be one Rude, but the Buster Shot, the rocket jump, shall I say, means that 116 is going to be able to get away in a chaotic turn of events. But all things turn out even, other than 116 being the massive benefactor of all that.
Yeah, all of a sudden there's a 4-0 Tristana. That fight could not have come at a better moment. He had just finished his Kraken Slayer and just got to run Rampage. And you saw in that fight, Gemini on the Lee Sin is not tanky. If he gets caught in any CC and doesn't find his target, he just goes down like he did in that fight. Looks like Frank will pick up the Dragon after a pretty heroic team fight from Wako. Senna not very strong at this point in the game.
Yeah, just the serrated Dirk.
Yeah,
I'm not even sure he had it at the time.
So is this just Hex Flash from Cha? So already, yeah, very good start to the fight where you're trading Hex Flash for Flash. And then Gemini goes in here and just gets autoed by the Nautilus and insta-dies. Goes down to the Triss bomb eventually. And then Jimmian goes down not long after. Nice hook from Cha there onto Wako. 4-man Senna ulti. Bouncing the Q, healing his teammate with the Senna Q. I'm just watching Wako this fight. He played a pretty immaculate fight.
Yeah, 116 not doing so bad on the bot side.
Yeah, 116, a very impressive team fight from him too. Looking like a man possessed.
Both of these, well, not 80 carries, but 116 and Wako, I guess both these new additions to their team.
Yeah, that is just a Senna with a serrated.
Oh, here we go again. Relia is dead.
Wow. Top lane is a massive problem. And as I was saying before that fight broke out, Jiang has not been convinced to build any magic resist against this full AP Gragas. Fight in the bot lane.
Double AP topside, building armor. Gemini going to have that depth charge locked and loaded onto him. A heal comes through here from Wako. Is it going to be enough? Has kept himself alive for a little bit longer, but now Wako is kind of far forward. These threaded volleys coming through, and the Buster Shot gets, once again, another kill for this Tristana, and it's 116 who's 5-0.
Yeah, he is looking like a man possessed on the Tristana, and West Point have just correctly identified that this Lee Sin has rushed an Eclipse, and anytime Nautilus can interact with him, he's instantly dead.
Oh.
Jiang did actually get hit by that.
But look at his items. Yeah, nice 5-0 Tristana, fellas.
Yeah, we're going to need to finish up this, I guess, Phantom Dancer he's probably going for on the Trist.
No. That's going to be the... What's that called? Navori Quick Blades.
Oh,
Navori,
yeah. Flicker Blades
Flicker
or something.
Blades, yeah.
Into probably an LDR.
I mean, you'd love to have it be an IE, but...
Yeah, you'd rather build the IE, but against Maokai, Lee Sin, and yeah, Gemini is just always the target here, essentially. Yeah, don't go for any more with the Nautilus ult. Just lock down the Lee Sin and kill him, and I worried about 1-0-6 here a bit, but nice flash onto the Talia shove.
Still had flash after last fight.
Yeah, and then this ult auto. Nice Tristana combo.
Yeah, combos like that, you either look like a griefer or a
yeah.
very talented player. And he was on the better side of that in this occasion.
So gonna be what's the green sword, Shojin?
Yeah,
next on the
Shojin.
smolder.
Yeah.
Yeah, still no Sheen item.
What is Triforce built out of? Is it Kindle Gem? I don't remember, man. I've only played Arena.
No, isn't Triforce like Phage?
Yeah, you're right. It's Phage. I was trying to remember what the health item is. You're right. It's Phage. Problem about the top side still. 2-0 Cassante just building armor, despite being against double AP top side.
Yeah, we have completed the Seraphs on Relia, so that'll make him a little tankier.
As well as Jimian, likewise.
And I think he has been convinced to go a little tanky. Honestly, I don't like it. I think you have to hold the line here on Gragas and go full damage and hope you one-shot Senna.
Could that not be Cosmic Drive?
Could be. Yeah, it could be. I want to see AP items out of Relia. This isn't a game where you go, my team is doing well, I'll just get tanky, because you're never going to get tanky.
No, you just throw an ult and do 500 damage and call it a day.
Yeah, you just hope you are a threat to someone on the enemy team this game. From this far
He'll
behind.
always be a threat to Wako. Senna is just one of the most one-shottable champions in League of Legends.
Yeah. Preferably, you want to be a threat before she gets that Edge of Night.
Yep, undoubtedly. Opportunity, of course, now completed for Wako. And I was going to say earlier, by the way, when he flashed that Nautilus hook, we might finally have another AD carry in the league that can test Betty for reaction times.
Yeah, maybe. That's not an easy...
Yeah, Betty's insane.
Yeah.
Oh, I miss Betty, man, as well. He was insane at MSI, by the way.
Yeah, he was playing out of his mind.
Yeah, he had a mission. His Ezreal game against BLG was possibly one of the best Betty games I have ever seen.
When no one's picking Ezreal.
It was so impressive. So, yeah.
And I'm afraid of Wako this game because... with a serrated Dirk, he did the most damage in that last fight. In that dragon fight.
Yeah, it will be amplified, but it is a 2-item Tristana that we're now dealing with.
Yeah.
Mid lane tower, because of that, won't be long for this lawn, and neither is Gemini. Nature's Gas going through, but oh my god! It's Jiang who finds a 3-man Pathmaker onto all the carriers. Relia body slamming away, but Jiang is not convinced that they're out of this, and he goes forward. Unfortunately, the knock-up will not connect, and Jiang might be in trouble now. He gets bashed forward. The jump forward, Jiang is going to get the shutdown for Wako onto 1116. Lil V is going to have to run away. They were so convinced that Cassante was dead, but he was able to use one more W. And like that, all of a sudden, this progress he'd made on the Tristana has been fouled, and it's now Frank who feel really good about things.
Yeah, 1-0-6 just seeing red in that fight and jumping on top of the Cassante doesn't finish him off. And West Point were just out pretty cleanly here. Gemini just goes down instantly. They're doing a good job of just shutting the Lee Sin down. This looked like a nightmare, but you kind of realize that there's no damage to follow this up. Even here again, once Jiang lands this knockback onto 1-0-6, there's no damage. And it's actually West Point who take the re-engage here. And yeah, pretty suicidal jump from 1-0-6. Eventually they take out the Cassante, but they lose the Smolder Flash for it as well. And it's now going to be a third dragon.
Gemini putting in some work in that fight. Zero damage.
Yeah, just Nautilus
this Eclipse
pinged,
first.
pinged Nautilus ult.
I get the Lee Sin build.
Yeah, well, you have to ego the enemy jungler a bit. When they pick Nidalee.
Oh my god, Cassante is a randomins.
Yeah. Okay, let's get some AP damage on him.
Alright, that was a fully charged satchel.
Yeah, but Nidalee needs to carry the damage in this.
I mean, you saw the explosive cast did do damage to Young.
Yeah.
And I think the amount of damage that instantly came out on him baited 116 to thinking, oh yeah, I can finish this off. But
yeah, and then he pushed W, and it was very well played from Jiang.
I mean, yeah, the 3-man Pathmaker.
Yeah, even on 116, once he jumped in, Jiang W for the damage reduction, then shoves the Tristana into his team.
Almost gets out as well, if not for Lil V finding one last Q at the end.
Yeah, committing his flash to killing him. 200 stacks on the Smolder.
Yeah, so we're basically at the execution range. Obviously, it is not what we used to see.
Yeah, no one can stand against 116 in the side lane still. Even Jiang, who is also very fed, does eventually just lose this turret, so they decide to give it up.
Yeah, it's always better to have Jimmy in against him and just wave clear.
Yeah, just because of how well Jiang is doing against the Gragas as well. It's going to be LDR third for 116. And once he finishes that, and God forbid he gets to IE, no one is safe. Not even the Cassante and Maokai.
For sure. There is a lot of lockdown, though, so he still has to be very careful.
Yeah.
It's hard for him to ever press W.
No, he's never pushing W forward this game, but he is very safe this game. Despite all that CC on the enemy team, there's not a lot of instant damage. He has to get CC chained. And Tristana is very good in these against these kinds of comps.
Right, low, it's time.
Yeah.
MVP for game 1.
Oh, just call it now.
Yeah.
1-0-6.
All right.
I think West Point get it done. We'll see. If Frank win, it's Wako,
it
MVP.
Is neck and neck, by the way. It's just completely even.
Yeah, very even game. I mean, Frank do have 3 dragons, though.
Yeah, that's a problem. And also, while Cloud Dragon, maybe not the strongest, I think Hextech Soul is comfortably that.
Yeah, it is strong.
Cloud Soul is ridiculous on Cassante and Maokai.
Yeah. Rest of the team not really loving it.
Yeah, I mean, it's always just okay, but I guess Senna, it helps her kite. You're still wild with your ult.
Yeah, the problem is you're just ulting. You're ulting from very safe positions usually anyway.
Well, it gets you back to the fight. I don't know. I mean, regardless,
it's
better
you're
than nothing.
Complain. Yeah, you're not going to turn your nose up.
It is just ridiculous on champs like Cassante and Maokai, where your only real problem when you're those champs is getting to a ranged champ.
Yeah.
And Cloud Soul.
I mean, Cassante, Cassante with Cloud Soul, I do not want to fight this probably 6 armor item Cassante.
There'll be a Jack show.
Yeah, true. 30 MR.
Yeah, but a MR and armor, but it also amplifies both of those, so it's just Yeah,
I think scaling should be on the side of West Point. I think if they can just get 1 dragon, they're actually in a very good spot to win this game.
I wonder if Jiang's going to fully upgrade into a Thornmail. It's flash forward, lands onto Wako of all people, who does get the flash away, and will be able to get that center ult off as the Nature's Cast does come through, and they're able to find 1 kill. It's going to be Char going down first. Everyone running away from this completely menacing Cassante. Should it be that everyone does manage to get out? It's a 4v5 though, and Baron is alive. Not the most damage. They do have just the Talia and Senna, so it doesn't feel like you should be getting much. And
they have a abysmal Baron on the side of Frank, and I mean, sometimes these good AD carries, when you think you've got them caught, it's actually you who's overextended, and you saw that just there. Wako against Cha.
Yeah.
That looked like an incredible play from Cha.
But
and
just
somehow Wako's just fine, yeah.
You land that hook, and who's jumping onto Wako when there's... I mean, you've just got so much in the way, right?
Maokai
ult comes through to Leah. Even the Lee Sin can just kick someone out.
So West Point can do what they've been doing, kill this Lee Sin, and secure themselves a dragon, and they're in a good spot to win this game somehow.
Yeah, only down 1k gold, and at the 24-minute mark, that's not really all that impactful.
Yeah, it's just these 3 dragons.
Although in saying that, a lot of gold would have been farmed from First Strike, so...
Yeah. No
somewhere on the
Cassante.
map is randomly down too much. Or not up enough, maybe. I'm not sure.
Gonna be Rift. Little Scuttle Crab guy picked up by Gemini, and Frank are looking.
Wako, he does have Edge of Night, Nature's Grass lands. Char is really in a bad position. Gets shoved back, will be going down, climbing pretty low, but we found our way backwards. We found Lil V. He flashes away, he barriers, but it's going to be Waku who picks that one up. We found the route now, and it's going to be onto Ryu. He's trying to run away on the bot side. Two people fighting with 116. Weaver's wall comes through, and Ryu, he's going to have to dash away. He's going to have to find some way out, but he won't be able to do it. He's going to get caught on that scattered earth. Gemini finds the Sonic Wave resonating strike and finally gets some usage out of that Eclipse as it is 116 going down. The Mountain Soul, I thought it was air, but it goes to show what I know. Mountain Soul.
Yeah, that's a lot worse.
For the Cassante
that's a lot worse
and
to deal
the
with.
Maokai.
Yeah, that might just be a wrap for West Point. It's going to be really hard now. And watch the way Frank just pick apart West Point here. Cha trades his hook for the Banshees on the Senna.
I think he didn't know.
Yeah, maybe not. She was in Shroud. And I mean, both the carries here on the bottom of your screen to begin with, but Gemini and Jiang just separate them perfectly, take them out without them having any impact.
By the way, I think All Out cancelled Gemini's Dragon's Rage
Lee Sin kick. Oh. We'll call it intentional. And yeah, eventually 116 goes down. Nice Q from Gemini. Wako backing him up with his ult.
Yeah, I think that was also just for vision.
Oh, yeah.
Because it gives vision through, like, I think the majority of the width.
Oh, yeah, but he had Lee Sin Q on him.
Yeah, I think there's a channel time, right? So he probably fired it before the Lee Sin Q landed. I don't know, either way.
Actually, a lot of damage out of 116 that fight. It didn't seem like he would have done very much.
Yeah, he's just waiting on Cassante. It doesn't seem like you are doing that much.
Yeah.
Ridiculous champ.
Mountain Soul on the Cassante, third armor item on its way. Baron started by Frank, still not a very quick Baron.
No, not by any means. There is also teleport available for Rallier on the Gragas. We'll be using it. Jiang, though. Jiang is pretty happy just being in this little nook here as he does run forward. He's got the ghost. He's found his way in. Wako's low, but he's got that heal coming through from those constant Qs. And Jiang has found 116 again and annihilated him. This Nidalee now might not be long for the world as he does flash away. Kind of in the wrong jungle, though, as it is going to be once again the Sonic Wave resonating strike and the ace coming through. So a big win once again for Frank Esports as they now march down this mid wave. They don't have the Baron, but they are turning back to it. Wako, Kai Wing, they're going to finish off the mid wave and the rest of the team will secure this Baron.
Yeah, slow Baron doesn't matter if the entire enemy team is dead. I don't think they're getting an inhib mid, just the tier 2. And very, very slowly taking down this Baron.
Yeah, but I think really good decision making to pick up both, realizing that they actually do have the time despite. And honestly, Wako as well as Kaiwing aren't going to really add that much in terms of damage anyway. So
yeah, and they maximize the towers. They can take the lanes. They can shove and farm.
6-0.
Yeah, 6-0 and 10 on the Senna. And again, he starts this fight. It looks like he's caught, but there's, like you said, no follow-up. Meanwhile, Cassante can just walk into both carries on the enemy team and just kill them.
If this was Arena, he would have had that thing, the 116 would have that thing where it just gives you the CC break.
Oh, yeah.
That's what would have happened there. He did not move for a very long time. Not by his own clicks, anyway. He got shoved aside by Cassante and ulted and queued by Maokai, but none of that was controlled by him.
Yeah, and yeah, we were worried about this Tristana this game, but Jiang has managed to shut 1116 down in every single one of these fights that he's showed up to.
I want to say, I'm quite worried that this game is going to be a bit of a theme of how West Point operate as a team. Just looking at their names, you expect 116 and... Hold up. No, nothing happens. Okay, you expect 116 to be sort of the heavy hitter on their team.
Yeah.
And that's what's happened here. He got himself a really, really sizable lead, but really nothing else on the map was happening. Lil V, he played fine. He was just playing Smolder and fell a little bit behind, but not really anything that bad, especially considering Jimmy was just ulting
off
bottom.
cooldown. Yeah.
But then the rest of the map just kind of falling apart. Nidalee got 2 Scuttle Crabs and still ended up behind in CS.
Yeah, because of the disaster top lane, I think here's the Talia ulti.
Yeah, Weaver's Wall just to separate the two sides of West Point, but Rallier finds a little bit of a lockdown. Nature's Grass going to come through, does lock him up, but there is no follow-up to be found, and slowly but surely Frank are working their way towards this tower. Seismic Shove almost connects, but Little V's going to have to flash away from it.
Yeah, nice
And with
flash.
that, it's, health bars are too low. Wako just constantly healing up his teammates, and bot lane inhib will be falling. In the meantime, though, Jiang gets that mid lane inhib tower, working on the inhib now as the rest of the team can come and join him.
Yeah, I'm not super familiar with Nidalee builds, but I don't think it ever feels good to go Leandries. Probably just feels like he has to this game. Char hooks in.
Yeah, Char hooks
flashes
in,
out.
doesn't actually connect with a champion, rather a minion, and does have to flash away. As you said, minion wave now crashing in the top side, and it's going to be Frank who are attempting now to take their third of 3 inhibs. Char does go wide on a hook there onto Jimmy, and going to have to walk away, but he's not going to be able to, as the Seismic Shove this time will connect, and so will the Resonating Strike! The kick! I don't think it was meant to do that, but he is able to find the knock up to 116 and get executed there by Lil V. 4v4 now we have on our hands. A lot of damage coming through from Lil V on the Smolder. He's looking for the execute here onto Kindly, but maybe not quite enough to get it done.
Yeah,
With the
TP
Smolder
is
now
up for
becoming a heavy
Jiang.
hitter.
Does Jiang TP back in here, or do they give up on the third inhib? It looks like they're just going to give up.
Yeah, Elder Dragon in 30 seconds. You cannot risk giving over anything. One way back into this game for West Point, and it is going to be that Elder Dragon. You do not risk it while all your lanes have super minions coming in. It's a mistake we see other teams make all the time.
If West Point can make it out of their base, though, Gemini is going to be just respawning as this dragon spawns. So West Point should just hit this dragon, I think.
Can you hit it in front of center is the concern. You don't have flash on your AD carry or the Nautilus, and Nautilus will get one shot.
Yeah, I think it's going to come down to maybe Cha has to find an engage, or maybe they'll just farm up these lanes and take a honorable 5v5.
And Jiang has a ridiculous amount of magic resist. Merc Treads.
Yeah.
Double AP. And this is the game state we've got to.
Yeah, it's not great, but West Point are here. They have to worry about the double TPs on the side of Frank, though. Their base is very vulnerable. Relia.
Wako not going to quite connect with the snare there, but does manage to get away from the R2 and keep his Edge of Night up and available for himself.
Gemini has just started the dragon.
Yeah, Gemini and Jiang. It is going to be relatively slow, although faster than Baron would be. Nice snare there onto the jungle in Ryu. Oh, okay, that's a dead Nautilus. Flash, jump forward from 116. He doesn't have Rocket Junk anymore, does have to flash away. Dragon's Rage was committed onto him, and he's trying to find the damage back, and he's able to find one kill. It's onto the jungler, most importantly, but Jiang now looking for 116, and so is everyone else. Relia trying to come to the rescue, but all he is an extra number to the kill tally for Wako on the center, as Ryu not able to deal with the Maokai. Jiang teleporting into the base now. He's going to be able to locate this Nidalee. Is he going to be able to find the kill, though? Pathmaker does go wide on the Natofu strikes, and it's going to be Ryu trying to find the kill, but won't be able to, as Jimmy is going to pick that one up for himself. Fantastic performance out of Frank Esports for game number 1. It was tightly contested until it was not, and it is them going up 1-0 in the series.
Yeah, credit to 1-0-1-6. Even in that last team fight, he was randomly just picking up kills and nearly one-shot Wako at the end there too. Had a good game for himself, but in those fights, it just felt like he was 1v5.
Yeah.
And also Cha just had a hard time on the Nautilus that game. He just got focused. Every time he looked for a hook or any aggressive play, he felt like he had to go backline that game, I think, because of how tanky the front line was. You probably can't get away with front to back in that game, even with a Tristana as fed as 1-1-1-6 was. So it just ended up not a very useful Nautilus. He got the Gemini treatment from earlier in the game, where he was just focused at the beginning of every single fight.
Yeah, that was the least tanky Nautilus of all time.
Yeah.
Just completely destroyed. Which is surprising, right? There's no real tank killers. Talia's okay, but
yeah, they were just kind of just killing him somehow.
Yeah, just absolutely nothing. Wako was like 8-0 and 20 or something.
Yeah, what an
so
impressive
he was
center
a
game.
lot of damage, to be fair, at that stage of the game. But yeah, Char not really finding much success there on the Nautilus, which is a concern, mainly because he had so much priority on it, they first picked it on Blue's side. So that was what they chose to use their first pick for.
It was looking very good early.
Yeah,
when he was punishing Gemini on the Lee Sin, it was looking amazing. And then at a certain point, he was finding engages onto Wako, onto backline, priority targets, and just going down without any follow-up coming through.
Yeah, and a part of that I want to say is also that despite having Smolder and Tristana, and Smolder was at like 350 stacks, 3 items, maybe even 4 items, well and truly online, they were still not able to relatively deal with this Cassante.
Yeah, if you pick AP top jungle, you should make that guy build an MR.
Yeah, he needs to at least get a Jaksho.
Yeah,
didn't even get that.
Yeah, just one, like open with a Rookern or something. Just make him build one magic resist item. It's insane to me that he can get away with just an Iceborne Gauntlet against Gragas Nidley.
It's insane to me he solo killed Gragas twice as Cassante.
Yeah. Yeah, Jung's still a menace.
Yeah.
Will just ruin a game for the enemy team, and yeah, everyone looking solid. Jimian had an okay game. Same with Gemini.
Yeah,
they were just okay games.
It didn't look like Jimian did much in terms of like sort of his score or damage, but he set up Barco and Kaiwing for success.
Yeah, he was just ulting bot
sacked
constantly.
his lane really hard and gave over like 2 really early plates to the Tristana to get the center and the Nautilus to a point where it was just almost impossible for Lil V to actually find any sort of progress in his lane. It really set the Smolder behind and the center ahead. So, I mean, while he himself and his lane state didn't look that good, and obviously his lane opponent was 5-0 at one stage, I believe, or 5-1.
Yeah, it didn't feel like he was really just killing Jimian, though. It felt like he was playing the 1-on-6 was playing the fights very well, skirmishes very well, and just getting the kills.
Yeah. And oftentimes it was on Maokai or Lee Sin. And while early game that is impactful, they actually got 0 dragons for any of it. And they got some Void Grubs, they got a tower or 2. But they didn't get a dragon. So 4 dragons really, really quickly. I mean, the side of Frank almost got 4 dragons at the stage that last series we had like 2 dragons already completed.
Yeah.
They started it early and they just kept stacking them on cooldown.
And it's kind of what you sign up for when you pick Smolder.
That's right. Same as last split. He's like slightly stronger early game.
Yeah.
Like slightly, not to a point where you're like, all right, we can take a dragon fight. It's still like, oh, we're sacking dragons.
Yeah.
The payoff is your weaker late game. So it's hard to see.
I didn't really see the value of the Smolder.
With top inhib, you saw that he can do damage.
Yeah,
the problem
and he can
is,
wave clear like no one's business.
Yeah, the problem is when are you going to get the opportunity to actually output that damage without being under constant threat from the Maokai or the Cassante?
Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't help that this Maokai was so huge. Jung just walking wherever he feels like
just
he
gets both
needs
ADs.
to. And yeah, I mean, here Smolder's being ignored while they hit his Tristana. You know, he is snared in place, but they're ignoring him, and he's wailing away on Jung, and Jung was essentially full HP.
Yeah, I don't think you can really blame either 116 or Lil V for this.
No.
It's like, this Cassante,
was a top gap. This game was a top gap. And Wako played immaculately.
Hooked a couple times, but I think he was in positions where he was okay to get hooked for the majority of the time.
You can see Smolder was doing the damage. The HP bars just weren't moving.
Yeah.
On this Cassante Maokai.
Yeah, I don't think it's really to the fault of either 116 or Smolder how this game went. It just kind of is the nature of your top lane died solo twice, so you're going to have to deal with a ridiculously strong Cassante. Because on the other side, yes, 116 got 5 kills, but it was never like, oh, 116 just got 5 kills for nothing. It was like, he got all the kills for his team, whereas like Wako got a kill, Gemini got a kill, and Jimian got a kill in return. So it was like, it was an even trade. It was just all the gold going onto one champ.
And we had the gold graph on there for a second. The game was even for most of the game, and I'm trying to think of what really broke the game. And I feel like the game might have been broken before the gold graph even showed.
What broke the game was when Char hooked Wako, but Wako had Edge of 9.
Right, yeah, I remember that. The mid lane fight. Yeah, okay.
That was where the game really turned around. Most damage was Lil V, otherwise it is the Frank show. Actually split between 4 champs now. It's not something we often see.
Yeah, everyone doing
Jiang
pretty well.
taking the most damage. Color me surprised.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
deserved MVP. He kind of just broke the game.
Yeah.
That is not how that game should have gone at all.
Yeah,
there should be
illegal.
When you have 4 damage threats and they're perfectly split in damage type, physical and magical, you should never feel like there's an unkillable tank.
Yeah.
On the enemy team.
It should feel hard to itemize as the Cassante in that game.
Yeah, but he didn't even think twice. He just stacked armor.
Except Merc Treads.
Yeah.
He got the Merc Treads.
Nidley and Gragas.
Was there actually any CC? Nautilus. I don't even think he needed them all. Yeah. Well, I mean, Merc Treads does nothing against Gragas. It's all knockups and slows. I mean, I guess the slows, but...
And
I mean, yeah, look at this guy.
Is on both carries
double
again.
knock up.
And maybe a criticism you can make of the carries on the side of West Point is that they're playing too close to each other.
Yeah.
It's strange that that's the second or third time a Cassante W has hit two carries.
You're right.
probably shouldn't be happening that often, but yeah, he probably shouldn't be that tanky either.
Yeah, it's like that saying, right? If I had a penny for every time
I'd have
Tristana,
2 pennies.
which isn't that much, but it's weird that it happened twice.
Yeah.
It's a classic, that one.
And
nice finish there by Gemini.
Gemini, good mental this game. I don't know if you noticed, but he ate maybe 5 or 6 Nautilus ults throughout that game.
He was
built an Eclipse, thought he was going to have a great time. You know, dare this Nidalee to run into my jungle.
Picked up an early first blood top. He's like, yeah, man, I'm going to take over this game. Death, death, death.
Yeah, just perma-dead. Had to just play backline. Play with his teammates. Yeah.
It sucks picking champs like Lee Sin and then just have a button pressed on me and it's like, well, I've been invalidated.
Yeah, because Nautilus picks you. Usually as the jungler, Nautilus doesn't pick you as the one to get screwed over.
To be fair, he would really love to pick Cassante, but he can't. Anyway, game number 1, done and dusted. We're going to go to a break. When we're back, game number 2, we'll see if West Point can fight back.
即将准备登机。
旅客何淑慧，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
China passenger Michael Chen, your direct flight to Seattle is now ready for boarding.
华航直飞西雅图，7月14正式起航。
Getting inside your heart is out of what you say. Let it go now. I will change all sides for you. I will change all sides for you. You say
We are back. Game number 2 now. Can West Point fight back? Because 116 put up an absolute challenge to who was it? Jiang.
Yeah.
Jiang, who took over his lane entirely and just decimated the game. He was against 2 AP champs, 2 AD champs, and built literally 0 MR outside of Nurtured. So we can't have that happen again. Rally are going to have to step it up a little for game number 2. I think just a simple 0-0-0 scoreline.
Would have done it that game.
Yeah,
absolutely. Would have gotten them across the line if he was just even in lane, maybe drop a bit of CS, use your TP earlier, and not put your jungler in a weird spot having to bail you out of lane. Pro for West Point that game. Didn't feel like mechanical issues, apart from top lane. Top lane, we had some mechanical... I mean, it was outplay after outplay in the top lane. It was just a Jiang montage, but otherwise, no mechanical problems. 116 looking absolutely immaculate on the Tristana, apart from one little jump in, one little cheeky jump in. You're owed on a 5-0 Tristana.
Yeah.
You're your own worst enemy on Tristana, I swear.
Sometimes, yeah.
You're the safest AD carry in the game, maybe, and
maybe
still.
Israel, but yeah.
Yeah.
Israel, Zeri, I don't know. It's those 3. For sure. But, yeah.
Yeah, but Tristana really just has the option to send it like no other ADC can.
Yeah.
And it's just always, it's like a voice in the back of your mind, constantly jump on that guy. You probably one-shot that guy, just jump on him. But unfortunately, he went down.
Yeah, the 200 health Cassante was too much of a menace for the full HP Tristana that was 5-0.
Yeah.
And that was what got Waka his first kill too, which I believe was a massive shutdown, so...
Yeah.
I mean, I guess you can fault him there a little.
Yeah.
But ultimately, it was kind of the fact that Jiang was in a position to be that tanky felt illegal. Same bans coming through thus far as Frank actually No, West Point, sorry. They got to choose sides both games. Do choose blue side yet again. And it's going to be the same bans, at least thus far.
Yeah. I think for the most part, you're happy to run back this draft if you're West Point.
I agree.
I didn't love the Nidalee.
I didn't love the Smolder either.
Yeah. Yeah, I think maybe just more impactful champions in the early game. Nautilus first pick makes sense. They got a lot of value out of the Nautilus in the early game. And it just fell apart at some point when the team fights just didn't really work for them anymore because of how tanky the front line was on Frank.
Yeah, and also how unreachable Wako became.
Yeah.
Just as the game progressed, it became, you know, as Senna does, more and more difficult to catch up. Varus may be the look here as we... One interesting thing about Wako is last time he was playing on PCS G it was, he actually played more games of AP Varus than anything else.
Oh, wow.
Any other type of Varus,
A man after my own heart.
It was often he was the only AP on his team, and he just
went AP
went
Varus.
to AP.
Yeah. Giga
And it
chat.
worked. He even did it against Nocturne.
And is
just
that
took
actually
him
a
out.
Braum? Is that actually a Braum lock-in?
It's not locked yet.
Yeah,
Now it is.
It is strange.
Really good against Nautilus.
Yeah, but strange to lock it in without having seen anything on the enemy composition.
Yeah. They have a plan.
I mean, you can just lock Senna here.
Yeah, very good against Braum.
Yeah, you can lock Senna here if you're Lil V. Senna, and then maybe look at a mid lane pick.
Ash.
Ash, okay.
That works. So we are going to get to see an AD carry Ash now. We'll see if he goes for what you were talking about in the Triforce rush.
Yeah, oh, it's you go Kraken.
Yeah.
Kraken, then Triforce, I think.
Right. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, that would make sense. A bit more attack speed.
Yeah, and I guess either jungle or mid here.
Now, Viego, while still a carry jungler, definitely a lot more stable than a Nidalee.
Yeah, there's less pressure on you as a Viego to do stuff early versus Nidalee, who just has to have a lead.
You also do have a bit more autonomy as the Viego. You can actually look to set things up rather than have things set up for you.
Yeah.
You're also able to fight back a little better against these stronger early game junglers.
Oh, is it Gemini's turn on the Nidalee?
No lockdown really yet. I mean,
yeah, this
sure
isn't-
the Varus ult later, but
This is not the easiest Nidalee game. Usually it is paired with something like a Nautilus, guaranteeing a spear landing.
what if it's the return of the Croc?
Oh.
The Nidalee Renekton. I don't
Yeah.
think Renekton's any good at the moment. I think he's actually horrendous.
Yeah, that guy misses Gore Drinker.
God, I miss Gore Drinker Renekton as well.
Bans.
It was so fun.
Symmetrical draft so far, so it'll be interesting to see. I think West Point will ban top laners. I'm not sure where Frank will go. They'll go mid bans. West Point, it makes sense to ban top lane because you will have to blind pick. There's Jace, banned for mid and top. You do want an AD mid laner on the side of Frank if you can get your hands on like a Tristana. Nidalee doesn't need her team to be full AD like
I think you don't
would
want a solo AP Nidalee.
Yeah. Or
Because most mid laners don't want to share AP is the problem.
Yeah. Yeah, you probably do want just one more AP champ somewhere in the Frank.
It could even
lineup.
be something like a Gwen, depending on what happens here.
Yeah, Gragas, Rumble.
Because Gwen's quite okay with not being solo AP as well.
Yeah, enough true damage in her kit. I like the Tristana ban. Going away from top lane bans and just taking away an AD mid.
Jimmy definitely very good at both the Jace and the Tristana. So.
Yeah, and I think this should be Jimmy's mid lane pick for sure for Frank, just based on how
last game,
how Jiang was able to expose Relia. Give him counter pick again, and you might just win another game through top. Yeah, we'll be, I guess, a flex.
Okay, so it's going to be the Jimmy and Yon. Now, this is kind of good.
It's a flex still, right?
It is a flex, you're right. But regardless, the Yon works pretty well because about 30% of his damage is magic damage.
Yeah.
And so you kind of complement the fact that you don't really want your Nidalee to be solo AP, as well as it's another auto attacker to stack up the Winter's Bite marks from Kaimwing's Brawl.
Yeah. It's going to be Nico locked in, 1116 staple. And
I would suspect this Yon to be going mid.
Yeah, it is a good pick into Cassante. There's the Cassante lock-in.
I don't think Jiang lets this Cassante get away with it.
Yeah. Yeah, he can go for... He used to just pick Aatrox in this situation every time. But
could be the Jax.
Hovering the Jax at least.
It is definitely a champ we associate now with Jiang. I'd like to see the Riven. We've only had the pleasure to watch the Riven once.
Yeah, very successful in that one game.
It will be the Jax. A lot of auto attackers, so the Braum kind of works out for their team. And honestly, it's good against Viego, it's good against Nautilus. It's even pretty good against the Cassante, so don't hate it. It worked out for him.
Yeah, it's a risky draft from Frank, though. If they're behind, there's so much CC on the enemy team and no real front line.
Yeah. Also, one thing we didn't touch on is the Nico and 116, probably one of his top 3 champs, if not his best champ.
Yeah, it might just be his best champ. He's very good on this.
Countless times in the playoffs last split did he randomly 1v9 a game as the Nico. I believe wasn't it him that stole a Baron with like Nico Q?
Yeah, and then like triple killed them in the bush above Baron by himself.
The top try, Yeah, ridiculous Nico player, this guy. And so it is scary, of course, watching that get locked in for him. But Jimmian is no slouch on the own. We've seen him succeed on that champion. Even in games where he's lost, he was pretty much the only hope for his team.
Yeah.
So it's good to see him back on that.
I mean, I'm most excited for this Nidalee from Gemini. It's a champ that can just completely take over games. And he has to this game.
Yeah, you either take over or are invisible. You're never really the reason you lose.
Soraka with a spear.
Yeah.
If you're behind.
I was going to say more mobile, but not really. But can jump a wall.
Yeah. Hey, here we go. Can West Point respond? And West Point do not look completely outmatched by any means.
But you know what? None of them can outplay.
The pause button.
The pause button. Hopefully we'll find out what has happened here and get back into game soon. But
press the attack on Ashe. I'm actually not sure.
I think that makes sense.
Yeah, how common that is. I would have thought maybe still Halo Blades, but should be fine.
Press attack got buffed, right? I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it did.
So that makes sense, I think.
No lethal tempo anymore, which was the go-to.
Yeah, I miss lethal tempo.
Yeah, me too.
Just attacking fast always feels nice.
Yeah.
There's not much more to it. If I attack fast, I feel like I'm doing things.
Yeah, I wonder how champs like Yone... I mean, it got nerfed, Lethal Tempo did, for champions like Yone, melee champions, but now it's just outright gone. And even the nerfed Lethal Tempo is still being taken on stuff like the Yone. Alright, so...
Yeah, does he go Conqueror, right? Was it...
Oh, yeah, maybe he just went Kong. Sometimes you go Fleet.
Yeah, I guess Nico maybe would want the Fleet. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think he did have Conqueror. Or maybe I was looking at Nidalee. I'm not sure.
Yeah, Nidalee had Conqueror last game. View on the Nidalee, so maybe that's just the meta.
Yeah, and Relia.
Relia, ever the impressive hairline.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Well, hair volume maybe is more accurate to what I mean to say.
Hairline looks good too, though.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Envious,
It is fleet footwork on the own, so that makes sense.
Yeah. Hard to stack up the Conqueror in lane meaningfully. Is much better scaling, but
doesn't this new rune, I can't remember what it is, just mean that like these Doran's Blade, Second Wind, fleet footwork become even more removable from lane?
Yeah, maybe.
Because he just gets health every single minion he kills now. Albeit slight amounts, it's still just... I mean, we already couldn't get rid of these guys from lane, and it's become harder. I'm almost surprised that 116 doesn't go for like first strike and just commit to farming up.
There's a good start for Gemini. Little soul read with the Nidalee Spear there.
White flag thrown up.
Yeah, reasonable. Cleanse on the Ashe. You probably don't feel great about the cleanse, but it will be useful this game probably.
Yeah, it's probably more for Jiang than anything.
Yeah, also just Varus, random Varus ulti.
Yeah.
Will occasionally catch you. Ryu wisely starting at his wolves after shenanigans in the past. Jax can interfere with him at his blue buff, but just does the wolves and can do the blue buff later. And part of the strength of Ashe is she has a very strong laning phase. That's why we see her work so well in support.
Yeah. Long range and just pretty safe. Obviously having the slow as well as pressure you again because of the slow.
Yeah. In ADC, less oppressive just because she has to
farm.
Yeah, has to farm. Can't just hit. Can't just hit champions. Jimmy shoved in as expected early on.
I hope the Halo Blades 80 carry support things just get removed.
Yeah.
I don't find it very entertaining.
Yeah, I like these kinds of lanes.
Yeah, me too. Just simple.
Yeah, one
Bulky
tanky
suck.
guy,
Yeah.
one ranged guy. Yeah, keep it simple. Gives me a tank to hit when I'm playing ADC.
Yeah, legit. The lane quickly becomes which tank kills the other AD carry first. But
Gemini lands a spear.
yeah, nice spear. I don't know how much health is available, and it's 0.
Oh, it's just a little too easy for Frank. They commit Jimmy's flash there, sure, but...
Oh, you take that.
That is not an easy gank to pull off.
It's Gemini 2 games in a row now picking up first blood.
Yeah.
So off to a great start in both of these. Hopefully this one pans out better for himself as it progresses, but not the best start in the world here for 116, especially compared to how last game went, but Lil V and Char getting aggressive here, but Gemini's on the way. I'm not sure they are aware of that.
This
a
is
wall
horrible.
does get put up, but a lot of damage coming through, and it's going to be not first blood, but the kill actually does end up going over to West Point as...
Oh, that might have killed if it hit. It would have killed if it hit. Lil V decides to not commit his flash to chase down the Braum. They're fair enough.
Very decisive, though, to realize they can ignore that minion and just walk on up.
I mean, that's the power of Ashe. Once you're losing a fight against the Ashe, we're going to see this gank. Gemini goes very long. It skips
nice
his bot
dodge.
side. Is initially actually just looking to invade, but finds this Nico here up way too far in lane and nails the spear. And once the spear lands, it's pretty much a guaranteed kill. Top lane, a disaster for Relia. In terms of the wave state, he may just have to go take a base here.
Yeah, this is the state of a wave where you actually just have to base. Or your jungler has to bail you out, but his jungler's on the opposite side of the map.
Yeah.
Actually, no, coming out of base now.
So he should have seen the Scryer get hit there by the Nidalee. Yeah, just completely zoned off his wave. Actually up a level and still can't walk into this wave. Too worried about the Nidalee.
Yeah, is Jiang that concerned about Ryu coming?
Yeah, maybe not with
I feel
Relia
like
this
you
low.
might just 2v1.
Yeah, Gemini on his way back up here as well. Make sure that Jiang can safely catch this wave. As long
I don't
as
even think
West
it's
Point-
that. I think they could just look for the kills here.
Yeah.
'Cause, it's going to be a hard commit to try and ensure this wave gets in, and it's going to be a really well-timed stun from Jiang, and Relia once again will be taken out in that top lane.
Yeah,
It says it was 2 people assisting, but the heal for the assist from Gemini, so...
Yeah, and it's
Oh.
exactly the same situation as last game. Relia is just not willing to commit his TP when he messes up his wave. And drags his jungler down with him. Nice smite
Nice
from
smite,
Ryu.
yeah.
Gets the Gromp, but yeah, again, exactly the same mistake as last game from Relia. Just greedy.
Yeah, sometimes, yeah, you have to realize that you've lost
you've
control
messed
of
up.
your wave and realize it's costed you a sum, and that sucks, but it's better than dying twice, which it looks like is the end result of all the goings on here. The wave is not fixed. You've died twice. There we go. Eventually does get finished off. So Relia, you see him shaking his head in frustration. Unfortunate, but it is just the result of...
At least I think Jiang's broken the freeze.
Yeah, I mean, he needs to back, and he doesn't have teleport, so he'll push it in and get a recall in.
Yeah. I'm sure you don't feel great about that as Relia, but it is something, and Wako cannot walk up.
Oh, he's going to get a plate as well. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
You know, usually there's a point when you get to 1 item each that, once again, Cassandre kind of can take over in the 1v1.
Yeah, but it's just going to be so late.
Yeah,
He's
you're
down
just too
20
late.
CS at 6 minutes.
Yeah, he's
Play
not going
and
to
a
get to
kill.
that point.
Yeah, a play and a kill too.
Jax will likely be at 1.5 items if it remains even from this point forward.
Yeah, on the bright side, I think with a lethality Varus on the enemy team, you're always going to have a target at least as the Cassante.
It's true.
But whether it's the Jax or the Yone later this game, he's just going to be getting bullied. In any side lane.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be the same Cassandre we saw last game, but...
West Point bot lane doing pretty well for themselves. Should even up the CS once they pick up this big wave.
Oh, this wave sucks again. What has happened?
Yeah, and
Oh,
W
God.
goes wide. He might just die here.
He does just
Flash
die
up,
here.
Flash up on Jiang.
As soon as Leap strikes up, 1 flash, and yeah. I mean, the spam ping on flash coming out.
Yeah, I don't think your jungler feels very good about that still, even with the flash going down. And what do you do now about top lane if you're West Point? What can you do?
You can't do anything. Yeah, it's kind of a repeat of last game, but... And what caused the wave to be in this? I guess it just slow pushed after hitting the tower, but...
Yeah, and then this W in the wrong direction. Could probably just get away with W away there, but
I think he still dies, but maybe.
Just worried about the wave.
He might get to the... Yeah, actually, he might have survived because he would have got to the minion wave quicker and had a longer dash on his E.
Yeah, so West Point going to focus on the bot lane of Frank.
Yeah, but they just have to do nothing.
Yeah.
They've got 1 death, and all they have to do is not die anymore, and this game probably will just be won through the Jax.
Yeah, Wako's still last hitting very well. So despite getting zoned off his turret, he's actually up some CS.
Yep, teleport from 116 going to be used to get back to his mid wave. All things around the map going okay for Frank.
Yeah, plate
Bot
picked up
lane.
for Jimmy as well. So things going quite well for Frank.
Yeah, and then there's of course Top, who is almost at a Triforce for Jiang on the Jax.
Yeah, going to be a very early Triforce.
Oh my god, there's a half
lands.
HP spear. Rue's trying to find his way back, but it's going to be Jimmy who, with the fate sealed, gets his way onto this Viego, takes him out. Flash and ult available for the Viego. Opts not to use either of them, and Relia is once again in a predicament. Does have Ghost available and the All Out, so it's going to be pretty difficult for Jiang to realistically look for a dive. I'm not sure about the wave state.
And before that pick, it was impossible. Well, not impossible, but just unwise for Frank to really force anything around their Dragon. They were better off playing around their Jax, but...
I guess he dodged the... Oh, no. Okay, Lilvi does have the flash available. He's going to try and return some damage. Nice sidestep there on the piercing arrow.
Yeah, really clean smite from Little V as well. Barely stopped for, you know, a millisecond as the Verisol hit him. But
Smite.
does lose both his sums.
Yeah, and Gemini has no plans on moving. He will be seen there from that Hawk shot.
Yeah.
Is it going to matter, though? It doesn't feel like it. Ryu is here, does have flash and ult available for himself still, so maybe his presence is enough to deny it, and it does seem like it is. In fact, yeah, charge going forward, Death Charge coming out, and all targets towards Wako, but Clem's going to be used.
TP.
Yeah, that's the Heartbreaker going to be used as well. Flash forward, nicely used. It's going to be a nice pop blossom as Wako is kind of in the middle of nowhere. Now he does flash away. Heartbreaker once again gets a reset as Ryu does now contain that Verisol. He's going to have Heartbreaker again once more, but Jimmy's not interested in that Viego, but he chooses correctly. Red buff as well. This should be 116 going down. Nice snare going to come through.
Yeah, 116 just going to try waste some time here.
Nah, I won't be able to get out, unfortunately. Although, oh, there we go.
Yeah, just wasted some time and goes down. Kill trade's relatively even.
Yeah.
I
think 2 for 2.
Yeah.
No,
maybe,
2 for 3.
maybe 3
I think.
for 3.
I think. Oh, 3 people dying? Did both bot lane for West Point die?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Then yeah, 3 for 3.
Yeah, so fine, I guess, when you don't look at top lane.
Well, when you're this far behind, any even trade feels good.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a nice engage and a really well-played fight from Ryu. Got a bunch of resets on, you know, a sliver of HP. But Jiang has just taken top tower in isolation, essentially. He did get that one extra gank after he had already killed his opponent.
Yeah, and yeah, another bit of a decimation for the top side.
Nice steal on one of the Void Grubs.
I think we're seeing why they banned Jax.
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, you're left after last game where you did ban a bunch of top laners, and it
Flash
hooked
from
mid.
charge, gonna connect. Kyling puts up the door to deny any damage coming through here from Lil V.
Oh,
and
wow.
eventually, Wako is able to find that piercing arrow to confirm at least the trade.
Yeah,
One for
impressive.
one.
Impressive from Wako to last second get that arrow out and trade. It's going to take all the momentum out of the sails of West Point now, who can't really hit this tower.
Yeah, Jung now appearing in the mid wave means whatever he wants to do there pretty much should be for them. Jimmy and even looking for a dive. Might just find it. Knockup does connect. Yeah, 116 is going to go down. Really well played once again. Definitely does not need the lethal tempo.
Yep, now it's Jimmy's turn to be 5-0 in the mid lane.
Oh, wow, would you look at that?
Yeah, and he's done it a little more directly this time, killing his own laner. Got some help from Gemini early on. And this game looks very difficult now. So
Yeah, I
Frank,
almost want to give Gemini MVP. Because he went top, found stuff top twice.
Yeah.
And
found just like random picks onto Ryu, random kills mid.
Yeah.
Was just always there to match ganks.
Now, because Rally is going to be in the lane of Jimmy, and I almost think that's worse.
Yeah, that might actually
The
be...
Blade of the Ruin King Yon.
Yeah, you might actually be under more threat.
It's definitely easier for Cassante to kill a Yon than it is for him to kill a Jax.
Yeah.
I just think he's too weak to do
really
it.
just kill this tower in one wave with an eco there clearing the wave. He just one-tapped that tier 2 and gained 725 gold. And we'll just happily pick up this wave in the Nico's face and go back to base.
Oh,
And
this is illegal.
Probably to buy a full item. Maybe not a full item yet.
Jung might just be the best to ever do it.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking like it. And as we said, Relius had to pop Ghost to get away.
Ghost for Yoni.
Yeah. Not the shortest cooldown on Yoni, but definitely a shorter cooldown than Ghost. Shah has to get away, and I feel a bit bad for West Point's bot lane this game.
I do too.
I feel like played quite well.
played very well.
Yeah, Ryu having a good game for himself too.
They played completely serviceable last game too.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just 2 solo laners to deal with though. I don't
kind
know
of wish. Oh, that was a
nice
really, really nice glacial fissure. That's what it's called.
Yeah, very clean and Lil V.
Uh-oh. Jimmy has teleported in. He's found the perfect fate sealed. Ryu's going to go down as well. Char, not long for this world either, as Wako will find him with that piercing arrow. I would say Baron now, but it's not alive. Rift Shield is going to have to be the prize, as well as Jiang are going to take yet another inner turret on the bot side. Everyone's dead, so no one can even answer it. 116 is going to have to teleport back.
Yeah. Yeah, and this Jax is getting out of hand. Lil V there.
Getting.
Yeah.
Omega Lal.
We haven't seen him actually interact. His team hasn't needed him yet. Jiang maybe in trouble.
Yeah, everyone is
Should
here.
be.
Here's Flash. No Ghost for Relia. Does he have a ward? He does, so he's going to be able to use at least one more ward jump if need be, but he's just out.
Yeah, he's actually just out there. Frustrating for West Point, who commit Nico ult Ash Arrow.
Oh, this is...
Yeah, I feel bad for Lil V in that last play. Just the ADC experience, any direction he runs.
Yeah.
He just finds an enemy.
Kaiwing with a fantastic, glacial fissure, but unfortunately he's like flashed out of that, used his cleanse, and there was just a Yone.
Yeah.
And honestly, that's just what happens when your entire side lanes have no towers. You have no control over either side of your jungle.
Yeah, they actually have mid-tier 1 up and no towers in the side lanes. I did not notice that. Yeah, that is a strange state. You have to give up, I think, at this point, tier 1 mid. It's just too dangerous to defend your tier 1.
Especially when they can realistically tower dive you without much threat. You do have really good counter dive, like the Ashe, the Nico, as well as, of course, the Viego are really good at stopping dives, but you are just so far behind, you can't really do it. 10k is the lead, 16 minutes in, and...
Yeah, here's a TP, though.
Yeah, 116 looking. He does have Pop Blossom. Marco might be in a lot of trouble, does get knocked up with Dredge Line and the Pop Blossom, but he somehow survives. And Frank, they take out 2, they take out 3. All that stands up is Lil V and 116. Those 2 veterans of the game are going to have to use the absolute depth of their knowledge to try and find some way to not just lose it here. 116 is found. He's very, very low. And Gemini chooses correctly.
Yeah, he hasn't been able to fool anyone with the Nico W this game, and I have no idea how Wako managed to survive that fight. Probably a heroic effort from Kaiwing on the Braum.
Yeah, I mean, the kitchen
nice
sink
flash.
truly just got thrown at this Varus.
Yeah, I thought they were just happy committing 5 ults, killing the Varus, going down honorably, getting ready for next series. But no, he doesn't even go down.
Take a look what happened. I mean, I just want to see how he survives.
Yeah, I'm guessing it's Kaiwing. Watch the Braum, because I don't know what else can save him from this kind of committal. It's Nautilus ult goes on him, Nico ult goes on him. Yeah, he actually just tanks it all. I don't think Braum did much. He actually just tanked it all.
They're just too far behind.
Yeah, not enough damage to finish him off.
He's pretty happy.
Yeah.
Chewing gum, all right, perfect. I was wondering if he was, still munching on some gum. He was.
Yeah, and that is really the ADC experience, isn't it? 2 and 3 on the Varus, putting in a serviceable weak side performance, still just get the entire team on you. Never mind the 8-0 Yone.
Pop Blossom coming through. Really well played by Jimmy. He's going to dodge out of any of the CC. And Gemini, likewise, is going to be able to eventually find himself out of there. Wako, though, he will go down. Relia can proudly tell himself he's got a solo kill.
Yeah, he does. And he's going for a kill on the Kaiwing.
Yeah, Ghost still popped and all out, but he is now very, very low. Kaiwing should be taken out and will be. Ryu takes that one. So Relia, despite how far behind, has managed to find some way back in this game and 2 kills. But Jiang, in the meanwhile, he doesn't care. No teleport. He just sits in the bot lane and picks himself up yet another objective. Relia, he might just go down. There is enough damage there and not enough to return. Lil V, Flash going to be committed. A nice snare coming through from Ryu to ensure that his AD carry is able to get out.
Yeah, they lose a member and a Flash there, unfortunately. Lil V doing some damage if he gets uptime. This is a Yona.
Fate Seal used from Jimmy in.
Whoa.
He's out of range. Oh,
Meanwhile,
what have we here? Yeah, okay, Heartbreaker. What is happening?
Yeah, it is very hard to actually catch Viego. He can run around for a long time here.
Oh,
no,
Wako's back.
Wako.
It's still going. All right, okay. All right, throws up the white flag.
Get some emotes in. Wako didn't even have ult. I thought he saved ult there, but didn't even have it. Baron coming
Baron
up
spawning.
now.
We're at 20 minutes. 44k.
Yeah. And Baron emerges on the rift surrounded.
Yeah, he wasn't prepared for this.
Yeah, doesn't get to live very long.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is going to go down, and I think logic tells me that this game should have less than 3 minutes left.
Yeah, less than 20 minutes is a safe assumption, I think. I don't know what a team fight even looks like for West Point that gets them back into this game.
Well, they threw everything at Wako alone, and he didn't die, so...
Yeah, and that is the squishiest member of the enemy team.
Yeah, maybe Nidalee is, but she can Zonya's is the problem.
She's got Zonya's, a lot of dashes. West Point just all reliable, sit in the bush. Hope Varus comes looking.
Braum might. Unfortunately, he denies a lot of damage.
Yeah, I don't think we're killing that guy. Maybe they can make a play onto Jiang
They're
here.
looking
Yeah, they
for
are.
it. He has flashback. He dodges. He's going in. Pops that Grandmaster's Might. He is still at half HP. He's actually now looking to kill Lil V, and he's still alive. Everyone is trying to kill Jiang, and he is healing. This was about as a valiant effort as you could possibly offer. 2 dead. Wako flashing forward will find the 3rd. Jiang finds the 4th. Ryu does survive, but 1 piercing arrow might seal the deal. Here we go, see if he can land it, and will not do so. So only Ryu does survive. It is going to be Frank eventually taking game number 2.
Yeah, a nice way for the game to end. I don't know how Jiang managed to do that much damage in that fight. In purely a 1v5 for most of that fight. He almost just killed Lil V by himself. I don't know if you saw that, but he jumped on him and took about
jumped on him and
of
powered
HP
W
off.
autoed and
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I feel pretty bad for Lil V in this series in general. I mean, you kind of wish that the Ashe was picked in game 1, because maybe there would be enough early pressure to the point that Cassante doesn't just giga tank your entire team.
Yeah.
Like, he ended up doing the most damage as Smolder, a little bit of it as Fraudulent.
Yeah.
But, like, maybe if Wako's not so accelerated as Senna, there's a chance in game 1, but ultimately, they weren't able to do it. Game number 2 was even worse as Frank really came out swinging.
You could just give it to Jiang again.
It's Jiang. It's Jiang.
fine to give it to Jiang again.
It's Jiang.
But Gemini was
yeah, he's hit an OP.
playing very well.
He's definitely hit an OP.
Jimmy was also just 8-0.
Oh, God, you keep... Yeah.
Yeah.
What I'll tell you is it's not Wako.
Yeah, it's probably not Wako.
It's
He
not-
got
no,
caught
it's
a couple times.
I mean, he just had the
played
worst
weak
scoreline. He
side.
didn't even play necessarily bad, he just had the worst scoreline.
Yeah. Yeah, Kai Wing on Braum. You're never getting MVP on Braum.
No,
So
you've
you
got
have
to do something ridiculous.
Yeah, very heroic to
Yeah.
get MVP on Braum.
Yeah. Like a steal a Baron with a Q or something.
Yeah.
Like that's Aldo with a Q. I don't know.
Yeah.
Deny a
Save
dash
the
with
Nexus
R?
with your E or something.
Yeah.
You have to get very creative on Braum
Yeah.
to get the MVP.
MVP, I don't know, man. Gemini
way.
set up the game for success. Chiang ran away with it. He didn't even join fights.
I mean, he set up the game for success too by just destroying top lane again.
Yeah.
Just by managing waves better.
Yeah. And then, yeah, Gemini capitalized on that with the gank and then repeat gank.
Yeah.
But he also found a random kill mid just for fun.
Yeah. Got them dragon stacking at a point in the game where the rest of the map was fairly even, but top was running away. You felt like you probably just shouldn't hit dragon ever as Frank.
Yeah.
But once
Yeah.
they found a pick onto Ryu, it was actually his first death of the game.
Yeah, he was
they were
1-0.
able to
He
get
actually
some dragon.
started off the game killing Marco, so feeling pretty good. And then, it didn't last too long.
Also, that ridiculous mid gank, level 3 Nidalee, red just one buff, one side clear into a gank mid. You don't
Just
see that
kill him,
working
yeah.
often.
Especially against someone as good as 116. Kind
Yeah.
of surprising that that kind of thing worked.
I mean, he's probably not expecting a spear from behind him as
Yeah.
a level 2 Nika.
Well, I think Viego was farming Raptors at the time too.
Yeah.
So it's just
from
like
that side, from his jungler's side, behind. Yeah. Really impressive gank.
it's pretty hard to find timings like that. So yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's hard. Jiang deserves it. Jimmy deserves it. Gemini deserves it. Bot lane existed. They didn't do bad. they were weak side and they played like weak side.
Yeah, how impressive is Gemini? Just to gas Gemini up a bit. Pick it if you need a tank. Gemini will play any tank jungler you need, and apparently if you need not just a carry jungler, Nidalee, who's probably the hardest carry jungler to actually play in a competitive game, he absolutely ran away with that game.
He did, yeah.
In a game that didn't really stick out to me as a Nidalee game at all. Not any lockdown for him. It's not like a Renekton Nidalee, Nautilus Nidalee.
There's like a Jax E.
Yeah, Jax Nidalee.
But he's against Cassante, so yeah. I don't know. Ridiculous. Honestly, Frank, just looking good. They're looking good. I think, obviously, if you take your mind back to spring last split, they actually started off the split like 7-0 or something. They were the only team that remained undefeated throughout the first 1, 2, nearly 3 weeks. And you expect now they have just, at least for my money, upgraded their roster. I think Wako is just, man,
and that's scary because Eminem wasn't bad.
No, he was crazy.
We very rarely had complaints about Eminem, if any.
Half the time when they lost, it was like, well, Eminem did his best.
Yeah.
You know, it was like moments like that. But Wako is just an upgrade. It's kind of similar to how PSG got better. It's like, is he an upgrade? Like, yes, but like, is he? Kind of the same on Frank, where it's like, Wako is, but like, is he?
Yeah, and they were already so good. They've picked up a veteran who's very good. This is a terrifying team now.
It is.
I cannot wait to see them play against the likes of PSG, CFO, and see what that looks like.
Well, one thing I think that makes it scary is in game one where it was like, they were just even trading. They were even trading even when the Tristana hit was already 2-0.
Yeah.
So they had a fight against the Tristana who was 2-0, who then picked up a triple kill. But they actually just went even on that fight anyway. It was just a 3-for-3. It just happened that one team had all the kills on one person, whereas the other didn't. And so it shows a level of sort of cohesion in these team fights where they're able to do that despite Tristana being the strongest person in the game because Cassante was just top lane at the time.
Yeah, and by the time the team fights rolled around, it suddenly felt like a bad thing that we had a Mega Fed Tristana because they were just able to shut down 1116, Jiang especially, with the help of Maokai.
Yeah, it almost felt like you wanted some gold spread around, right?
Yeah, so someone else could hit this Cassante, but Tristana just got shut down, and this is the ADC experience for Little V coming right up. He's just escaped, miraculously escaped to play in the mid lane, and
just no vision. It makes it so impossible.
And Jimmy finds a really nice kill onto Ryu here as well. And then Relia's just left with his whole team dead. Same deal for 1116, who's top lane. Don't really want to be that late to a play as Nico. No point TPing even.
Yeah, I mean, damage pretty even. 116 doing a lot. A lot of that comes just through lane phase. Nico, a very, very abusive laner.
Yeah.
But
never really want Nico to be doing the most damage at any given team comp.
When it's a quick game, it's just that's what's naturally going to happen because
base damage
you throw
is very
off the Q
high.
and it's like, wow, I've just done 300 damage.
Yeah, base damage very high on the champ. Lots of AoE. Every spell is AoE actually.
Yeah, so it does just happen. Game on 20 minutes long.
Yeah, hard to look at stats in a game where kind of everyone just won.
Yeah.
On the side of Frank, maybe bot lane did just okay.
Yeah, it was just like, the point is that Nico can still throw abilities, whereas the Cassante kind of just died. The Viego absolutely could not go anywhere near either the Yone or the Jax, and similar can be honestly said about the Ashe. You saw what happened. There was 5 people against Young. He lands a QW empowered auto attack onto Lil V, and he lost half his HP. So it's like, well, no one else can really actually try and do damage. 116 looked for flanks and found damage through that way, and
you saw Jiang, they just didn't have enough damage to deal with the Fed Jax in this comp. They had all the crowd control in the world. In that last fight, they got onto
more even, they would.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. But a Fed Jax in that game,
I don't think the comp was honestly that a problem.
No, I was worried about Frank comp-wise because you fall behind with like Nidalee, Jax, Yone, you're just dead. To a comp with 3 or 4 CC.
Yeah, just lockdown everywhere.
Champs,
spread around a little bit. Jimmy shown his face twice. Obviously, got insanely fed there as the Yone. Most kills at 9 and did the most damage. Not overly surprising. It is going to be Jimmy who picks it up, and honestly, fair play.
Yeah.
That one teleport we saw in the replay was really well found. Out of vision, utilizing really the control over the map given by Jiang side laning to really seal the deal on that game.
I don't know if he got a CS lead in isolation, but he was picking up plates as well. Constantly using his TP to move around like he was doing last game, which is a bit of a different look from Jimmy than last split. Last split he was farming up.
That's kind of something we associated Pretender with last split, where he'd be often moving around the map. And I wonder if we're going to see games out of Pretender this split, because we haven't yet. Here's their sub once again. Last split they would just alternate between the two, but...
Yeah, they haven't really been forced to put Pretender in. And here Jimmy finds a 3-man knock-up and ulti. Just to make this fight very one-sided, punish the enemy team for engaging on Tawako.
Yeah, I mean, this game just became completely impossible to play.
Yeah.
Wako surviving that was like...
Yeah, we probably can't win.
Ridiculous.
We probably can't win if Vera survives that. we need that guy to go down
that
instantly.
Was like,
they still lose the fight if he goes down.
The setup to that fight was like about as good as you could ever hope for, because 116 teleport onto a ward that was like a pixel
out of vision. Yeah.
And because of that, was able to get onto Wako, pop his Edge of Night, get the knock up with the Nautilus ult, and he just flashes a wall and lives.
Yeah, no follow-up. No follow-up damage, not enough damage on the Nico at that point in the game either. Yeah, I don't think the draft was a problem.
No, neither. It was just the game just... The wheels fell off the bus real early.
Yeah, and it was just so frustrating to see the same thing happen at the same time in that second game. That is something West Point are going to need to look at. The exact same mistake. It was about level 4. Wave is just a disaster for Relia in the top lane. He drags his jungler up there when it's easy for Gemini to be there too. There's no reason Gemini can't also be there, and he is both times, both games, and he messes up his jungler and he doesn't fix his lane. Still loses his TP. His lane is still messed up. So something to definitely fix.
For sure.
For West Point, as the games became unplayable in both instances from that point forward.
Yeah, absolutely. But that's done and dusted for series number 2 for us. We're now going to go to an interview with Patty and Wako, so please do enjoy.
Wako for the post-game interview. Let's have Wako say hello to the fans first. 欢迎来到今天的赛后采访。今天我们邀请到的是 FAK 的下路选手 Wako， 请 Wako 先跟大家打声招呼吧。
大家好，我是 FAK 的 AD Wako。
So you just returned back to pro gaming and you just joined FAK. Today is also the first day of PCS Summer and you won. So how do you feel about the game you just played today? 今天是你回到赛场的第一场比赛，也是你加入 FAK 的第一场比赛，也是 PCS 第一天的比赛，你就非常顺利的赢了下来。你现在心情如何呢？
赢下比赛就很开心嘛，因为在 FAK 这边其实训练没有之前那么重，所以赢了也是很开心。
So I'm actually really happy about the win today. I'm not in a lot of pressure like before, and joining FAK is really happy. So overall, I'm really happy today, and also the time that I spent here is really good. You face against your old rival Livy on the bottom lane today. So how do you feel about facing against him? 今天你在下路对上的是你的老对手小 V， 想问一下你对上他有什么特别的感觉吗？
感觉我跟他今天其实都没什么在游戏里的感觉，所以就没什么特别的感觉。
I feel like me and him aren't really in the game today. The other players are more focused, so I don't feel anything special today. So can you explain FAK's play style to us? Did you change your own play style after joining FAK, or are there any adjustments on your side? 你可以跟我们讲解一下 FAK 的打法跟他们的怎么运营的吗？你加入之后有没有自己的打法有没有做一些改变，或者是他们有没有配合你做一些改变？
就是我感觉我们的选手都是比较喜欢去操作的，所以但有时候会有点上头，所以我会想办法去拉住他们这样。
I feel like FAK's players are very good at techniques and they really like to play, make big plays. So at some point I have to pull them back and tell them to don't go overboard. So I think that's my job here at FAK. So how do you feel about the summer? Do you have any expectations or goals? 你自己对于夏季赛有没有什么特别的期许或是期待的？
最好的话还是希望可以去世界赛吧，因为也还是身为一个选手，还是想去打世界赛。
For the best, I really want to go to Worlds, and at this point, I just want to win the summer split and hope for the best. Thank you so much for the interview and congratulations for the win today. 再次恭喜你获得今天的比赛。我们把镜头转回主播台。
Win the summer split. I'm just joining the team to win.
Yeah,
honestly,
I mean, when you're that good, you can't just join a team to win.
It's hard to doubt, but there is by no means an easy road ahead of him because there are two teams in particular that stand between Frank and winning, at least for my money. And one of them is playing next. It's going to be DCG versus CFO, but then PSG, we won't see this week. But coming off the back of that phenomenal MSI performance, it's hard for me to bet against them. Do I think anyone else in the PCS take BLG to 5 and almost actually win the series? Maybe, but I'd have to see it to believe it. That's kind of the position I'm in right now. Fantastic series from Frank. We'll see you very shortly after this break for our next series with CFO DCG.
华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
旅客何淑慧，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
China Airlines passenger Michael Chen, your third flight to Seattle is now ready for boarding.
华航直飞西雅图，7月14正式起航。
by the way you move, you feel it too. Yeah, you feel it too. Girl, you feel it too. Got that dress on you like the second skin. I can help you with it if you let me in. We ain't at church now, so this ain't no sin. No, this ain't no sin. It ain't no sin, babe. Just wanna love you for a little while. Just wanna touch you for a little while. And then I'll leave you in a little while. 'Cause that's my style. Yeah, that's my style. Just wanna love you for a little while. Just wanna touch you for a little while. And then I'll leave you in a little while. 'Cause that's my style. Yeah, that's my style. 'Cause I never promised to take you away from what you get yourself in every day. I made my money the old-fashioned way. Just like they say. Just like they say. Yeah. I know you think you see in dollar signs. You can get your own, 'cause those are mine. Oh, you wanna be my girl, well get in line. Just get in line, get in line. Just wanna love you for a little while. Just wanna touch you for a little while. And then I'll leave you in a little while. 'Cause that's my style. Yeah, that's my style. Just wanna love you for a little while.
Welcome back, everybody. One more best of 3 to go for our first week back of the PCS. First week, first day. Nice little light introduction back into the swing of things, but it's going to be between CFO and DCG, two of the most enjoyable, I'd say, teams to watch. DCG certainly, last split, were, I think, far and beyond the most fun team to watch. You didn't know what they're going to pick. You didn't know what they were going to do. It was just straight. You didn't know when they were going to randomly blast cone into the middle of the enemy team either. It was just good times the entire split.
And
so
luckily for us, Senna is still meta. So Orca's going to be up to his usual antics in the bot lane, playing whatever he feels like down there. Kriskata, some time to grow in the mid lane. It was his first split as a mid laner.
It was,
Last split, hard to believe considering the results he got and the performances he had, but if he's going to continue growing and improving as a mid laner, he could be someone to really worry about.
Sure, and speaking of Orca, as we were before, it's now Orca versus Shun for our 1v1. Who's your money on?
Orca.
Okay,
he locks Heimer here.
I think I have to think Shun. I think I have to go Shun. Not because I actually think that, but because you said Orca.
Does Shun go Draven? Corki. Zach.
Okay, well, you're right. You won. No, actually, I just saw Corki destroy a tank.
Yeah, this new Corki with Halo Blades. He actually took Fleet this game.
What is bro doing?
Yeah, and it's actually Bomby Cinder on the Zac. Just going for wave clear, I guess? Probably could have just been a tank item, but...
It is, it's got health.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
And Orca just going to wait for the waves, probably focusing on the waves for the early part of this game.
Is he? I don't think he's allowed to touch the wave.
You reckon? Watch, he's Zac.
What's Zac going to do? You just trade dash for dash.
Oh, but doesn't he just ignore you and...
No, he doesn't heal that much until he gets a bit of some items and health behind him. Can't even get to his blobs, actually.
Yeah, Shun stomps on that one.
Yeah, that sounded like one of those actually moments, you know? Finger was up as I said it. Alright, we've picked Zac to farm with Q.
Yeah. Yeah, let him cook, though.
Yeah, Orca was a bit of a beast in the 1v1s last split.
Yeah, you don't really think of support players when you think of the 1v1.
Tell me why.
You know, they're used to having a buddy. Whether it's in their lane or they're roaming with jungle.
Or they're randomly top lane at 3 minutes.
Yeah.
That's true.
Just wave clear.
I don't see how Zac wins this.
Yeah. Yeah, me neither. Maybe it's just... He's just going to out-sustain the Corki is the idea.
Oh, okay. Well, it's helpful if Shun doesn't Valkyrie.
Yeah, decent trade.
It still was just won by Shun somehow. Orca did land absolutely everything and picked up 4 blobs, so...
Yeah, Orca has to find a way to get a recall off. I don't know if he's going to get to recall this game. Maybe the idea is Corki runs out of mana, and we just
looks like
through it.
He looks low on mana right now.
Yeah. Oh, and everyone, this is a good time to note, if you play Halo Blades or any kind of Corki, just max E. I was a fool, maxing Q still. Supposed to max E on Corki now.
That seems so odd.
Yeah, that seems completely nonsensical to me, but they must have changed the spell.
I think it's just because of the shred, right? You'll just do more damage with Halo Blades if you shred their armor. I guess, but...
Yeah, it seems strange to me too, but...
I've only played Arena this entire split.
Oh yeah. Who's your go-to Arena champ?
Oh, honestly, I usually just try and work out what... Because I only play solo.
Uh-oh.
Oh, hold up. Orca, he's found a way. If there's... No, he hasn't.
Oh, wow. He didn't pick up that blob.
Oh, that was so close, though. That was a valiant
Shun doesn't have Q mana, though.
That's not even a kill. All right. We're all right, guys. It's just 0-0 still.
Yeah, Orca looks fine now. Shun has a lot of mana back, though.
I mean, now Shun should just probably recall, right? Like,
yeah, Zac's never taking his turret. Every Valkyrie he forces is a lot of mana. Yeah, there goes the regen.
Back to my
oh yeah, go to arena champ.
So what I tend to do, because I only play solo and I just get a random on my team.
Yeah.
You know, no fraudulent rank gains here. And I try and see what my my random
for
plays.
the comp. Yeah, okay.
Well, I never go for like I've never looked up a tier list or anything. But if it's like if they want to play like an 80 carry, then I'll lock in something akin to Cassante. Just try and peel. And if they want to play something tanky, I tend to try and play Azir.
Azir?
Yeah, I enjoy Azir. And if you get Marks Mage, it's just an insta win.
Oh, yeah. Is he good in an arena? Azir?
No, unless you get Marks Mage, and then it's an insta win. A lot of 80 AP champs are like that, but at least for me, I feel like Azir's the best, because like all of his damage pretty much comes from auto-attacking. So
yeah. Who else is an egregious Marks Mage user? Kale?
Yeah, true. Honestly, there's champs like Ivern because Daisy procs on hit.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
Daisy procs your on hits.
So if you like somehow like first augment get Marks Mage and your Ivern, you can just build full AP with like Lich Bane and Nashes, and Daisy just actually insta kills everyone.
Full Maw purchase for Shun, by the way.
Surprised he didn't go for an Executioner's Calling.
Yeah, would help a lot with these kind of trades where Zac is just ignoring him.
Nice Q there. I mean, not the worst trade, but definitely not the best. He's going to have at least one health relic there.
Yeah, there's no CS win con, so Orca's fine with how this is going.
Yeah, it's just going to come down to a death match, I think, and it looks like Orca probably would win that.
Yeah, he did run out of damage last time. If he can proc this Maw before the circle comes in.
What time does the circle come in? Because there's just over 2 minutes left on his passive.
I think he'll have it.
Yeah, I think so too. I think it comes in at like 8.
Can he? He looks like he wants to recall. I don't think he can recall here without losing his turret. He's going to go for it. Oh, yeah, okay, no, he has to stay. Oh, this is ugly now.
Nice Valkyrie. But yeah, this is now...
Yeah, tower might just die anyway. No E on Zac.
End it now, or the Nexus will do it.
Alright, yeah. Shun wins.
Yeah, end it now, or the Nexus will do it for you.
You can't get this recall off. There's no way.
I mean, the tower just dies. Okay. I mean, he lands everything.
He has to be careful. I mean, he's just trying to hit the tower. He's flashed away from it, though. Oh, the more the tower.
Oh, okay. My goodness. That was close.
Yeah. Alright, Shun's happy.
Yeah.
Walker's not. Oh.
Oh, very unhappy.
Wow.
Comp ruling incoming for Orca. Shun made that one a bit closer than it needed to be, I feel like.
I think he uttered a profanity.
Maybe. We'll never know.
Yeah.
I heard a beep.
Guess we won't know.
And they pick red side. Interesting.
That's the first. That's the first of today. Wonder why that is.
Yeah, we'll see what CFO have cooking up.
Damn.
And we're not sure who their top laner is going to be yet.
Yeah, probably rest.
Yeah, probably rest.
Would make the most sense, I would think. I think we'll find out very shortly, though. Taco, 65, Cascada, Fing, and Orca. No! Fing is a new addition. Fing was BYG's bot laner. Tide no longer on the squad.
Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, okay.
So they're going to have Fing now. Fing, very, very talented at the AD carry role. So.
Yeah, especially in the previous meta, where you had Varus, Kalista.
Yeah.
Senna. Senna is pretty good too, so...
Yeah, even before that, he's always been a really good Xayah player. I don't think Xayah is too good right now, but...
Unique champions played. He did make it to 20. Last split. I remember we were keeping count.
Yeah, we were. It was like one of the last games that he got in the playoffs.
Yeah.
He managed to get to his 20th champ.
And it, of course, was something actually very mundane,
it was
like an Orianna or an Ahri
it was
or something.
Like Giga Meta that was played the entire split.
Yeah. Finally got around to playing it for his 20th unique pick.
Yeah. Hopefully we aim to beat that record, though. I think we can push it a little bit further.
Yeah.
Right, Lulu's, like, there's an angle, right?
Lulu mid.
Yeah.
Galio.
Galio, yeah. I don't think he played Galio. There's a lot of gum chewing going on.
Yeah. Not even by ADCs. See if Feng has found his way to the pack of gum that his top side seems to be
I do wonder
in possession of.
If Cascada, now that he's had that split of experience, might become more focused in his champions instead of...
Yeah, I would hope so. Try
like
a bit of
have an
everything
identity
and
almost.
then
Yeah,
it doesn't feel like he has an identity.
No, he just picks whatever he thinks is fun.
Yeah, he can definitely just solo carry a game.
Yeah, as anything.
Yeah, as anything.
Oh, it was mind-boggling to me. That was like, well, this guy, you know, he's role swapped. He played AD carry the entire last split. He's going to probably play something like, oh, you know, Orianna, Ari. First 2 games, Hui is there. It's like, oh, well, I guess not.
Yeah.
Possibly 2 of the highest skill cap champs in mid lane. And it's Driver playing
Driver.
here.
Okay.
So Driver, Kasagori, Shun, Sword Art.
Driver makes more sense if you're picking red side. Seems like a player who uses counter pick.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Rest maybe for picks for his team. Blind picks something like a Gragas, Cassante, Udyr. Whereas Driver, you can get him a counter pick and expect him to take over.
Damn, never missed
Worlds. Wow, okay.
8-2, yeah, they did win out eventually in the spring split.
I forgot about that. Yeah, it was a miracle run.
Yeah, it was.
Well,
not really. They just lost the first series, and then.
Well, it was a miracle run considering Frank won. Like, they were 7-0.
Yeah, Frank kind of fell
PSG
apart
as well.
when the whole Pretender came in as AD carry thing.
Yeah,
that arc. PSG almost didn't they started like 5th or something, and they managed to get 4th. Yeah, they managed to get 4th, and then ended up just being unstoppable in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Dropping 2 games during the duration of it, I think, and those were both to SoftBank in their first meeting. Here is Driver, of course, on your screen, one of my favorite players. Casa, does he have his watch on? No, he does. It doesn't look like the same one, though.
Yeah, different watch, of course.
There's Gory. Bit of a rough end to last split, but I'm sure he's here to redeem himself and show more of what we saw from him in the regular season, honestly, where there were just many games where he solo carried him, single-handedly put everyone on his back. He's got the...
Rocking a mustache.
Yeah, he's got the stash going.
Yeah, we'll see if
he's looking kind of threatening.
Yeah, he is. I'm scared of mustache Sword Art.
Yeah.
See if it translates in-game, though.
Maybe he's aiming for like a Braum, you reckon?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Would make sense. Draven.
True.
Who else has a mustache? Corki.
Does Graves? It feels like he should.
No, I don't think he does, though.
Damn. Ornn.
Does Graves have a mustache? He has like a goatee, maybe. I don't know why I can't think of Graves' facial hair.
Neither. I think he's got a beard.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. I think. But Ornn has a big mustache.
Oh, he does, yeah.
Yeah. Anyone else?
Yeah, lots of mustache options for Sword Art.
It could be the Ornn center, perhaps. Otherwise, it's pretty forced into Braum. I don't think he's picking Draven support.
I'm sad we didn't see LB last game. It made it through the first round of bans. Got banned in the second round.
I think it is a little scary to blind.
LB, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, it's just like if I don't know, if your team doesn't play LB, then you just feel like you have to ban it, maybe.
Yeah. You know who is willing to play it?
Cascada and Gory.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Gory plays it.
Surely, right?
Yeah, he would.
Skarner, Kalista taken away, not all that surprising.
Yeah. Looks like red side so far just forced to ban Skarner every game.
Yeah. Here goes Tristana. So I won't be graced with that champion again. Twice today, I think we've seen it, right?
Yeah. And I was going to say this about Cascada. Criminally low number of Tristana games, considering he was an ADC player.
Yeah.
If any Tristana games.
I don't remember. He had 20 games of 20 different champs.
Yeah. Kaisa, somehow.
Yeah, Kaisa was in there. That was his LeBlanc
somehow played
counterpick.
Kaisa mid before Tristana mid.
So he has a counter to LeBlanc already up his sleeve.
Yeah, true. Rumble banned away. Taco Driver, both very good Rumble
they are,
players.
Yeah. Probably the 2 most notable, maybe alongside Arju.
Yeah.
Now,
Arju's just good at everything.
True, he's my goat for real. What will we ban here? Nautilus, Camille. Okay, does that mean we picking Driver's champ in the first 3?
Yeah, the Camille ban does seem weird when you opt for red side.
That's just
first
three
pick
top.
Corki.
That's just 3 top bans. Just keep it simple.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Ornn, maybe. We've already got one mustache.
True. Nautilus is open though. Probably just gonna be Senna Nautilus for CFO. Tristana band away makes sense when you're gonna first pick the Corki. You do need some AP in the jungle. Nidalee taken away by Karsa though. So
yeah, just immediate lock.
Yeah, you'll have to find some other AP champ. Karthus into Nidalee doesn't sound great.
Yeah, it feels like you're gonna get run around in your jungle.
Brand should be okay. Criminally underused in the PCS, the Brand,
Lilia?
I think.
I feel like Lilia's fine.
Yeah, Lilia should be fine, but Lilia wants to be against tanky stuff. You know, she prefers to see a couple more frontliners locked in.
Let's see, Rel gonna be locked in. Always good to see Rel.
Yeah.
Orca though, do we want to see him on Rel?
Rel locked in with Nautilus available as well is pretty interesting. Nautilus seems like a very good pick for CFO now. There's a Lee Sin into the Nidalee.
Oh, the 6-5 Lee Sin.
Yeah. He's very good on the Lee Sin, and it's a good matchup into the Nidalee. And, I mean, Nautilus just seems like a no-brainer here, unless I'm missing something.
Ornn.
Unless Sword Art really wanted to cook. Yeah, no.
Oh, there we go.
Makes sense.
Color me surprised, once again.
Yeah, so I guess we can ban ADCs if we're DCG and ban... Or, sorry, ban ADCs if we're CFO. And mid laners if we're DCG. If you feel like you'd need to ban mid laners, you've taken away the Trist already, which is usually the go-to into the Corki.
Yeah. I mean, I can't work out this draft.
I mean, LB is still open.
Not anymore?
Not anymore.
Okay, so they think the Corki's going bot.
Yeah. Yeah, they're not convinced it's a mid lane Corki yet.
And I guess the reason would be that you already have a Lee Sin, so similar to...
Yeah,
You don't really want to combine your mid and jungle to have the same...
Yeah, DCG banning
same
AD
damage type.
mids makes sense. With a Nidalee locked in.
Yeah, so they could ban the Yone as well, if they so choose. It's an AD mid, of course, we just saw Jimmy pick up to great success. Jack's taken away from Taco. And TF going to be the final ban up in that top side. Driver, not necessarily someone I associate with Twisted Fate.
Yeah, I'm sure he can play it.
Oh yeah, he can play everything probably.
So, should just be blind pick mid here. It's actually going to be a blind pick top.
Yeah, okay, Nidalee Renekton. I kind of
oh wow, okay.
touched on it earlier.
We're doing this, yeah, okay.
Kind of as a joke, but
without seeing the enemy top laner, can't they just lock in like a mega tank?
Oh, wrong. It's the mid proc. You just didn't know.
That would be horrifying for Corki. But Cassante is something we see into the Renekton pretty often.
Yeah, I mean...
should be fine against the Nidalee Renekton.
Even, yeah.
Just because even if Renekton gets the stun on you, you can still move because of the Cassante W, right?
Yeah. You can. You do get stunned at the end of the animation, but...
Yeah, very difficult champ to dive, even for a Nidalee Renekton, I think.
Alright, what are we going to...
Yeah, we've saved
here?
mid for last.
This pick has to be worth it. And... it's fine.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think it works well in this comp.
Yeah, makes sense.
It's kind of the damage you need against these tanks. You've got to somehow get through a Cassante and a Rel, and Yone is probably one of the best champs you could have picked to do so. Although I think we're going to run into the problem that if Taco is even with the rest of the game, he will be unkillable. I mean, he does not have to build MR. One Jack show will be all he needs.
Yeah, I think
to deal with Nidalee and...
I think Gory will be fine against him in a side lane later.
Yeah, it's more about the team fights, though.
Yeah, in a team fight, he's just, gonna run through. You never really want to be Senna into Cassante. You just can't kill him at all. And Yone gives you some DPS, but probably not enough in a team fight.
Yeah, I mean, the side lanes, of course, are going to favor the side of CFO. And maybe that's just their intention, is to sort of play through those, which obviously is going to be a working way to play the game. We've seen CFO capitalize on these split push comps quite often in the regular season of last split, so it's something we know they can do. But also, I just think they've got pretty decent team fighting anyway.
Yeah, it helps having a third TP as well if you want a split push win condition.
Yeah, that's true.
Underrated part of these Senna lanes is, yeah, you get a third TP on a wave clear monster like Nautilus.
Yeah, weird to say.
Yeah, once he gets Hollow Radiance. And I don't know how to call it from the draft. I think just purely on draft, I like DCG.
I do too.
Just Renekton Nidalee just seems so volatile. And yeah, and they've got a good champ in the Cassante. Maybe only Gragas is really going to be more difficult to deal with.
I don't know, Gragas looked pretty easy to deal with when I saw it earlier today.
This is Taco Gragas, though. I don't know what Taco Gragas looks like. I don't think we've seen it.
Oh, we probably did.
Yeah.
This is the hard thing about watching every single game, is they kind of just blend into
together,
one at one point. Like after a month and a half's gone by, you kind of forget every single game. You know, I remember the highlights, but I certainly don't remember every champ select.
I'm curious to see how this Corki does in the bot lane. This is the first time I've seen it actually go bot, which I think is supposed to be his intended role.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
But I think just because of how many AP junglers have come out of nowhere with Blackfire Torch, he's just been shoved in the mid lane as an AD mid laner. Functions the same lane phase.
I mean, he's just got a stronger lane phase than before, right?
Yeah.
He's the exact same as he was, but just stronger in lane, and doesn't have access at 8 minutes to the package, basically, is the trade-off. Which, admittedly, for objective fights makes him worse, but for his lane, he's definitely stronger.
Yeah. Corey should be fine in this lane. He's going to get shoved in early. As you do melee into ranged. Eventually he'll be pressuring this way, though, especially once they break out into side lanes. And we've seen Gory completely take over games on Yon.
We have. Sword Art getting engaged on. We'll be able to stun up Orca.
Yeah.
But it was definitely a trade one out by the bot side.
Yeah, I like the target. I like the target selection too. Just on the Nautilus, who is the farming champion in this lane. As a melee champ, it's going to be scary for him the more HP he loses, and they're trading well around Halo Blades too. Nothing happening on this wave though. There's no dive.
Yeah, no, there's no way you're ever diving.
Yeah. You're just going to have a very farmed Corki, essentially. I wonder if it was ever first strike on the Corki.
It's less damage.
Yeah.
I always wonder if it's just ever first strike.
665 is here.
Yeah,
baiting.
knock up landing, but Gory, going to be able to.
Yeah, nice use of fleet footwork there. Just jumps back and has the fleet footwork move speed. Can just run away very quickly, and Nidalee, in the meantime, has cleared her entire jungle. Whoa, trade of flashes. I didn't even see Orca show up.
Yeah,
Weird to see Orca on a conventional support.
Yeah, what's this? Orca's playing a support? What the hell?
What? Yeah, no slouch. Trades his flashes. Here is
All right, now
dive.
we get to find out.
Yeah, and Taco is just out of here. They get his ghost, and he loses a big wave under
Yeah,
Shard.
a massive wave was just lost.
Yeah, but this dive was telegraphed in champ select.
Yep, they picked 2 champs.
Yeah.
I know what's happening.
And Taco does a good job to get out. His CS is suffering for it, though.
Well, wisely does just recall and commit that teleport.
Yeah.
Knows it's a lost cause, and it sucks, but sometimes that happens.
Yeah.
You just got to rely on the bot side of the map.
Yeah, it's still a win, ultimately. That the Renekton Nidalee can't really get anything going. Meanwhile, 665 has caught up in his clear and picked up bottom crab. It's a little early for the Dragon, but seems to be just DCGs for the taking when they want it. CFO are not fighting for lane prio at all in the bottom lane.
Nice trade from Taco.
Yeah. Driver still has his TP though, which is a big win for him. He can trade hard top and TP back in, or hold his TP for a Dragon fight if he wants to.
Nice dodge by Orca, but he's going to get hit by that dredge line. Crashdown does come out, and he is going to be able to get on out of there, but Caster's still looking. Spear will not be able to land. Now, positioning aggressively still, but I don't think this is ever a dive.
Yeah, no spear up when that W from Senna lands, luckily for Feng. So he is perfectly fine. Sword Art still has TP, so these HP bars might be a problem now for DCG.
Speaking of teleport, that was Corey's committed there. To come back to this mid lane.
Yeah, doing a very good job farming on the own without his flash. Considering he's had a few visitors to the mid lane, perfectly even in CS, is where you want to be. Taco's wave is fine. It's going to push back to him now.
Yeah, this is sort of the life of Cassante at this stage of the game. You kind of just admit.
665 isn't level 6 yet, which is when this matchup becomes really Lee Sin favored. But he will still win these fights, especially if Nidalee combos onto the camp like this. Yeah, this is scary for Karsa.
Karsa, okay, he's not going to have to use his flash, but he is going to lose his camp. Got to be careful.
Yeah.
Sonic Wave landing would mean almost certain death unless he gets a pristine timing on the flash.
Oh no.
Gory has found 65. 65 in a world of trouble, and it's actually going to be Shun picking up first blood here. Cascada, though, is going to run away, is going to get caught. That Fate Seal does have to use that flash. And
yeah, Cascada greeds his flash there a bit, ends up losing half his HP for it. And it's Taco who's in trouble now. This is level 6 Renekton. Can Taco hit 6 off this? Doesn't look like it. He's just dead.
Yeah. Does use that path maker, but yeah, will go down. Shun does lose his flash.
Yeah, somehow Feng is here to catch the wave, so not the end of the world, but yeah, 665 stays for a while after taking, because look where Senna is on the minimap. I think he can just leave once he kills this camp if he wants to. He just decides to hang around because the Nidalee is so low. I think had they comboed onto Gori a little bit better here, he just goes down, but Cascada's ult goes wide in a second. Yeah, misses pretty much every spell on the way here and has to lose his flash too. A little bit unfortunate, but somehow 665 gets the Void Grubs. As Karsa opted for the dive top rather than going for the grubs, and you can see Taco's down 20 CS in the top lane now. This will not be an unkillable Cassante that we were worried about.
Yeah, game definitely starting off pretty well here for CFO.
Yeah, getting exactly what they need. Senna and Nautilus doing fine, getting their farm. Renekton getting a massive lead. Nidalee getting some kills. As CFO start up the Dragon, I guess DCG are kind of around, but Lee Sin is top lane, so... top side, rather, so... no contest on the Dragon here.
Yeah. So once again, another objective, or first objective, I suppose, going over
yeah, and
here to CFO.
Yeah, with a comp where you're maybe worried about scaling with a Renekton and a Nidalee, getting these Dragons is very important. Can just become a win condition for you.
It was answered back. There were 3 grubs picked up for 665 on the top side. So
yeah, and I think DCG were kind of knowingly making that trade when they commit 665 to the top side, do the Void Grubs and then full clear down. And now he's level 6 and he can legitimately 100 to 0 this Nidalee.
Oh, top lane is back top now.
Yeah, Taco has to fight on this wave. No junglers near him, fortunately, so he should just be able to fight Renekton and get him off this wave. Gori lands a really nice trade.
From downtown.
Yeah, it dodges the fear. From Cascada somehow.
No flash on Cascada, and Gori does have flash, so...
yeah, terrifying. Ulti up to... yeah, 665 just has to go protect him in the middle lane, but he might just be beat to it by CFO.
Oh my god, that was close.
Yeah, DCG show up to protect their mid. Did anyone get the plate money?
I didn't see.
CFO,
I was watching Caster throw Qs.
Yeah. The Nidalee midi game, no flash.
Well, all that, and we have done it. We have done it.
Wow, how did his HP bar just not move on the way there? I swear he
think
started
Orca
with
just
that.
chain CC'd Gory.
Yeah, and nice play from 665 as well, maximizing his damage. Make sure they kill Gory there, gets baited. Much needed win for DCG, who it felt like the game was maybe going away from them because of this situation mostly.
Yeah, top is in a bit of a...
Oh, top's a disaster, 60 to 9 PCS.
Yeah, not the best place to be, but...
Taco has ulti and ghost. I'm surprised he doesn't commit there. I guess he's worried about the Nidalee.
Yeah, no Dominus as well for Driver on the Renekton. It does feel like a winning
All
trade.
In, yeah. Oh,
Nidalee is here though,
look.
and so is Shun, so... It's certainly not winning anymore. No Ghost. Although he did, I think, use it, maybe.
Yeah, he has ghosted, so I think he's
Yeah.
just out of here. They get the ghost and the ulti. No TP on this Cassante, who's below half HP now.
And who's coming up? Orca seems like he's in the area.
Yeah. Yeah, he should be okay. It's going to be Collector first for Feng.
Oh, this sucks to be Cassante like this.
Yeah. Yeah, when it's also just such a good Cassante game, if he could have an even game here, he could really run away with these team fights. But he's going to spend most of this game suffering in side lanes, whether he's against Renekton or Yone. Shun is doing the Senna thing where he randomly lanes with his top laner for a bit.
Bit of funny Center Gaming, I believe is what we call that.
Yeah, gets a plate for his troubles. And CFO will deny the fourth grub going over, though there's a play mid maybe. No, it doesn't look like it. So this top tower is just gone if you're DCG. I don't think you can commit much to protecting it. Unless you want to just go for a full-on lane swap. And first tower is buffed now in terms of the gold it gives. 300 gold, so it's an extra kill. Essentially. This Taco should be okay here.
I'm not sure of that. He's going to get stunned up. Doesn't have W.
Wow.
Yeah, he's absolutely gone.
Really nice by Driver to just hold his stun that entire time.
Sword Art though, he's probably dead.
Yeah.
Let's see if they can
Nice flash from
make
Sword
their
Art.
work away this tower aggro as...
Oh god.
665.
Yeah, no, he's not dead at all. He's full HP almost.
Yeah, cleared the wave and almost killed 3 people.
Yep. And this is the strength of the Senna Nautilus lanes. It is so hard to dive this Nautilus unless he's already massively behind. And meanwhile, your Senna's just free to run around the map, do whatever she wants.
They got his flash and he doesn't have Hex Flash and they didn't lose any of theirs, so it's okay. But, I mean, Nautilus doesn't care that much about his flash.
Yeah.
To be fair, so... Ultimately, I mean, it's just a massive win for CFO. First Blood Tower, they got themselves a kill onto Taco the second time in this game. 6-5, he's got his Eclipse now. I saw what happened earlier today.
Yeah. Yeah, against the Nautilus as well.
Right roll, Raggy.
Just got zoned off the wave by Shun and Gory. Doing fine CS-wise.
Oh, just out of range.
Close. Low on mana, though. Doesn't have TP.
I'll get a little bit back here. Oh. Oh. Okay. Gory getting a little aggressive couple of times in this game.
Yeah, it's just a straight-up 2v2 mid.
Yeah. Such is life. Oh,
wow.
Okay. Hold up. No, it's not anymore. Fantastic dive here onto Gory. 65 does go forward, but Gory is going to outlast, able to run away. And it is just going to be that Lee Sin taken out
and
there.
665's ulti just came up now. So if that play just happened a second later, it might just be a kill onto Gory. Instead, 665 goes down, and now Dragon over to CFO.
That tower should be pretty simple now to be taken out for side of CFO, or at least in the near future. Rift Herald has spawned, and
Yeah, meanwhile, Sword Art's just hitting bot tower.
He hasn't even gone for...
the Hollow Radiance.
Yeah, he's just got a Frozen Heart. Making this collector look like a horrendous buy.
Yeah. 665 gets the buff.
All right. 1Q, 1Q!
Oh,
Flash
what a
Rakasa.
flash.
And in comes Taco.
No, you
Doesn't
never
have Flash,
catch
of
this.
course.
Senna should be dead, though.
Yeah, Senna's...
Oh, might be able to give the kill
Oh,
to the Rel.
no.
It can't be.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh,
Oh,
we've found
Karsa
Karsa.
trolled.
Why is Karsa there?
Yeah, Karsa griefed. I don't think anyone can get this kill on Shun, though. Just the XP for Orca.
Yeah.
Does catch him up in levels to the Senna now. Meanwhile, Driver's taken
And
an
then,
entire top tier 2.
Yeah.
Is 150 CS.
I want to know why Karsa died.
Yeah, I want to
Does
see
he
what happened
just,
to
like-
that guy. So I think 665 commits his Q early. Yeah, if he has Q here, he just kills Karsa 2v1 easily. And gets his Q up a little too late to follow up on his kick, and Karsa's able to flash it. Well played by Karsa. And then let's see what happens to Karsa, because I think he does a little bit of trolling. Taco's on a ward. Oh no, he's on a Nidalee trap and doesn't get... Oh yeah, okay. Just sits in the bush and waits. Gets delivered a shutdown off the Nidalee. That feels very good.
It feels weird that Karsa decided to make that decision, though.
Yeah, I'm not sure what he was looking for in there. I don't think Shun was getting out. Based off anything Nidalee did.
Okay, teleport in. This will be Cascada.
Yeah, it looks like they're just hitting mid.
Yeah, going to force CFO to get off of that Herald temporarily. As
665 is on a ping.
Yeah, he's cooking. Oh, okay, well, Cascada's doing damage.
Yeah, Driver has farmed his 3rd turret of this game. About as good as you could hope from a Renekton, really.
Yeah, Renekton not typically the champ you associate with tower killing.
Yeah, he's a lane bully, but yeah, this is about as good as it can go. You know, for a blind pick lane bully. And it has amounted to just over a 4k gold lead now for CFO. Bunch of objectives, 2 dragons, 3 grubs, and Rift Herald.
Wait a second. I don't know why this thought just randomly came to my brain.
Yeah.
Do you think CFO chose red side because they're against DCG?
Oh, yeah, maybe. Yeah, DCG do prefer red side.
Yeah. They pretty much... Oh, no, I don't want to... That was going to sound pretty harsh. I was going to say they were pretty much only find success on red side, which isn't true. But they did find the most success when on red side.
Yeah. Yeah, they carved out a little niche for themselves picking red because...
Everyone picked blue.
Everyone picked blue, so you always just get your preferred side if you like red side.
And it worked. It worked real well. They weren't a team that you'd look at on paper and tout as you know, a contender for top 4. And they took down PSG. They came bloody close to taking down everyone else. Very, very,
yeah,
very
they were not a
talented
team
lineup.
you were looking at as like a free win in playoffs or anything like that.
No.
They had to be taken very seriously. As they do in this game.
Yeah, it was to the point where teams that don't like red side were just having to pick it.
Yeah, just
simply
to get
so
it away.
DCG don't have it.
And also the Senna bans.
Yeah.
You just had to start throwing Senna bans at this team. Otherwise, Orca gets these weird comfort picks. And turns out Orca is very good at just your regular old supports, too. Having a good game on the rel.
Yeah, for sure.
Kind of giving them one of the few shining positive moments they've had in this game.
It somewhat feels like it's up to Cascada and Orca for some reason. It just... I'm not sure why. Well, Driver's coming in.
Hook.
This is not good. Death Charge comes down. It's going to land onto Feng. Orca is trying to make his way out. Nice sidestep. Gory does come in, but Gory's not going to find all that much, as Taco does have all-out available for himself. Root comes through. Driver's trying to find his way in. The slice and the dice is good, and the all-out comes through, but it's horrendous, as immediately he's going to pay for that action. Feng and Taco taken out. Cascada now left alive to try and pick up the scraps of this fight. Wave clear is going to be the name of the game, but it's not going to be safe for him.
Yeah, I think he maybe just has to give up on this. Orca is coming back now, but yeah, he can't walk up to this tower at all. And I think it was a Nidalee Spear that killed Feng on the end of that fight. He has both summoners up.
Damn.
He just kind of went down out of nowhere. Yeah, they commit everything to try kill Driver in that last fight, but he's just too big. Sterax finished for this Renekton. And 665 found a nice kick onto Gory partway through this fight, and I'm betting DCG wish they had their cooldowns up once this kick comes through. So everything is committed onto Driver here, but watch 665 kicks Gory in, but they have nothing up for him. All Out is not committed either. Yeah, there's a Nidalee Spear onto 665 to chunk him out. And then there's another Nidalee Spear to take out Feng, yeah.
It is hard to see those things in the heat of the fight.
In the middle of a fight, yeah. And it takes a good Nidalee player to find those. You don't usually see Nidalee topping damage on a team. So very well played fight from Karsa.
Sword Art once again single-handedly defending its art.
Oh, maybe the build just is Leandri's. Maybe it's just Lichbane Leandri's, because that's 2 Nidalees now that have gone for this build.
I guess, yeah, I mean, he's got Conqueror, so I guess so.
It's tanky, more
Makes
tanky.
Makes his W do more
build.
damage. Yeah.
Now Leandri's coming for Cruscada, who did a lot of damage in that last fight. They just didn't have the single target to take anyone down, unfortunately.
Yeah, you
DCG.
really need this Triforce online for Corki, because Collector is not doing all that much to the people that he's able to hit.
Yeah, got to get himself, Infinity Edge, and then maybe even an LDR after, and then we're cooking.
Oh, it feels so weird talking about Corki and talking about how he should get a LDR.
Yeah. Is just purely physical damage now, and I mean, he does a bit of true damage too. But DCG having trouble holding onto their towers.
Nice poke, but it's on Karsa, who's just going to heal himself back to full.
So
yeah, I'm not sure really what DCG do here. It feels like...
To be fair, all the money is on a Nidalee. Oh, and a Renekton.
Yeah, this Renekton's quite scary. But you just, like, you try and wave clear, but it just kind of feels inevitable. You're up against a Dragon Soul in 3 minutes, the Ocean Soul of all, and Hook lands onto Orca. Edgeline comes down. Cruscada's going to try and find a way to survive this. But here comes the Fate Seal. 2-man knock-up, 2 men dead, maybe even a third of Cruscada is not able to get away from the Croc, and so far he's able to, but the Sterix keeps Driver up and safe as it's trying to get away. Won't be able to do so. It is returned, though. 1 for 3 is the result of that fight. Cruscada, though, importantly, picking himself up a shutdown.
Yeah, I don't think they can go. I don't think they can go inhib for CFO. And yeah, I mean that fight was engaged by, I think, just Driver walking in.
Sword Art landed a hook.
Oh, okay. Whatever happened, CFO. No, sorry, Corki. Corki just didn't have any uptime. Watch this Corki in this fight. He gets flashed on, Renekton stun, flashes out, and the fight is over for him. Meanwhile, Shun is on the backline, just free hitting the entire fight.
Yeah, another unfortunate miss on the Hui ult as well.
Yeah, I mean, he had a good fight on the Hui still. Probably did plenty of damage.
Okay. Well, they've held on a little bit longer. We've got the IE now available. The thing on the Corki.
Leandri's up. Yeah, a lot of damage out of Cruscada that fight, and that's without landing the ulti.
Yeah, that one. I think that one came down on the asteroid we arrived in our trailer. In our little, what do you call it? Pre-stream video? I don't know. Anyway,
intro video
lands once again onto Orca as Cruscada is in a hell of a position. The Zhonya's means he does survive a bit longer, but Gory's going to be able to hit him with 1 auto attack to get that kill. There's 3 already gone down and only Taco to survive, but he's not as tanky as Jiang was earlier. Triple kill for Karsa. Very, very strong here on this Nidalee, and only Feng to defend.
Yeah, and I thought the engage was on Cruscada, but all of DCG are dead somehow, and I think CFO can just end. It's 20 seconds on Lee Sin. Rella's up now.
Yeah, everyone's still full, and Karsa, of course.
You don't need to risk it if you're CFO, but
I think you can.
I think they can just end, yeah. Is Demolish going? No, I think they have to back off now.
Absolutely not. They win another fight, I reckon, but...
Yeah, I think they could just take the 5v5 if they wanted to in the enemy base, but Soul is coming up. Baron is now available.
This one is, for all intents and purposes, over.
Yeah.
It is another Warmogs first.
Yeah, there was one last game too, so I think we've missed something, and you can just rush Warmogs on these supports.
Yeah. Oh well. Maybe I missed the memo. I'll check my emails.
So it should be LDR next for the Corki, if he gets there.
This, look at total gold. This whole Nidalee Renekton thing worked out.
Yeah. Nidalee with the most gold in the game.
6 at 5, gonna lose his Dragon's Rage.
Yeah, and half his HP to boot. Just feeling like they maybe need to just give up the soul. DCG do, and defend their base. Maybe try stop a Baron coming through.
Yeah, I think this is one of those games where you just accept that you need to start thinking of game 2 to try and get a game 3, because there isn't any realistic way back in this. Like, even their ideal, best case scenario fight is probably not winning, as we see both carries just soloing or duoing, I suppose.
Yeah, they're just two-manning the Baron while they take soul.
Yeah.
And DCG just can't get out on the map to do anything.
You're possibly the most illegal duo Baron I've ever seen if it were to
if anyone was
being
there.
A duo.
Yeah. If anyone from DCG was there. And 665 is trying to convince us or himself that any of this is his jungle. Feng engaged on.
Yeah, Def Charge once again going to land onto Feng, and there we have it. An AD carry.
Yeah, Nautilus has chosen Corki to die at this fight.
Inhib bot will go down. Really the question is, are CFO going to be able to end the game here? All logic tells me yes, as Hook will connect here onto 65. He goes for a flash. Actually lands a Cook, but it's kind of inexplicable, as all it does is send Gory somewhat sideways. Hook again lands, but doesn't feel like anyone should really die. Although the flash forward, 65, Driver's going to find one way to make someone die, and that's Taco yet again. It's Shun picking up 2. Going to pick up the Nexus as well. Game number 1 done. CFO, 17 kills to 13.
Yeah, about as clean as it gets. They had 3 kills on the side of DCG. 2 of them were Karsa just having a little fun.
Yeah.
I'm not even sure what the third one was. Who else died? Gory died. Oh, Gory died, overextending a little bit mid.
Yeah, mid. Yeah,
onto
that's
Kurskada,
right.
and that's about it. Otherwise, just a completely flawless game. If Driver is playing for his spot as a starter on this team, that's a good start.
Absolutely dismantling Taco in the top lane, who is no slouch, by
Blind
the way.
pick.
Yeah.
Blind pick as well.
Yeah, blind pick the Renekton, got met with a Cassante. Kind of strange Cassante, I want to say. You see the Renekton and the Nidalee.
Yeah, I thought Cassante was fine.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's necessarily that terrible, but maybe you want something that's just like, oh, I'm definitely not going to get dope. Because the thing about Cassante is there is obviously the wind-up on his W, so you either have to try and be lucky enough to do it at the right time, but you're ultimately going to be low health anyway, because Renekton, you can trade somewhat evenly, but Renekton's going to heal back from his Color the Meat. He's just going to constantly get health back, whereas the Cassante only gets health back through runes and pots, basically.
Yeah,
so
something like a Gragas maybe just has more sustain in the top lane.
Yeah, and
scary to dive.
It does better into the Renekton 1v1 than the Cassante does, because the Cassante just doesn't really fare that well. Again, Cassante has a lot of matchups where early on, it's really bad. Like you pretty much just can't win the early on matchups, but once you get to one item, you feel completely fine and you never worry again. Renekton's another one of those. There's a lot of those matchups with Cassante.
Yeah, that game was always
operates.
going to be decided. If Cassante did make it to one item, the game was probably just over.
Yeah.
Based off of one team has a Renekton. Yeah. Well, one team has Renekton Nidalee and the Cassante's even top, then they were perfectly fine, but couldn't quite manage it, and I don't remember where it really fell apart. I mean, he got zoned off that big wave, level 3.
Yeah, that was a bad...
Maybe he had to just stay.
The dive the dive that happened to him on top where the answer was an attempt on a dive on Sword Art, and Sword Art survives. That was another, like, not momentum switch. They were already ahead at that stage, but that just kind of forced DCG to be even further behind, where they were trying to be proactive, and you got to respect it, but this is kind of, as you said during the game, the power of the center Nautilus, as you can just send your center wherever you want on the map, and Nautilus, ultimately, he should be fine at his tower. If he dies, whatever, man.
You lost Nautilus. He probably killed the entire wave while he was going down, and it's just Nautilus dead at the end of the day. He's already probably behind. He was just behind a little bit of CS the whole game. Corki wasn't feeling the impact of that pick in the ADC role as well.
So far,
it's just lost every game.
Looked too good.
Has it lost every game? Because I remember talking to you before this. We were talking about what are the big picks, what are the meta picks. I said everyone's picking Corki and it looks horrible.
Newly lost on it.
I think it has just lost every game.
How many times have we seen it today? 2, 3?
2 or 3.
Yeah.
And it's been banned a bit too. And this was a fight that I think DCG could have really turned the game around on had they been more patient with their spells. And just Taka kind of reading the vibe of the fight. We saw this earlier today as well, where that was just not the pace of the fight. The way he was playing that fight was just, it was just a much slower fight than he was playing it. And
wow, he done the most damage.
Yeah.
By a long shot.
Yeah, if he had some frontline on his team or some backup damage with him, those fights were very winnable, even from that as far behind as they were.
Yep. So Driver MVP, I think is a lock-in.
Or Karsa. That was a
Karsa's
monster
random
Nidalee
death,
game.
just random death.
Yeah, but that was a monster Nidalee game.
Yeah, but I mean,
really
he ganked for a Renekton, and it worked.
Yeah, and did he yank mid? No, that was the previous series.
That wasn't this game.
Yeah, and he kind of got gifted. He kind of got gifted an early game by 665 in that game too.
Yeah.
Where he wasn't getting up to all that much, and then 665 makes a good play to deny a camp and chunk him out, and then just overstays.
Yeah,
kind of just hangs out forever.
Yeah, my money's on Driver.
Yeah, essentially just hoping that Nidalee walks back into him. I don't know. It was weird.
Yeah, just living life on a prayer, especially after he'd seen that Shun was in mid lane for so long. Like, it wasn't like Shun randomly appeared. It was like Shun went mid, hit a minion, queued his mid laner, and then walked to 665.
Yeah.
As Karsa, most kills and gold, which is quite unique for a jungler.
Yeah.
Husha springs to mind when I think of other junglers that achieve that.
Yeah, usually on a Viego or something.
Yeah.
This is just what it needs to look like when you lock Nidalee, though.
Yeah.
And there's going to be a big distinction between our teams who can play these carry junglers and those who can't.
And this Driver picking
as
up the
expected.
MVP. I think well deserved. He completely shut out his lane without the Nidalee's help. And then obviously Nidalee coming just pretty much sealed the deal.
Yeah, another split where top lane looks like it's just going to decide most of our games.
Yeah, yeah, kind of. I mean, jungle seems pretty impactful.
Yeah, that's
to be
true.
fair.
I like that. I like that jungle is a lot more carry picks at the moment.
I also like top team seems to be more carry picks. Like, yes, we've seen Cassante almost every game.
Yeah.
But it's not been matched with Udyr. It's been matched with, like, Camille that started off the day.
Yeah.
Yeah, hell yeah, pick Camille. We've seen Camille bans because you want to pick Cassante. It's been sick.
Yeah, so this is Driver just flashing onto Feng and immediately taking him out of the fight, eating a Lee Sin ulti while he's at it.
Gory just chain.
Yeah.
Knocking people up.
And he is just walking around like he's invincible because he probably is.
Did you see Cascada? While that was in slow-mo, sidestepped a Nidalee spear at like a ridiculous pace after like he got knocked up by Yone ult, then knocked up by Yone Q, then stunned by Renekton, fed the Renekton, and then sidestepped a Nidalee hook at the same time. I was like,
yeah, that guy's pretty good.
He is pretty good. He did the most damage in the game by a long shot, and that was in a pretty disgusting game to play. That game became so difficult.
Yeah. There was nothing happening for DCG. Some fights where they could have maybe played it perfectly, planned them out a little bit better, but
I want to be honest, I actually wouldn't mind to see the same draft run back again.
Yeah.
It is going to be DCG with side select, so they probably will choose red, I have to imagine. We haven't seen them split yet up until now. They finally will get side select, but hopefully red, hopefully a better showing. We'll see after this break, and we'll go to game number 2.
华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
客合熟会华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
China Airlines passenger Michael Chen, your direct flight to Seattle is now ready for boarding.
华航直飞西雅图，7月14正式起航。
Yeah. Come from nothing in the world, but it's all good. Catch you looking at the stars like we all should. I'll be lighting up the sky like a star burns. I've been standing in the shadow, now it's my turn. See me aiming at the mark with my eyes closed. I'll be shaping up the rock with the grindstone. Now I'm stepping up my game, got my mind set. I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. Woo! What's good? I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. When you hear them go wild, it's a home crowd. But you never slow down when it's sold out. I'll be ready for it, I can take it home. When you see me in the frame, I'm a Van Gogh. Watch the heads turn, see the sky burn. Catch you looking at my style, but you'll never learn. When it's all done, when it's all said, I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette.
Welcome back, everybody, for potentially the last time tonight. But if DCG have anything to say about it, it won't be. They are going to choose the blue side, confusingly.
Yeah,
maybe they're hiding their tactics for later on in the split.
Yeah, just sandbagging a little bit, hide their power level, not worried about CFO at all.
Yeah, like, you know, we're likely not going to win against CFO. Sack it.
Yeah.
Sack it. We'll show what we've cooked up next.
Oh, you only have to be top 6.
That's right.
Yeah,
Out of
and
7.
Not even, yeah. Out of 7.
Not
so,
bad odds.
Yeah, maybe this does just signal that they're moving away from Orca on carries.
Maybe, yeah.
Which is a shame. That was a very unique playstyle that worked for them.
It might be the difference in AD carry. It might be that they prefer having Feng as a carry.
Yeah,
whereas,
but I remember Feng being quite good on the Senna.
Yeah, but he was playing Senna with just Nautilus and
mostly.
not Hui, basically, long story short. And the Smolder's out of meta, which was when we often got to see Orca's Bard, so...
Yeah. He didn't look bad on the row.
No, he didn't. He didn't do anything wrong, it's just...
Yeah, running around the map, chasing the Senna around, landing his spells. It was just too hard to play that game. They just didn't have the damage to take down Mega Fed Renekton, Driver.
Yeah. Or anyone, really.
Yeah. Yeah, the Nidalee had Zhonya's by the end. Senna was way out of range.
Yeah, it just became a little bit unfeasible, really.
Yeah, Sword Art was quite tanky on the Nautilus too. It was a difficult game. And I just think Corki doesn't bring the damage. Maybe he needs to just be played more aggressively in lane than they did.
Maybe he just sucks if he's underleveled.
Yeah, possibly.
Maybe that's part of why they still prefer having him in that middle lane. Still, yeah, we're really yet to see the success or the hype reasoning behind the Corki.
Yeah. Tristana banned away again.
So we already had Hui. Cascada will pick something different here. Literally going to be denied from Casa. Probably a good decision after the performance he was able to have in game number 1.
Yeah, pretty incredible performance.
Doesn't it always feel good though? Isn't it almost like a confidence
You got them to
boost?
ban Nidalee,
Yeah. Isn't that just a confidence boost?
Yeah.
Isn't that almost going to work against you maybe? I know when I play like Clash and I get my champs banned against me and I know it's banned against me because I'm the only one that plays it. It's like, yeah, these guys fear me, you know?
Yeah.
Although it might be a little bit different when I'm playing in my Diamond Master Elo Clash games. Okay, so
like
Corki
double
again.
down on the Corki, yeah.
No, this is mid.
Yeah, it could be mid. I still think, yeah, they are leaning towards the mid Corki rather than the bot Corki, and Yone less likely to come out this game without an AP jungler. Though there are plenty of options still, if Karth is willing to play Karthus or Brand. But yeah, this
just be the
first
throwback.
rotation makes sense to me.
I mean, maybe a change up in the top lane might make the difference, possibly picking the Renekton for Taco.
Yeah, you could take away the Renekton here.
Oh, okay. I mean, this would signal Corki mid.
Yeah. See if 665 plays it.
Kind of interesting, because I entirely associate 665 with fighter champs.
Yeah, Vi, Lee Sin.
Xin Zhao.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of... seems like his bread and butter.
Yeah, we'll see how he does on the Brand.
Do you remember what he played? Do you remember that ridiculous game of DCG versus Hellpigs, where Tide starts the game like 8-0 as Draven?
Oh, yeah.
And I forgot his name now. The mid laner for Hellpigs at the time just...
ICU? No, that was top.
That was top, and it was IC8. ICU was their support. But their mid laner at the time just travels down bot as Aurelion Soul at like level 6 and picks up a quadra kill.
Oh, yeah. Shengbai.
Shengbai, that's right.
Yeah, Shengbai on the A Soul.
Yeah, just cruises down. All right, TF locked in. Probably
Very early.
Top.
Yeah, very early TF. They can ban away the Jax at least.
Yeah, they do.
for a grand total of 5 top lane bans from CFO.
I, at least in solo queue, found Gwen pretty good against TF, but maybe that's because it was solo queue.
Yeah. Early lane might be hard.
Yeah, the early lane sucked, but I hit level 6 and kind of just ran him. And kind of worked.
Yeah, there's the Karthus. Yeah, that's the lock-in for Karsa. So Jace is still open if they want to put Gory on Jace mid.
What is happening?
I think the Yone is more of a take away from Gory than anything, yeah. But yeah, Yone blind and Nasus
oh
locked in.
my god, Nasus is locked in.
Okay. So that's Nasus blind top lane, I guess?
Alright, I mean, you with a TF, he cannot auto very quickly.
Oh, it's not blind. He knows it's Twisted Fate, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I guess. We'll see. Yeah, Driver looks confused.
I would be too. What? But DCG are insane. I love DCG, man. No other team would formulate a composition like this. There is a chef somewhere in the ranks of DCG.
Yeah, if this Corki can get to 3 items this game, even on 2 items, he's just a monster. Against all of these champs, any of these champs just go down in Hail Blades, autos, and some spells.
How we focus on the Cork. You realize Nasus was picked, right?
Yeah.
Like, you haven't missed that part.
I don't think this guy's doing anything on the Nasus. I'm going to be honest. I don't think that's a real champion. He did counterpick the TF, I guess. It doesn't feel like a counter.
When was the last time Nasus was picked in a professional League of Legends game?
Trimby in the LEC played at bot lane, support a lot.
Okay.
It's like a Callista counterpick.
Okay, I can see that.
But that was the last time I saw it, and that was a while ago, a year or 2.
All right. Well, I hope we keep our camera on top lane.
Yeah.
A bit.
Do you? Isn't it just going to be Taco sitting off his wave, trying to get XP?
Do you reckon he maxes? What is that ability? Is this his W?
Wither, yeah.
Oh no. Okay, I was thinking E then.
Spirit something.
No, but do you think he maxes it?
Maybe. Maybe. I know you used to do that in some range matchups, just so you can kill waves.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. First strike, max E.
Oh, just full AP, send it.
No, not full AP. You just get the extra
sorry.
gold for fun. Because you're not getting farm.
He must have some plan. He has to have something.
There's something that I'm obviously the Wither. I get that part. Understood.
Yeah.
Capiche.
Hopefully the plan isn't just TF right click, so I'll wither him. Because you do have to get to that point. And these first few levels are going to be rough for the Nasus. I wonder if you go phase rush on the Twisted Fate ever. Did go for
It is
fleet.
first strike. I'm so smart.
It is first strike. Yeah, you're not wrong. Okay.
Brand as well.
Yeah, first strike on Brand.
Everything else is what you'd expect.
Sometimes you see the Ghost smite Brand, but we've gone for the Flash, which he might need to use immediately.
Yeah, well, that's gone.
Yeah, glad he took that, though.
Yeah. Does Karthus really thread him in the jungle? I mean, Karthus would win early.
Yeah, I doubt it, though.
Very early, but
I don't think either jungler wants to ever cross the river. This game just trade clear for clear. Probably favors Karthus, though. So maybe the onus is on Brand to go do something in the early game. Gank the Twisted Fate, maybe.
What is that Karthus skin? It's pretty cool.
It's got like a torch. It's like a Statue of Liberty kind of thing.
Yeah, well, that is just one of those skins. It's called Statue of Karthus, but it's not that. That's the one I use. That's the one where back in the day, was it his laugh? You know where he screams? And you just hear it everywhere in the map.
Oh, it was global.
Yeah, it was a global. Was it
OP.
Amumu also one of those champs? Crashdown comes through. Sword Art taking a good amount of damage here.
Yeah, Deja Vu last game.
Certainly that favors the side of DCG this early on.
Yeah, same trade. And 665 is off to a slower start.
Oh, this is rough.
Yeah, I was worried about this.
This is even more rough.
Yeah, you have to just TP already, maybe. He's going to try stay. Is not going to get dived, so he's okay. Gory opts to just go for a ward.
Yeah, now with it at his tower, he gets health back through his runes.
Jeez.
He's back to half HP, and now he's back to 1 HP.
Taco doing fine. In the top lane, in terms of HP bar anyway. Cruscata is dead.
Oh,
wow.
My God. This is a man that knows his limits.
Yeah. That was very close, and he's even going to stay.
Yeah, he leveled up.
He didn't use his flash.
He's actually... Gory's actually the one
who's in trouble now, yeah. Once he gets Q3 on the Yone, no flash up. But he has to dodge the Jace Q somehow, or he just dies anyway.
Yeah, this... Okay, now his W's on cooldown. There's no way he looks for anything without that shield.
Yeah, he has to dodge one of these Jace Qs. Otherwise he... Yeah, there it
Okay,
is.
now he's...
Now he's actually threatening, yeah.
Yeah.
But Gory should play safe enough.
Okay, we might have a duel here.
Yeah, it looks like Cruscata maybe tried something, but...
Well, this mid lane is on a knife's edge, but Castle coming in now. Cruscata, no access to that Q3. Wall of Pain, not quite in range.
Yeah, gets to hold on to his flash.
Nerves of absolute steel from this man. We're looking for a dive, but I don't think that's a good idea.
Now, Karsa's got quite a lead in the jungle now. Picked up both crabs, cleared much faster than 665.
Hey, Nasus only down half his CS.
Yeah. How many Q stacks? 9 Q stacks.
All right, we're really strong.
Oh, there's another infinite stacks. You went from 9 to 21 off of queuing the cannon.
Yeah, this guy's just immense.
This lane is honestly going great for the Nasus. Better than it went in my head. Only down 20 CS at 4 minutes.
Yeah, but how much first strike has he farmed?
Yeah, true.
There's no way TF is forcing you to lose first strike. He is well within your E range before he can auto.
Yeah, and I kind of want to see a gank on Gory with how far up he's playing without flash.
Gory kind of taunting and
here's
paying the
Brand.
price for
Orca
it.
has flash.
Yeah, nice knock up, and that is one very dead Jace as Cruscata claims that for himself.
Yeah.
Still maintained his flash, so...
Yeah, both the support and jungle willing to commit their flash there.
God,
to take out the
horrible
Jace.
to be Gory.
Feels good to be Cruscata. You just get the red carpet rolled out for you, walk up, auto once.
You flash left Yone on 1 HP, just have 3 people yeet at you in your lane.
Yeah, gonna be the dragon now for DCG.
665's flash back on cooldown. It's been up for about all of 1 minute during this entire game.
Shun is all the way in the top lane. I don't think we're diving Nasus ever.
And on level
with
6.
These champs. Yeah, he is level 6 as well.
Okay, he is going AD. The first strike is simply there to make up for the CS that you're never getting.
Yeah.
This is going to be an insanely rich Twisted Fate, though.
Yeah. Swifties picked up against the Nasus.
Yeah, makes sense. Wonder if we'll see multiple. I imagine Senna probably should look for the Swifties herself.
Yeah. Feng having a great time in the bot lane, actually, up 20 CS. You're not all that concerned if you're the Nautilus. Your goal is never to really win these lanes.
Yeah, just to be in them.
It's to free up your Senna to do things like this to the poor melee mid laner on the enemy team. Cruscata has ulti now, and Gory's flash is still down. 665 manages to steal the blue away and has clawed back the disadvantage he found himself
That's a very big win.
Yeah.
2 AP junglers and stealing one of their blues away.
Karthus is very blue reliant. Uses a lot of mana if he wants to clear optimally. And here, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, eventually
Just
that will just
bonk
be
him.
that eventually will just be a dead Twisted Fate.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
As long as he gets the Q on this minion. Oh yeah. It's 80 stacks now. It's
80
pretty much
stacks.
scaled.
Okay. What time does he get the execute? 225?
No, I think that's at like 2,000 for Nasus.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, trade's not going too bad.
And he's got lifesteal.
Oh, this trade is going pretty bad, actually.
No, he's got lifesteal. It's the classic meme of like you read someone's passive. It's just got 13 paragraphs of text.
Yeah, and Nasus is just
like
lifesteal.
Gain 8% lifesteal.
Has just maintained this 20 CS deficit at least. Nice sidestep from Gory, wins him in that trade. And Karsa, does he want this? Oh, he does.
Yeah, he does.
Wait
Driver's got no mana. Wait, this is horrendous. Oh my god.
Triumph.
Oh, but here comes the dog.
Decane, no flash.
All right, this is bad, guys.
Yeah.
Run away. Oh no.
Cascada has to ulti maybe.
Wait, we're turning it. Here comes Orca. Knockdown. Okay, it lands on 2 actually, as Gory does get clipped by the end of it. Phase Rush now proc though means he is going to be able to pick up one for himself, and not the worst result. Driver though surviving on a legitimate sliver.
Yeah, that's
of
frustrating.
HP.
Looked like Triumph maybe, or just the level up saved him. Tragedy for DCG. Not the end of the world.
No. And ultimately, Nasus getting a kill feels...
Yeah, very good.
Yeah, pretty good.
Yeah, nice ulti immediately out of 665. Combos Driver. Driver looks like he just wastes his flash there, and I think it was the level up that just saved him.
Another flash used there.
Cascada greeting for a kill onto the Karthus rather than trying to finish the TF here. Might have just been a much cleaner play if he held onto his ulti to finish the Twisted Fate.
Time for Orca.
Yeah, Orca has to just send it in and trade his life for the Karthus.
Back to live though. Cascada. Knock up there onto Shun. Just getting hit by these layaways. Flash. Nice dodge of the hook, but here comes the death charge. Is there really a way he gets out? He's very, very low, and he does, but the Requiem is going to get Orca. Cascada does survive though.
Yeah, just barely. Cascada manages to survive, and I mean, Feng is at least hitting this bot lane turret.
Yeah, okay, Feng is getting ridiculous. He is up 40 CS. Yes, it's on a Nautilus.
Yeah.
But he is going to be very rich. He's had free time to wail on these towers.
Yeah.
Up CS.
And as long as he doesn't look at the CS on his solo laners, this game is going
Sword Art no mana. He's going to flash away. Nice! Stunned by 665.
Clean.
That was ridiculously quick.
Yeah, the QE combo on the Brand is hard to do with flash. So very impressive mechanics from 665 on the Brand.
Claims himself 1 in return. Feels pretty happy for himself there, you'd have to imagine. His teleport going to come back through, and Sword Art will be able to return. But this is going to be 6 grubs now picked up for the side of CFO.
Yeah, these solo lane towers are suffering though.
Yeah.
For the side of DCG. That's the power of TP on this Nautilus.
Oh, Cascada! Cascada not quite got the damage.
Oh, Orca may be in trouble.
Orca. Oh, the amount of times Gory's left someone on 1 HP, he has to be fuming.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised that fight went as well as it did, considering it's a Vamp Scepter against an opportunity.
That is a 0 mana Casa who is still just ridiculously focused on finishing a Gromp.
Yeah, he's dead.
Fade away.
Okay.
Cool guys don't look at explosions.
And that is actually the 3rd questionable death out of Karsa this series. Does finish his Blackfire Torch now. Oh,
okay, we're doing damage.
Decane?
Yeah, no.
He has no ghost, no ghost.
Okay, that one didn't do any damage. Was Sheen on cooldown or something?
Oh, maybe he wasn't standing in the armor shred.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah, no ghost there means no kill, but he chunks out the Twisted Fate, who maybe just has to ult back to lane now. Oh, can't ult back to lane because there's a Nasus running at him. And it's going to be another dragon for DCG. DCG in a very good spot this game, it feels like. Assuming Gory isn't running away with this game on the Jace.
I think if Taco gets boots, it's going to be very difficult for Driver to play.
Oh, yeah, let's get someone up here.
Okay, another kill looks like it'll be coming through here for 65 as Caster is taken down once again. Nice snipe there from Gory as teleport coming through. Criscata going to be arriving here to the play, but he's kind of arrived at no man's land. Rooted up, taken out. That's another kill. Double kill even for Shun as Feng is going to be next on the chopping block. Trying to return focus towards Sword Art as he's very well aware that he is stuck between three very strong members of CFO and will be taken out in very prompt fashion.
Yeah, just a bit of a chain int from DCG. Criscata and Feng did not have to go down there. It would have been a 2-for-1. Not the greatest, but with the TP committed now and Feng going down as well, it's a tragedy. Very good start to the play as 665 finds his way, Orca actually finds his way onto Karsa, kills him, and then makes a run for it. And yeah, I guess this TP was started so early, they thought they could turn this around.
Yeah,
Feng is super late to the play, though.
Oh, there's a couple of ghosts coming through top.
Wow.
Shun got himself another kill off screen there as 5 gonna have to run as well.
Yeah, it looks like CFO just outplaying these little skirmishes.
Okay, Triforce and Boots now finished for Taco, so if there's ever a time that he can do something,
yeah, he just lost his ghost though, which is unfortunate. Ghost down for Driver too. He's gonna be able to. Oh, he's not gonna be able to TP. I think this tower just dies before he can TP in. Yeah. Can Feng get first turret though?
Yeah,
That would be nice.
Absolutely.
700 gold for that. That seems very good.
Criscata might be able to. Yeah, no, this gold card comes through and actually.
Oh,
Fate
no.
Sealed has to be used here, right? You have to use it, Criscata. There we go. Gets into the bush.
Fine. Driver doesn't commit his flash to chase that far. And
what's
Corey
happening
is
here?
getting the hang on a second.
Okay.
Oh, phase rush. Yeah. Phase rush massive there. He loses his flash too.
I was about to start singing, like, going straight to the bank with this.
It's starting to feel like Nasus is our main hope this game. Corki is very fed.
No, also, they're actually strong.
Yeah, they are.
CFO is just stronger.
Yeah, and I'm not sure CFO I think they might just be outplaying. It doesn't even feel like CFO should be that strong aside from Jace.
And Senna. It was just randomly 3-0-4.
Yeah, I do underestimate that champ. Sword Art's got a nice TP onto
okay,
Feng.
let's see what we can find. We find a nice hook there. It's onto Orca, however. Nice flash away from that crash down, but this brand damage is immense. As they're trying to look for Driver. Criscata is going to go down. All three members. This is a really chaotic position. Do find one. The damage not quite there. 65 will eventually go down, though, to that red buff. And this is just cattle getting hurted, and somehow we've found an insta-kill there onto
meanwhile,
Casa, but
meanwhile, Trick 2G is down here. Grabs a tower for himself and a wave. Up to 160 stacks. Couple thousand to go.
Yeah, I don't think you want to be at 150 at 15 minutes.
The problem, honestly, the biggest problem now for DCG is they are down a mid laner. This Yone is so far behind, and there's no... I mean, there is a tank he can just, like, wail on in the side lane, but I don't know if he'll get much of a chance to. This fight starts immaculately for DCG. With this flank that Sword Art had, as Criscata just gets soloed by Driver. Yeah, just not enough damage to threaten the TF, as this should be a TF-favored 1v1. All items equal. Meanwhile, DCG managed to clean up Driver, but he kites them back towards his base. And at this point in the fight, I think Gory has already landed 2 EQs onto carries, and there's a third one onto Feng, who commits his flash to make sure he can kill the Karthus there at least. And Driver's dead. 665
is not.
Wow, that did nothing. No Locket. I mean, going Warmogs over Locket here on the Rel is egregious to me. That is just obscene.
I'm inclined to agree. I think building anti-Karthus items always feels good. I honestly feel like there's no reason why you can't even just get a redemption on someone like Valor's.
Do CFO know what they've walked into?
Yeah, okay. We've opened D-gates. Phase Rush Fox here for Gory, as obviously Karthus did go down first. Taco getting very, very low. Is going to have to run away and will not get hit by that shock blast. Orca, he's trying to 1v1 the Jace. Not sure if it's a winning 1v1, but Feng should be able to come down here soon.
Yeah, Feng kills him pretty quick.
Yeah, okay. It's very high damage. I don't know who's winning this game.
Me neither. I think it's DCG.
But Gold tells me it's CFO, but my heart tells me it's not.
I think it might actually be DCG.
It's only CFO because Sword Art's farming.
Yeah.
But it's even. Yeah, no, literally the only reason it's even is because Sword Art's farming. Whereas Orca is just going around and brawling.
And Driver might just be dead again.
Okay.
Nice stun.
Okay, we just...
Doesn't commit though. 665 is coming.
Yeah, missed the crash down.
There's the Ghost. Does Karsa get in range with the wall? No, he doesn't.
Alright, D-Gates! Sword Art! Alright, we're not killing that guy.
Third drag for DCG would be massive here if they can get it. No Karthus ult available for this fight.
Taku does have his ult, as well as Ghost.
Yeah. Engage onto Orca.
Yeah, okay.
Where did that guy go?
What just occurred to Sword Art?
I think he just got one-tapped by Corki.
Yeah, okay. I'm seeing the benefit of Corki.
Now, yeah.
That was ridiculous. I really wanted to see a replay because it felt like not much was going to come. It was just a regular Nautilus hook you walk
just
away
a Nautilus
interaction.
fighting a Rel, who cares? And then he gets one-tapped, maybe even through his aftershock. Yeah, I want to see this replay. Feng is a demon on the Corki now. Same level as all the solo laners in this game.
I mean, yeah, it's kind of just been a solo laner, right? It's kind of just been Feng versus Sword Art, which, I mean, tends to usually favor the fact that Senna can walk around the map, but in this game, I don't know what Feng did, but he was able to pick up a tower solo.
Yeah, just on his own,
yeah.
takes the tower. And I think it's because Sword Art didn't rush the Hollow Radiance. I feel like he may have gone just for a Frozen Heart.
Yeah, he did do that again, but... honestly, even like at this stage, Taco is going to become a legitimate threat. Young is still a little bit away, but he's able to fight his way onto Karsa. It's definitely much more legitimate, although he does go down first, able to return one in their favor as well. Sword Art very low, 65 trying to find the damage, but everyone is just sitting on this Karthus defile, and they are paying the price as 2 go down, 3 don't go down, and somewhere along the map, a 4th did, as it was Gory who picks up the solo kill onto Feng.
Out of nowhere, 4 people on DCG are dead. They just completely disrespect the Karthus passive. And will CFO look at Baron? They have no Karthus. They're spam pinging it. Who's tanking this? Gory?
Gory, I guess, yeah. Between the 4 of them, they'll be able to work it out. Center heals as well.
Yeah, no one can... There is TP on Taco. Does he know this is happening?
Yeah, but there's minions. He's opening D-gates.
Yeah, he has no ulti. He can TP... He can recall and TP in. Do they... They might not even know this is happening. Yeah.
They for sure know. Will be the Baron. So, definitely a sizable lead now. 4K. CFO pretty comfortably ahead, you have to say, but it is also
was after
Dragon
a good
Soul.
play, too, here from DCG. Kriskata for Karsa is always worth it with how far behind this Yone is.
Yeah, but then, now you just disengage.
And
Orca
now,
might die.
Now you can walk away. Feng also just isn't looking at his champion, I think. Yeah, just gets flashed on, doesn't Valkyrie in time. Almost kills.
Oh my god.
Yeah, this Corki is very strong. I think if he was maybe paying more attention rather than running to the fight.
Now, Baron is obviously picked up by CFO, but I don't think they are necessarily...
trying to break the base or anything.
Yeah,
no.
I don't know how much
dead.
they truly can get. Teleport coming on forward. Up top, it is going to be Kriskata the focus, but with the teleport coming in from Taco...
Whoa,
Driver does back off a little
we need you back here.
Okay, nice. Fate sealed as Kriskata almost turns it by himself. Taco had better things to do as he did try to focus down that tower.
Ghost is up soon for the
Driver's
TF.
okay, I think. Driver's just going to get away. Taco going to look for that recall as... Kriskata probably not too happy with his top laner after what just occurred there, and taking a sizable chunk from that queue. Yeah, coming out of Shun's Senna, who is actually quietly just 6-0.
Yeah, having a great game on the Senna.
Edge Knight gone now, so
Yeah, it's a little bit vulnerable for a bit. No flash on Orca, though. Makes it hard to go on him.
Okay. I mean, also the Void Mites. I kind of forgot that they got 6 of those.
Yeah, I was hoping this was going to be a rapid fire for the Corki now, but I don't think it is. I think he's going for an LDR now. This
Driver
is a dead Twisted
definitely
Fate.
should be dead this time, right, guys? 665 is going to survive.
His Ghost.
Oh,
no,
what
he's
a champ.
actually out. Oh, man. That is depressing if you're DCG.
Was able to keep his flash as well, so...
Yeah.
Can probably go to the side lane again and feel okay.
Yeah, Nasus does have Ghost advantage now against the TF, so if he can get an isolated 1v1, the TF is certainly dead.
This Jace is so scary now. 4 items almost upgraded into that Manamune.
Yeah, just
Skada is kind of invisible at the moment, unfortunately. Actually, pretty much even in gold with Sword Art, which
yeah, who's been a weak side Nautilus, just sitting under his turret.
Yeah, the game's really up to Fing. Honestly, 65 is very strong as well, but Taco's going to need a bit of time to, I mean, if ever, to be threatening here.
Wow, there goes half of Kriskada's HP to 1 Jace Q.
Hold
Feng
up.
has...
Oh my god!
Valkyrie
Driver's
on that
health
guy.
bar has gone to a very low number. Feng does eventually die to the burn of the Black Fire Torch. Paid
665
for his
though.
sins. And yeah, through comes this depth charge, and down will go 665. Double kill now for Casa. Looking for a triple. It's actually going to be Gory who picks that one up for himself. Taco does survive. Teleport coming through here as Sword Art hits bot lane.
Yeah, I'm not sure if CFO can end off of this, but they can definitely break the base now.
Feng very close. Valiant effort onto Driver's life, but not quite enough in the tank.
Yeah, this Corki's a monster. Yeah, I wonder if LDR really was the item.
Okay, we've popped the Ghost. We're definitely going to find a kill onto Gory here. He finds one back, but this Taco picks that one up. Shun now ghosting. This is a 6-0-10 500 gold shutdown center. It looks like almost certainly will be going down the Wall of Pain to slow down this Nasus just that little bit. And in fact, it seems like they've actually managed to peel for Shun on that center.
Yeah, he barely gets out there. One more Nasus Q would have done it.
But still, got the shutdown there onto Gory. Taco picking that one up for himself.
Yeah.
3-1-3. The scoreline looks good, but he certainly is still quite weak.
Yeah, and
it's Terminus for Driver.
Yeah, it doesn't really feel like DCG should be losing as hard as they are in these fights. It's just CFO outplaying them.
Yeah.
Getting away on slivers of HP.
As well as Karthus is truly coming into his own. I mean, he's actually less items than 665, but...
Almost
he
level
just
16
finished
now.
his stuff now, but...
Yeah, I think 665 won't be far off his Void Staff as well, so pretty even. Actually, the exact same items.
And both these jungle champions, one ult can change the game from either of them. One brand ult that's able to spread in a team fight is game-winning immediately.
Yeah.
You can just accidentally find yourself killing someone.
I mean, even just one stun from the brand. Sword Art in trouble here. His team is pretty far.
They're all behind 6-5, though. This is not looking good for the brand. There's a lot committed here onto a Nautilus. It's a problem we've seen them struggling with a little bit. Teleport now coming through.
This is risky.
This is Gory. He's going to have to immediately flash away. Fate Sealed misses, and he didn't use the W before going.
Yeah, Gory completely outplayed Kriskada there.
All right, I think the game's going to end. Let's see what happens between this 1v1 before it does. All right.
Doesn't look...
That was that.
Yeah, it didn't look that good for Nasus, I'm going to be honest with you.
Yeah, and it was honestly a closely contested game, but...
Yeah, CFO just a little too clean, honestly.
Yeah, there's very much an angle where DCG should have been able to win this game.
Yeah.
I think the Nasus was maybe too much of a cook-up. It looked okay at times, but honestly, during that game, would you have rather had that Nasus that almost killed TF or the TF that was just pressuring everything
Running
the
around
whole
killing
game?
everyone, perma-stunning. Yeah, and I think we saw maybe some pains from the roster change as you had a massive Corki that game on DCG, and I saw 0 people play around him.
Yeah.
On the side of DCG. So maybe it's just a comms issue with new AD carry Feng. It felt like he was just playing on his own.
Yeah, it did, and he even looked for some aggressive stuff, which I kind of appreciated, right?
Yeah.
That Valkyrie in mid where he almost killed TF.
If he had any sliver of damage to follow that up.
Yeah. Yeah, just
that's a kill. Yeah.
one person touching that TF with him, and TF would have died.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it costed him his life because Requiem came down and finished him off. But honestly, I don't hate it. I never came into this series expecting DCG to win. And
yeah, definitely underdogs.
Game number 1, they kind of just got lost. They lost kind of through top lane.
Yeah, they just got run over.
Maybe a comp thing, I don't know. But yeah, they very much lost through top. Game 2 was very competitive. And I think they tried something unique. And obviously it's something we know DCG to do.
Yeah, that's what we're expecting from DCG.
Right, and I think it looked better, as it always does. It always looks better when this team plays their unique stuff. Last split it did the entire time. This split so far between the 2 sample size, which admittedly is not much, the one they cooked up looked better. This game even might have just been, not a free win, but this game would have been a lot easier if not for Cascada being so far behind.
Yeah.
Because the Nasus, while it was just a Nasus, I think if this Cascada wasn't so far behind coming out of lane, it would have looked a lot better. And that's after he picked up, I believe it was First Blood as well, onto Gory.
I think at some point you could have just let Gory have the Yone. It felt like more of a deny pick than something Cascada's excited to play this game, especially blind. Just opened themselves up for a very rough game.
They did, of course, want an AD mid, I think, is the thing. But you could have just put Corki mid. Like, there's no real reason not to, other than unless Feng is just someone that prefers Corki, whereas Cascada doesn't.
He looked good on the Corki.
Yeah, both games he did a serviceable job. I mean, game 2 especially, it was really him against the world for most of it. But it's pretty hard to win the game as Corki with no peel against things like a Karthus and TF.
Yeah, he actually, I think it was a very good Corki game just based on how many squishy targets there are on the enemy team. You saw him with Hail of Blades towards the end of that game.
Just one-shotting.
Yeah, one-shotting people. Just not enough setup for him and not played around as well as he could be.
For sure.
And I just have to wonder what CFO comms would have sounded like in that Baron fight, where DCG are just opting to fight on top of the Karthus.
Oh, yeah.
On top of the Karthus passive, and then 4 of them go down, and they end up losing the Baron, and it's a neck-and-neck game. We did not know how to call it before that fight.
I completely forgot that even happened.
That's what decided the game.
It was. That was. I think at that stage, you'd have DCG as winning. They were winning
I had
that game.
DCG winning. Yeah.
They were winning at that stage, and then 3 people were like, we'll just stand on top of Karthus passive and fight.
Fight in the Karthus.
By the way,
with a Nautilus, by the way, who's just stunning them.
Yeah, and you couldn't really find a way for Orca to get out of it, because he was up on top side. He was split between it. But the 2 members on the bottom side, which I believe were
665.
665 and Orca. No, Orca's the top side. Oh, whoever it was. Cascada. It was Cascada.
Yeah, they just walked.
Either of those 2 could have just went down and fought with Feng against
killed
the Jace.
Yeah, the 1 HP Jace.
So, really perplexing.
And this play was just also a disaster. It's a miracle the game was playable after this.
Oh, yeah.
Just chain feeding out of DCG. It was actually the same story as the Baron fight, where they make a good initial play and then they just go for way too much.
On top of a Karthus passive. Because I was going to say it at the time, as well, yes, you've killed the Karthus and you've only lost 1 member. The Karthus stays around for 7 seconds where your teammate doesn't.
Yeah.
And it happened to them twice, and both times were major turning points. Damage graph, are we surprised to see Karthus and Jace at the top? I personally am not. I'm kind of surprised by how little damage both Feng and 665 did. But that might just be virtue of being poked out by Jace.
Constantly, always having to play around the Karthus ultimate. And you actually saw Taco go down that game. Top lane, where he got Karthus ulted and Senna ulted. You know, from like 30% HP. It's hard to play around these globals.
Yeah.
TF has a global of his own too.
Especially like the Senna one, when you're top lane, is usually really easy to dodge, but you just get stunned.
Yeah.
You know, and then you're 5v5 in a competitive game, you're in obviously voice comm, so you just say, I'm going to stun him.
Yeah.
Shouldn't just ult him, that's guaranteed to hit. There's also a shield given to the TF. It just makes the game a lot more difficult to play. Bunch of Gory and Driver. How are we feeling?
Most
MVP,
damage
who we
taken
saying?
per death on the Twisted Fate.
Yeah, because he was living on literally 1
that's
HP
true.
every single time.
MVP.
It's Gory, surely.
Yeah, probably Gory. Driver had some great moments.
He did.
That game.
He did. It's just hard for me to give TF the MVP when he was against Nasus. It's like...
Yeah, it probably was Gory.
Yeah, I mean, Gory died for First Blood after... Honestly, I feel for the man. You flashed
he had
one
mid lane on a knife's edge.
HP.
Yeah.
Like, literal, like, that had to
I
be
thought he was
single
dead.
digits.
I said, this guy's dead. He flashed on him, autoed him. Should have been the kill. Wasn't quite.
And then he had 3 homies rock up and
he got
make sure he didn't live.
He got annihilated on damage taken.
Yeah, actually, Cascada kind of smurfed that one.
Yeah, 30,000 damage taken.
Yeah,
Put-
not the best
put out
showing.
half the damage he took.
Huh?
Put out about half the damage he took on the Yone. Yeah, there's the MVP.
Yeah, and question, do you remember if Cascada played Yone in one of his 20 games?
No, I don't think so.
Because I think he might have, but from memory, this was probably his worst showing that I remember seeing.
Yeah, and this kills Feng, by the way. Look at
the
his
burn
HP.
afterwards. Yeah.
That was 40%. About 40% HP on the Corki. And that's only rank 2 Karth Assault as well. So this game was only getting worse.
It's not easy to play. They had their opportunities to win.
Yeah, definitely.
For sure. They ruined it. And honestly, Karthus wouldn't have been that strong had you not fought in his Defile twice.
Yeah.
It's honestly, like, it's stuff that, you know, I go into game and I realize. So I get it, like, in the heat of a moment, a lot of comms, maybe you're just sort of getting confused, but there has to be something, like, going forward that you can work on there to like, avoid situations like this.
I think
Especially-
DCG are just crazy.
I agree, but, like, Feng is currently Saturn River with a Jace just eyeing him down, and we're sitting in a Karthus ult 30 pixels away.
I think DCG just play without their own HP bars in mind.
Perhaps it is true. We're going to go to an interview once again. It's with Patty and Driver, but we will be back right after.
With CFO's top lane player Driver for the post-game interview. Let's have Driver say hello to the fans first. 欢迎来到今天的赛后采访。我们邀请到的是 CFO 的上路选手 Driver 车长，请车长跟大家打声招呼吧。
大家好，我是 CFO 上路 Driver。
So you are on the new team CFO and you are the starter for today. How do you rate your own performance on today's game? 你新加入的队伍 CFO 今天也是担任了首发的位置，想问一下你自己对于今天的表现怎么评价？
我觉得今天的表现的话，如果满分是100分的话，我可以给到自己90分。我觉得，因为今天大部分的那个判断我都判断的蛮精确的，就我觉得偶尔有一些操作的瑕疵吧，但是瑕不掩瑜嘛，我觉得还是能给自己90分的高分了。
I think I can give myself a 90 out of 100 if the full score is 100 because even though I made some little mistakes, wasn't that precise on some of the decisions I made, but overall I think I performed pretty well. So I'm pretty happy with the performance I have today, so I give myself a really good score. So you and Rest are in competition for the starter position on the team. And I heard you guys have been playing with each other before on the same team. So how would you describe, can you share with us your competitive relationship? 你跟 Rest 在队上算是要竞争这个先发的位置，然后想要请你分享一下你们两个的竞争关系是什么？因为其实我听说你们以前也有担任过这个队友的状态。
我觉得我刚刚的关机就是亦师亦友嘛。以前他是我的老师，虽然他现在还是我的老师，但是我现在可能玩的比他好了，所以我现在可以在上面打。对，但说不定他后面状态比我好的时候，又换我是学生了。对，我觉得我们现在这个情况是非常好的，就是他会一直给我一些想法，或者是那个某些情况要怎么解，他会跟我讲，然后我就去听，因为他的经验还是比我多的。然后我可能操作方面或者是角色池方面，我可能现在玩的某些角色会比较好，所以我们两个算是互助互利吧，我觉得还蛮不错的。
I think our relationship is very healthy. We are a friends and enemy relationship. So in the past, he was kind of my mentor and I have to learn from him a lot. And now, since I'm the starter for today, sometimes he has to learn from me. When I'm better, I play, and when he's better, he plays. And a lot of time, I still have to learn from him. So overall, I feel like this is a really good relationship on the team. So So you are on the team with a lot of very experienced players, like Cars of Sword Art. They've been to a lot of big games at Worlds and MSI. How do you deal with that pressure playing with these very experienced players? 所以你在队上有非常多经验丰富的选手，像是 Casa 或是 Shutter 之类的，他们都参加过 MSI 啊，参加过世界赛。你怎么去调试跟他们当队友的带来的压力？
不得不说，跟他们同队压力就蛮大的，因为团练的时候会被他们念嘛，所以我现在每天都会洗冷水澡，因为我去网络上查了一下，就是洗冷水澡可以，就是面对压力的时候，你会更从容的去面对，对。然后我每天都会在浴室一直鬼叫，因为这太刺激了那个冷水澡。不过我真的蛮推荐大家都去洗冷水澡的，我觉得洗完之后你会觉得哇，真的好爽哦。
To be honest with you, it's kind of a lot of pressure playing with them because they're all very experienced and scrimming with them, practicing with them. They taught me a lot of things and I have to learn a lot of stuff from them. So it's a lot of pressure. But what I do now is that I Googled online that if I take a cold shower every day, it will make my condition better and release my stress a lot. So I really recommend everyone to take cold shower to release your stress and be happy and learn a lot from your teammates when you are in a lot of pressure. So, what do you have goals? Do you have any goals or expectations for Summer Split? 在夏季赛你有什么样的目标或者是期望吗？
我觉得我们下一届的目标就是夺冠，然后打败 PSG， 因为他们也那个预告片也说了嘛，就是那个再不打败他们就没机会了，所以我们今年一定要不要让他们嚣张，我觉得我们一定得惩罚一下他们，不然每年都他们也没那么意思。也没有意思。
So for Summer Split, I really want to win the championship and also beat PSG because in the trailer they also said that if you don't beat us, you have no chance ever from now on. So I have to break that and I have to beat them to show that we are a really good team. Thank you so much for the interview and congratulations for your win. 再次恭喜你们赢得今天的比赛，我们把镜头转回主播台。
Well,
cold showers apparently.
Yeah, cold showers.
Yeah, well, I mean, he played like a monster. I might try.
Yeah.
Try a cold shower.
Yeah,
nothing to lose.
I'll let you get back to me on the results.
Yeah, if I play like that, I'll let you know.
Yeah. Maybe it'll help me in my arena grind.
Yeah.
Well, what a day. I mean, there's an opportunity for 9 games. We only got 6, but I think looking at what the schedule was, kind of expected it to be 6. I think all things considered, the only series I kind of had a question mark about, I guess 2 of them, the J team versus I believe it was Halpix. I didn't really know.
Yeah, well, Halpix changed 6 players, all 5+1.
Yeah, and then obviously DCG versus CFO. I could never bet against DCG. It just feels almost like blasphemy.
Yeah, who knows? When DCG loads in, they could beat PSG, they could lose to the worst team.
That's right.
Yeah.
But ultimately, I think things went as expected. The standings there, of course, are on your screen. It's nothing that surprising. PSG at 4th simply because they haven't played, but we will get to see them twice next week.
Yeah.
Which is very exciting.
We have our top 3. We'll see what PSG have to say about it. And the top 3 is very important. You get to just skip a whole round of playoffs.
Yeah.
Less chances to go out to the LGL teams, your fellow PCS teams.
And of course, the LCO teams.
Yeah, they'll be there too.
What the hell, man? But yeah, I mean, we'll see. I'm excited to see PSG again. I'm really excited to see. I mean, it was the same as last split, really. The combination of PSG, CFO, and Frank. Those are the games that I'm most excited to see. We won't get it immediately off the bat next week. We're going to get PSG up against West Point and DCG against Halpix. So it'll be on June 15th.
West Point.
That's a rough start.
Yeah,
that's a rough schedule to start on.
Rough loss today for West Point.
Yeah, but you know, they're getting all the rough
PSG.
ones. They're getting the rough ones out early. Frank, PSG, and CFO, you know, if that's their first 3, at least I can go into the rest of the split and be like, right, all we have to do is win a couple of these and we're top 6.
Yeah.
That's pretty much all there is to it, right? Like, yeah, it sucks to get PSG and it sucks to have got Frank, especially with how good they look, by the way.
Yeah.
You're going to have to eventually.
All 7 teams are going to make it to the next round robin anyway. So even if you really mess up here in this first single round robin, you get another go around in the bottom 4.
Right, but if it works the same as last split, you keep your points carried over, so you really just want to have as many
Every
points.
game matters.
That's right. It matters from now. Going into the next stage, the points you got now matter then too. So every game does count. If you can even take a game off one of those top tier teams that you expect to be winning it all, that really helps towards sort of your end points. And we saw that in PSG last split, where they actually had a pretty bad win-loss record compared to the other top teams. But when they did lose, they almost always at least won one game, whereas other teams weren't able to do that. And so it does end up playing quite a huge role in how these results pan out at the end. But I think looking at next week's games, I think
I'm excited.
We have to expect who's going to win those first ones. I think PSG are the favorites. DCG should be the favorites. Yes, they lost 2-0 today, but I think up against Hellpigs, you'd have to favor them to win. I'm really waiting in anticipation for the return of Godtone.
So he's out for 3 series or 3
I don't know
games?
if it's I can't remember. I don't know. It's 3 games or 3 series. If it's 3 games, maybe we get him randomly pop up next week. Yeah, this game 2 subbed in.
The series,
If none of you saw Godtone, by the way, he is an absolute mythical being, perhaps, is the word.
A legend.
He is. He is a legend of the scene, a legend of the PCS, and we are going to get his return sometime in the split. Thank you so much for joining us for our first stream back here of the PCS Summer Split. I hope you enjoyed tonight's games. We'll see you next week.